The sleek, darkened Hummer rolled to a stop outside an abandoned three-story building in downtown Florence, just a short walk from the city's grandest cathedral. The windows were pitch black, the place eerily silent. Neither of us had spoken a word. As the garage door groaned open, our convoy descended into the underground lot, where armed men stood waiting. I sat stiffly in my black cocktail dress, my left hand lighter without the weight of my wedding ring. I'd flung it onto the table like trash, because that's exactly what it was to me. My knuckles still ached from slamming into Lucian's face, but even if I'd broken my hand, it would have been worth it. Maybe the bruise would linger for days, a satisfying reminder. Balto stepped out first, exchanging quick nods with his men. When I followed, the weight of their stares hit me instantly, hungry, predatory. The backless dress and heels suddenly felt like a spotlight. Guns might have been lowered, but their eyes were weapons all on their own. Balto barked orders, scattering them, and I crossed my arms, lingering near the shadows of the garage. The place was a war bunker, rows of armored trucks, shelves stacked with ammo. He returned, motioning for me to follow. "Let's go." "Where?" No answer, just the sound of his boots against concrete. On the far side of the garage sat an old brown pickup, its paint dull with age. Not exactly the ride you'd expect from a man who owned half the city. Lucian had spoiled me with a Bugatti. Balto couldn't care less. I climbed in, not because I wanted to, but because staying behind with 50 armed men who couldn't keep their eyes in their sockets wasn't an option. The truck rumbled to life, rolling out onto the dimly lit streets. No backup camera, no touchscreen, just a dusty CD player that belonged in a museum. I stole a glance at him, watching the tension in his jaw. Handsome, sure, but in the way a storm is beautiful before it destroys everything. "What?" he snapped. "Can't I look? You're staring." "You stare at me all the time." His grip tightened on the wheel. "That's different." A smirk curled at the edge of his lips. "I own you. You can stare at your so-called property all damn day," I snapped. Lucian had thrown those same possessive words at me for years, and I was done being treated like some trophy. Sure, I slept with Balto because he knew how to please me, but that didn't mean I belonged to him. "You promised to kill him for me if I asked. You swore you'd help me." His grip on the steering wheel tightened as he glanced at me, the neon glow of the city painting his sharp features in eerie light. "And yet, you never asked. I handed you an escape, and you tossed it aside. Don't fool yourself. I took you because I wanted to, because breaking my enemy while indulging myself sounded like a damn good time." The truck rolled into his heavily guarded compound, his men eyeing me like fresh prey as I stepped onto the pavement. "You can't be serious," I muttered, the weight of the situation hitting me. Had I really traded one cage for another? Dead serious. He killed the engine and strode toward the building, his arrogance radiating off him. I followed, the click of my heels echoing in the silence. "After everything Lucian put me through, you're just going to do the same thing." He punched the elevator code without missing a beat. "Sorry if you mistook me for a hero. You offered to help me, and you refused." The doors slid open, and he stepped inside, his voice dripping with menace. "The second I found out you were Lucian's wife, I saw an opportunity. I made him watch as I gutted his brother. Now, I'll take his wife every night until he breaks, and trust me, I'll savor every damn second." The elevator climbed, and my stomach twisted. He tossed his wallet and keys onto the table the moment we entered his penthouse. "And you just expect me to roll over and accept this?" "Absolutely." He yanked off his shirt, revealing the kind of body that usually left me weak. But tonight, fury burned hotter than desire. "Newsflash, I'm not your willing prisoner. I won't play your twisted games." "This isn't a game," he growled, his voice low but razor sharp. "It's war." "Then count me out. You don't get a choice." He didn't raise his voice, but the sheer dominance in his stance made the room shrink. "Let's be clear, I'm not the good guy. I'm ruthless. I take what I want. He closed the distance between us, his gaze black with warning. This city, mine, you, mine. Fight me all you want, it only makes it more fun for me. I'd been blind, too wrapped up in pleasure to see the monster beneath. At the opera, he'd snapped two men's necks like twigs and left Lucian trembling. The truth was obvious, danger was his brand. And I'd walked right into his trap. I should have known better than to expect him to treat me differently. I don't back down, never have, never will. I squared my shoulders, meeting his gaze without flinching, even though common sense told me I should. His lips curled slightly, but his stare stayed sharp, dangerous. Good, I like that. The place had spare rooms, so I claimed one with an en-suite bathroom, my temporary sanctuary. A massive TV, a killer view of the city skyline, empty dressers, and a closet full of nothing but empty hangers. Not that I had anything to fill them with, just this ridiculous backless dress and the scrap of lace underneath. Not that Balto seemed to care, he probably preferred me without either. Sinking onto the bed, I let my thoughts spiral. That morning, I'd been Lucian's wife, trapped, hollow, playing a role I never chose. My loyalty wasn't mine to give, it was shackled to duty. But now, Balto didn't own my obedience. No vows, no debts. Just me, a stranger in his world, weighing my options. My brothers would lose it when they found out. Then again, they despised Lucian enough that they might actually cheer. But swapping one cage for another, especially one run by a man like Balto, wasn't exactly an upgrade. Still, if I could slip away, really escape this time, no broken promises, just freedom. No clue where I'd go, but Case and Dirk would have my back. Maybe this was the twisted silver lining I needed. I dozed off waiting for him to barge in, demand something I wasn't willing to give. Instead, I woke up tangled in sheets, mascara smudged like a bad memory. Splashing water on my face, I ditched the mess and went bare, no pretenses. The sound of the TV drew me out. Balto sat at the table, coffee in hand, eyes fixed on the news. He didn't glance up as I approached, but I caught the spread in front of him, egg whites, tomatoes, all annoyingly healthy. I need clothes, I said. He took a slow sip. You're wearing some. Not for long, and I'd like actual underwear. Sure, a smirk. Yours tend to get ruined anyway. I glared. He finally looked at me, amusement flickering. You know I'm right. Trust me, they're bone dry today. Prove it. Shirtless, he lounged in the chair, arms crossed, all muscle, no scars. For a criminal, he was annoyingly perfect. Hard pass. Can I take your truck to go shopping? And my money? I've got my own. Years of untouched paychecks meant I wasn't broke. Just trapped the profits from my share in the pasta business felt unearned. I hadn't lifted a finger to help Case and Dirk run things. No matter how many times I told them to cut me out, they wouldn't budge. He leaned back in his chair, his expression darkening as his fingers tapped the table. Where'd this cash come from? I folded my arms. Not your concern, that's where. His glare sharpened. Try again. Why do you care? I'm not hitting you up for a loan. I care. His voice dropped to a growl. I won't have you spending that bastard's money, you use mine. I left with nothing, so no, it's not his. Even if I had access to Lucian's funds, I'd toss them into the ocean before touching a dime. Then explain. From a job, I shot back, sarcasm dripping. What job? Wow, this feels like an interrogation. And I don't like repeating myself. His grip tightened around his coffee mug. If you were anyone else, you'd be in serious trouble right now, so talk. Half his breakfast sat untouched as he locked eyes with me. Fine, my family owns a business. I get a monthly cut. His brow arched. They knew about Lucian and just let it happen. It was my choice. They hated it, but they respected it. He scoffed. I'd never ask my brothers to risk their lives for me, my mess, my problem. That's bull. Family means sharing the load. I stayed planted where I was, irritated that the morning sunlight made him look even more unfairly attractive. Unlike Lucian's artificial bulk, Balto's lean, defined muscles looked like they could bench press a truck. Anyway, can I borrow a car? I need to grab some stuff. His smirk was infuriating. Seriously? What? You think I'm that dumb? Should have seen that coming. You can wear my clothes for now. And if I want to go out, I'll send someone to get what you need. Just list your sizes. What if I want to pick my own clothes? He gave me a blank stare like I'd spoken in another language. Hello, Earth to Balto. Still no reaction. I'll choose for you, I've got good taste. Oh, so it's just lingerie then? A wicked glint flashed in his eyes. Mostly, yeah. Not happening. So you'd rather walk around naked? No, then you'll wear what I buy. He stood, grabbing his plate. Hungry. I eyed the sad remnants of egg whites. Depends, do I have to eat that? Suit yourself. He headed to the kitchen, and I trailed behind, pouring myself coffee like I own the place. The tension between us crackled, part frustration, part something else entirely. Peering into the fridge, my heart sank. Just lean protein and greens staring back at me. No frozen waffles, no deli meat, not even a sad loaf of bread. Seriously, I groaned, slamming the door. This is like a fitness influencer's meal prep, not an actual human-esque kitchen. He didn't even glance up from rinsing his plate. Yep, I'd sooner skip breakfast than choke down another bland egg white scramble. Not even like a box of Lucky Charms hiding in the back. His smirk was infuriating. Haven't touched that stuff since 3rd grade. No wonder he looked like a damn Marvel hero. Meanwhile, I'd sell my soul for a loaded nacho plate. Life's too short for kale smoothies and regret. Keys now, I'm raiding the nearest grocery store before I starve to death. He dried his hands, annoyingly calm. Text me a list, I'll grab it later. I gestured toward the window where his army of security guys loomed. You've got a small militia out there and none of them can run to target. His jaw tightened. No one comes inside. Weird flex, but okay. Lucian's place had been crawling with staff, maids folding towels, chefs baking croissants at dawn. Meanwhile, Balto's penthouse felt like a bunker. I slumped into a dining chair, still in last night's stupidly expensive designer dress. When he stalked back in, his shadow alone made my spine stiffen. Take that off. Gladly. Got anything that didn't come from a health food cult. His palm hit the table beside mine, rattling my coffee mug. I won't have his trash in my home. Change. Now. Lucian had ignored me 90% of the time. Balto was like a drill sergeant with a vendetta. I bolted to his bedroom, same rumpled sheets from earlier, same eerie silence. Yanking open his dresser, I drowned myself in one of his shirts, the fabric smelling like cedar and detergent. The boxers pooled around my thighs until I rolled the waistband 3 times. When I marched back, he hadn't moved. Happy? I chucked the dress at him, underwear included. He caught the thong, inspecting the lace with a slow tug. Then came that smirk, the one that made my stomach flip. Very. She shrugged and took another sip of beer, watching me with tired eyes. I lingered in the doorway, twisting my watch loose before sliding it off. My gun came next, yanked from the waistband of my jeans and dropped onto the counter with a thud. The weight of the ring on my left hand was familiar, a constant reminder of power I'd never risk losing. Gonna clean up, then I'm out for the night. Her bottle paused halfway to her lips. Where? I didn't owe her an answer. She was just another possession, less important than the watch I just removed. Her place was to stay put, not question me. As I turned down the hall, her voice chased after me. Seriously, you're just gonna walk away? I barely glanced back. I don't explain myself, not to you, not to anyone. The bar was thick with smoke and the sharp scent of whiskey. I lounged in my usual spot, scotch in hand, while the room buzzed around me. Men laughed over card games, strippers moved under dim lights, and the bass from the speakers vibrated through the floor. 1 minute this place was a front for deals, the next it was just another night of cheap thrills. I took a slow drag from my cigar, savoring the burn. This was where I belonged, drink in one hand, smoke in the other, and the knowledge that a single gesture could bring a woman to my side. Money talked louder than charm. Still, my thoughts kept drifting back to the one waiting at home. She wasn't just another warm body, not anymore. Heath dropped into the chair beside me, fresh off whatever job he'd been running. Time had been good to him, smoothing out the rough edges from his stint behind bars. The bartender slid him a drink without a word, and he smirked, giving her a light smack as she walked off. "You look like hell," he said, eyeing me. I flicked ash into the tray. "And you look like a man who's forgotten his place." The stripper on stage twisted around a pole, all fake smiles and practiced moves. They always came running when we called, skipping their other gigs for a paycheck that could buy them a month's rent in one night. Heath leaned in, lowering his voice. "You're getting reckless." I just grinned. Or maybe I'm the only one who remembers how this game is played. The skull ring on my finger gleamed under the bar lights, worth more than most men would ever see in a lifetime. Let them stare. Let them wonder. Fear was just another kind of respect. She spun around, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. "Eyes only, pal, and you better make that tip worth my time." With a flick of her hair, she stormed off to tend to the other patrons. Surrounded by the most ruthless criminals in the city, she didn't flinch. She stood her ground like she owned the place. That kind of nerve, respect. I took a slow sip of my drink, watching her without really seeing her. After a while, all the curves and skin blur together, but Cassini, she stood out. Perfectly sculpted, almost too good to be true, but trust me, I'd checked, more than once. Heath smirked as the waitress disappeared into the crowd. "Feisty one, huh? You don't last long in this business without a spine." "True," he admitted, swirling his drink. "Something about a woman who doesn't take crap, gets under my skin in the best way." Same. Never really noticed it until Cassini came along. Most women cowered or played nice, but not her. She knew the game, knew she was in deep, yet still pushed back. Stubborn as hell, and damn if that didn't make her more interesting. She hadn't given in yet, but patience was part of the fun. Sooner or later, she'd realize who called the shots. Heath leaned in, voice dropping. "So no diamond, no explosives. Guessing that's why you look like you've been dragged through hell." "I look like this because I'm stuck talking to you." He barked a laugh. "Always with the mouth." Always. I finally met his gaze. And no, I didn't get either. "So we offing him? Nah, he's more useful breathing. Dead men don't talk or work, but I took something else." His grin turned knowing. "Who'd you bag this time? Not the wife even you wouldn't." "Oh, I'd do more than bag her. Didn't kill anyone, just claimed Cassini." He whistled low. "Bold move. Lucian S. attached, hurts him more this way." "Or," Heath countered, "you just wanted her for yourself." I shrugged. "Why not both?" His loss, my gain. She thrilled about the upgrade. Not exactly. Thought I was her knight in shining armor, had to break the news she just traded one cage for another. "Bet she still prefers you." "Probably, but she's pissed." And hell if that didn't make her hotter. That fire in her eyes, the way her lips twisted when she fought back, addicting. Heath's smirk turned sly. "If she's just property, mind if I take a turn?" My grip tightened on the glass. "Try it, see what happens." He chuckled, raising his hands. "Damn, never seen you this possessive. First time for everything." My stare promised violence if he tested me. "Some lines you don't cross. She's stunning." I tightened my grip on my scotch, the ice clinking sharply against the glass. "Keep talking and I'll introduce your skull to this tumbler." He just smirked, unfazed. "Watching you lose it is too entertaining." My attention flicked back to the stage, where the dancers moved under dim neon lights. "So she's just moving in with you?" "For now," he shrugged. "She'll stay as long as I say. And when you're done with her," my brother leaned in, grinning, "hand her over." The thought of him touching her made my jaw clench. Yeah, I'd probably tire of her eventually, but not enough to let him have her. Lucian would come for her, no question. And if I couldn't use her as leverage, the cleanest solution was to end her. A waste, sure, but Lucian had married her. That meant something. He could have kept her as property, but he didn't. That alone made her valuable. "No," his laugh was sharp. So even when you're bored, she's off limits. I rolled my eyes. We'll deal with it later. Chill out and take one of these girls home if you're that desperate. Trust me, I've been busy since parole, he said, licking his lips. But Cassini, that woman's a masterpiece. That smooth skin, those lips. The glass shattered against his temple before he finished. The room froze as he hit the floor, blood streaking down his face, glass glittering on his clothes. A fresh drink was in my hand before I even had to ask. I sipped, watching the dancers like nothing happened. Heath groaned, rubbing his head. Careful, Balto, now I want her even more. Without looking, I drove my boot into his knee. Careful, Heath, next time I won't stop at a warning. Cassini silence. Real silence, no guards outside the door, no staff shuffling downstairs. Just me, the hum of the AC, and the city lights bleeding through the blinds. Fourth floor, locked down, but still. Exposed. 3 a.m. and sleep wouldn't come. It didn't make sense. When Balto was here, I slept fine. Now, every shadow felt like a threat. Logically, I knew no one was getting past security. But logic didn't stop the dread crawling up my spine. If Lucien found me. First, he'd make me pay for slapping him in front of his men. Then for leaving, even though I had no choice. And worst of all, for what happened with Balto. None of it was my fault, but that wouldn't matter. I pulled the sheets tighter, staring at the ceiling. The bed felt too big, too empty. Lucien could very well end my life, or worse, make me wish he had. Instead of hiding in my room with the TV, I grabbed a beer and sprawled on the living room couch, flipping through ancient reruns of shows that hadn't aired in years. The clock ticked louder than the laugh tracks, each minute dragging as I wondered where he was. Another woman, some shady deal. He treated me like property, yet the thought of him with someone else burned under my skin. Was he paying for company, hitting up some dive bar? Who even knew? The guy shared nothing. At least with Lucien, I knew the script, his meetings, his threats. Balto, a total mystery. He hadn't even bothered to get me real pajamas, leaving me stuck in his clothes. Maybe that was the point. Then, at 4:30 a.m., the elevator groaned to life. He walked in, all midnight black attire and zero fatigue, dumping his wallet and watch like he owned the place, which technically he did. I should have been terrified, but exhaustion blurred the edges. Was I relieved he was home or just too tired to care? His gaze locked onto me, sharp as a blade. No words, just that predatory stillness, like I was something to dissect. I broke first. You're out late. The accusation slipped out, ridiculous since he owed me nothing. If our roles were reversed, I'd never explain myself either. Why are you still awake? He countered. The bed was a dream, perfect temp plus sheets, but sleep, impossible. Couldn't sleep. Why is that? I held his stare, silent. His men were top tier, ruthless. And here I was in his shirt, his boxers, playing a game I didn't understand. The air between us crackled, tension thick enough to choke on. Added detail, the faint scent of leather and gunpowder clung to him, mixing with the stale beer in my hand. It was unsettling, familiar. Like danger had a cologne. Shift in tone, from simmering resentment to dark amusement, because really, what was I doing? Pouting over a captor's curfew, pathetic. The security around this place is tight, nobody's getting in, and even if they did, they'd never reach us up here. So relax, you're safe. His words should have calmed me, but they didn't. Balto studied my face, reading my hesitation. Still not convinced. I can't figure out your routine, I admitted. You're gone most nights, but sometimes you disappear during the day too. Mostly nights. I searched his expression, noticing the unnatural alertness in his eyes. After what must have been a long night, he looked refreshed, like he'd just woken up from perfect sleep. You don't even seem tired. I don't get tired. That's impossible. Too much to do to waste time sleeping. He pushed off the couch and walked to the kitchen. The clink of glass, the splash of liquor. Then he was back, sinking into the seat beside me with a drink in hand. What exactly keeps you so busy? He stared at the empty fireplace, taking a slow sip. Why do you care what I do at night? Lucian always told me his plans. I'm not him. His voice was sharp, cutting through the air. And I don't know why you'd want me to be. I don't. Balto called himself ruthless, but he'd never hurt me, never forced me into anything. He claimed Lucian was weak, but Lucian had been the one who broke me. You treat me better than he ever did. His grip tightened on the glass. How? You don't hit me. A flicker of something dark crossed his face. He did. Sometimes. Balto turned away, jaw clenched. Just because I haven't doesn't mean I won't. Stay in line and we won't have issues. I wasn't sure if it was a threat or a warning. You haven't made me do anything I didn't agree to. Yet. His gaze locked onto mine, cold and unyielding. If you fight me, I'll tie you down and take what I want. You might think you're free, but your body belongs to me. The words coiled around me like chains. Evan had trapped me here, but Balto was the one holding the key. And for the first time, I wondered if I'd ever truly escape. I'll do whatever I please with you. And you think I'll just take it lying down? You did with Lucian. My temper flared. Because I had no choice. With you, I owe you nothing, no promises, no loyalty. Submit, or I send you back to him. A cold dread twisted in my chest, the last thing I wanted. But I wasn't stupid. He took me for a reason. I was leverage, a pawn in his revenge against Lucian's betrayal. I don't buy it. His gaze locked onto mine, unreadable and dangerous. Doesn't matter. When I decide to take you to bed, you'll come willingly. A brush of my lips here, my fingers there. And you'll melt. Memories of our nights together rushed back, sending a traitorous shiver through me. No one had ever touched me like he did, and part of me still ached for it. But I refused to crave a man who saw me as nothing more than a weapon. If I were free, maybe, but as your prisoner, you're not even tempting. His smirk told me he wasn't fooled. Then why are you curled up on my couch at 2 a.m.? I wasn't waiting for. You've got a TV in your room, a private lounge. A bathtub big enough for two with a screen on the wall. No reason to be out here unless you were listening for the front door. I clenched my jaw. He had me cornered. The second he walked in and saw me, he'd already won. His arrogance was infuriating. Let's break it down. Either you're scared alone, jealous I'm with someone else, worried I won't come home, or my personal favorite, you miss how I wrecked you last time. So, which is it? Or is it all of the above? It had been days since he'd last touched me, and my body remembered every second. But my pride refused to admit it. Answer me. He shifted closer, his arm draping over the couch, his breath warm on my skin. Close enough to kiss, but he didn't. His eyes stayed hard. Or I'll take silence as a yes. Up close, I caught the whiskey on his breath, the lingering cigar smoke clinging to his jacket. But what burned worse was the sweet, floral perfume, another woman's scent. It clung to him, sharp and unmistakable. My fingers dug into the cushions as fury coiled tight in my chest. The scent of another woman clung to him, unmistakable even from across the room. You were with someone tonight, I snapped, my arms crossed tight over my chest. He didn't deny it. Instead, he smirked. So that's your second issue with me tonight. Not the point, I shot back, my nails digging into my palms. We both got tested, and now you're out there screwing around. What's the logic in that? He ignored my question, stepping closer until the heat of his body pressed against mine. If it's not reason number 2, then what's really bothering you? Answer me first, I demanded, my stomach twisting at the thought of some faceless woman wrapped around him. It wasn't like with Lucian, his affairs never stung like this. But Balto, the idea of him with someone else felt like a knife between the ribs. You didn't even ask, you just accused. His fingers brushed my jaw, tilting my chin up. I did ask, were you with someone? You assumed, I hissed, my pulse racing under his grip. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and unreadable. The way his shirt stretched over his shoulders only made him more infuriating. Answer me, I demanded. He exhaled sharply. I'll answer when you do. Why were you waiting up for me? The truth sat heavy on my tongue. Part of me wanted to know, needed to know, if I was just another name on his list. Lucian had at least been careful, but Balto. He played by his own rules. 1 and 2, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. A slow grin spread across his face. Which means 3 and 4 apply too. I never said that. His grip tightened slightly, his thumb tracing my collarbone. If you want my protection, you want me safe. If you're pissed about me being with someone else, you want me to be with you. His voice dropped lower, rough with certainty. So yeah, all of the above. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. His fingers curled into my hair, sending a shiver down my spine. I hated how easily my body responded to him, how his touch could unravel me in seconds. He knew exactly how to make a woman feel wanted, and damn him for it. Your turn, he murmured. I swallowed hard. No, I wasn't with anyone. Then why the perfume? His expression darkened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Here's something you should know about me, he said, his voice edged with steel. I don't sugarcoat. I don't lie to spare feelings. If I've got something to say, I'll say it straight to your face. No softening, no bullshit. A beat of silence stretched between us, charged and tense. Then just as suddenly, his grip loosened, his thumb brushing my cheek. But tonight, I wasn't with anyone. That scent isn't mine. The admission hung in the air, unexpected. And for the first time, I wondered, was I the one making assumptions? Truth is my default. No point in lying when you've got nothing to hide. Only weak people weave webs of deception, and that's not me. Fear, please. The truth doesn't scare me, so when I say something, take it at face value. No second guessing. His fingers slipped from my hair as he stood, towering over me. I'm hitting the sack. You know where to find me if you change your mind. I watched him walk away, his broad shoulders rolling with every step. The thin fabric of his shirt clung to the ridges of his back, barely containing the raw power beneath. The hem hung loose around his waist, but my memory filled in the details just fine. I stayed put on the couch, pride keeping me rooted. No way was I crawling into his bed like some desperate fool. Relief washed over me. No other woman had been here tonight. He wasn't mine, but the thought of him with someone else twisted something inside me. Still, tonight's absence of company didn't erase the past or guarantee the future. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the blinds well past noon. After a restless night, I'd finally crashed around dawn. With nowhere to be, I let myself sleep in. A quick shower later, I padded into the kitchen, stomach growling. Balto stood at the stove, searing salmon with asparagus, sweat glistening on his bare torso. Black sweatpants and sneakers completed the look, a half-empty gallon jug of water beside him. His skin flushed from exertion, even the nape of his neck damp. I lingered, taking him in. Want some? He asked without turning. Nah, just cereal. I grabbed a bowl. Workout brutal, like a damn marathon. He plated his food, leaving the pan behind. When he faced me, his skin was dry, must have wiped down. You should tag along next time. To the gym, I poured milk over my cereal, or some other kind of workout. His smirk was instant. Gym was the plan, but hey, cardio comes in many forms. He hoisted the water jug and carried his meal to the table. I sat across from him, spoon hovering. You think I need the gym? Lucian's nagging about my weight echoed in my head, even though I knew I looked good. Was Balto another guy with unrealistic standards? Everyone needs the gym, he said between bites. Hot or not, rules don't bend. Okay, maybe he wasn't criticizing, just stating facts. New detail. As I took a bite of cereal, I noticed a fresh tattoo peeking from under his sweatpants. A coiled serpent, its eyes sharp as knives. When had he gotten that? The tension between us crackled, unspoken but undeniable. Whatever this was, it wasn't simple. And I wasn't sure I wanted it to be. At the grocery store, he never questioned my choices, grabbing my cereal, sandwich fixings, and cookies without a word. Breakfast was sugary, lunch was simple, and dessert was a given. What's your deal with fitness anyway? I asked, stirring my bowl. Cardio, strength, keeping stress in check. He sliced into his salmon with precision, muscles flexing under the sheen of sweat from his workout. The guy was built like a linebacker, all discipline and raw power. Intimidating, absolutely. And before you ask, no, weight loss shouldn't be the goal. His fork paused midair. You don't need to drop a pound. I blinked, caught off guard. Lucian had spent months nitpicking every carb on my plate. You've seen my diet. It's not exactly health food. Some people burn through junk like it's nothing, he said, shrugging. Others don't. You're the first kind. My fingers tightened around my spoon. The extra weight clinging to my hips wasn't lost on me. Lucian's digs had made sure of that. But this guy, he just smirked, popping another bite of fish into his mouth. You really haven't noticed how your jeans hug your curves, or how I can't keep my hands off you. The bluntness hit like a gut punch. Lucian said, Lucian's a twig who builds bombs 'cause he can't throw a decent punch, he interrupted, wiping sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, you're over here stressing over cereal. A laugh almost escaped me. Maria's sad little approved meals under Lucian's orders felt ridiculous now. Balto, he didn't care. He just devoured his food, then leveled me with a look that sent chills down my spine. You didn't show up last night. My throat went dry. I'd thought about it, too stubborn to admit it. Did I promise I would? No, but you wanted to. His grin was infuriating. Unless you've forgotten the tantrum you threw thinking I was with someone else. The spoon clinked against the bowl. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't the worst. Why didn't you just climb into my lap and stake your claim? He leaned forward, elbows planted on the table, eyes locked onto mine like he could peel back every layer of my resistance. Because I didn't want to. His smirk was infuriating, like he already knew the truth I wouldn't admit. Sure, keep telling yourself that. I am. Whatever helps you sleep at night, sweetheart, though judging by the state of your laundry, I'd say you're not sleeping much at all. I clenched my jaw, refusing to let him see how much that stung. Don't hold your breath, it's not happening. Bullshit. I rolled my eyes and stabbed at my cereal. Your ego isn't charming, it's exhausting. Want me to prove it? He raised an eyebrow. Let's check the evidence right now. I grabbed my bowl, ready to launch its contents at his smug face. But he moved faster, snatching my wrists and setting the bowl safely out of reach. I don't mind a little attitude, but you're not ruining my kitchen. Guess breakfast is canceled. I hurled the spoon at him. He caught it midair and dropped it back into the bowl with a clink. Fighting it is pointless. We both know how this ends. And here's the deal. You stay useful, you stay alive. Be the woman I want, and you'll have everything. Freedom, protection, whatever you crave. But if I get bored, he shrugged. Well, let's just say Lucian won't enjoy what's left of you. Was that a threat? Just facts, darling. No use pretending you don't know the rules. You'd really murder someone over a grudge. He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. I've done worse for less. Don't push me. The way he switched between sweet nothings and cold-blooded warnings made my skin crawl. If you're so powerful, why not just take what you want? His gaze darkened, unblinking. Because the chase is half the fun, and deep down, you don't want me to stop. Delusional. Then why's your breath hitching? His fingers twitched like he was already imagining the proof. I scoffed, but my pulse betrayed me. You're a hypocrite. You talk about wanting a different life, but this, I gestured between us. This is just another cage. For a second, something flickered in his eyes, not anger, but frustration. Like maybe, just maybe, he hated the game as much as I did. But then it was gone, replaced by that familiar, taunting grin. Cage, playground, depends how you look at it. The spoon clattered as he pushed the bowl back toward me. Eat, you'll need your strength. I didn't touch it. Some battles were smaller than others, but I wasn't surrendering a damn thing. You could live life on your own terms, sleep with whoever you wanted, answer to no one. That's the freedom I've given you. You could have everything, yet you choose to fight me. Why? You could be untouchable, powerful, free. All you have to do is stop resisting and accept what's right in front of you. I warned you I don't back down. His expression darkened as he stood, gathering the dishes with deliberate calm. Then you'll face what comes next. He disappeared into the kitchen, leaving me at the table, his last words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Was he serious? He swore he never lied, and he'd already proven he wasn't afraid to follow through. Lucian's brother was dead. What did that mean for me? The sink ran, then silence. He walked past me without stopping, his footsteps heavy on the hardwood. I kept my back to him, watching the city lights through the window. "What's the point of all this?" My voice barely carried. He stopped. Then, slowly, he turned back. His cologne hit me before his hand did, fingers sliding under my hair, gripping my neck with a quiet dominance. "I don't just destroy my enemies, I break them." His voice was low, deliberate. "Lucian will suffer, wondering what I'm doing to you, where I'm touching you, how I'm using you. Every time we step out together, it'll eat at him. And when he finally tries to take you back, that's when I decide. Maybe I let you go for a price. Or maybe I put a bullet in your skull just to watch him lose everything." His grip tightened slightly. "Make yourself worth more than revenge, or you won't survive this." The dim glow of neon barely cut through the haze of cigarette smoke. The club was nearly empty, just the kind of place where deals went down after midnight. My drink sat untouched as I scanned the room. Heath lurked in the shadows, armed and ready if things went sideways. Then he walked in. Cigar smoke curled around his face as he dropped into the seat beside me, eyes locked on the dancers. The scar running up his forearm caught the light, jagged, like someone had taken a knife to him and missed the kill shot. He took a slow drag, exhaling before finally speaking. "You're late." The knife wound ran from his shoulder down to his elbow, a deep gash that looked like someone had tried to fillet him alive. "Hunter Reyes is playing you," the informant hissed, sweat beading on his forehead. "He's moving way more cash than he's reporting, not just pocketing scraps, we're talking serious money." "Got proof." I wasn't about to put a bullet in a man without being damn sure. My reputation was built on fairness. People trusted my judgment because I didn't act on rumors. Killing the wrong guy would make me look reckless, and worse, it'd hurt business. "Just what I've seen," he admitted, shifting uncomfortably. "No hard evidence." Getting concrete proof in this line of work was like trying to grab smoke, nearly impossible without risking your own neck. My guys were reliable, even if they couldn't always hand me signed confessions or surveillance tapes. "I'll handle it," I said. A surprise visit would do the trick. Either I'd catch him red-handed, or the sheer terror of me showing up unannounced would straighten him out. "How much are we talking?" "Last deal. He pocketed 10 grand but only logged 5. That matched my records. Hunter was getting bold. I tossed a thick stack of bills onto the table. "Get out." He snatched the cash and vanished into the neon haze of the club. My mind wasn't on the dancers swaying on stage. It was locked on Hunter Reyes, the slick bastard running one of my biggest operations. He had connections stretching halfway across the globe, moving product faster than anyone else. The Cardello brothers were climbing the ranks, but even they weren't dumb enough to cross me. Then Yvonne slid onto the stool beside me, her dress barely there, her fingers tracing my arm like she was testing the temperature of a steak. "You look wound up, Balto." I knew that voice, smooth as whiskey with a bite. "Long night." She leaned in, her lips brushing my neck. "Let's make it longer." Yvonne was expensive, predictable, and damn good at her job. But my hands stayed in my lap, my focus elsewhere. It had been weeks since I'd let loose, but my mind was stuck on one woman, the wife of a man who'd be dead if he knew what I was thinking. "Not tonight," I said, peeling her fingers off me. She smirked, undeterred. A little stress relief never hurt anybody. I used to take her up on offers like that. Now, my attention was locked on a different target. One I had no business wanting. The desire to lose myself in her was overwhelming, craving that deep connection where nothing else mattered. Any other woman just wouldn't cut it, not after what I'd had. "Not tonight," I muttered. Yvonne gave me a skeptical look. "Since when do you turn down an offer?" I clenched my jaw, irritation flaring. Since now, good night." She rolled her eyes before vanishing into the dim lights of the club. I downed my drink, scanning the room until Heath dropped into the seat beside me. So, Hunter's full of it. His numbers are half what he claims. Heath scoffed. That bastard's digging his own grave. Along with a few others. His gaze flicked to the dancers before he leaned in. Who was that woman in black, the one who just walked off? One of mine. Off the menu, I shrugged. Not for you. It wasn't like I could call dibs on a professional. We'd shared before, no big deal. But Cassini, different league entirely. Heath smirked. What's her rate? High, but trust me, she earns it. Yet you sent her away. Because I did. He took a swig, eyeing me. Your little captive got you whipped. I scoffed. She's not even in my bed. Seriously, why? Because she's pissed. And damn, did I miss the way she used to be, wild, insatiable, like I was the only thing keeping her alive. Now, stubborn silence. The fire was still there, just buried under layers of anger. Heath chuckled. Who cares if she's mad? She's yours, make her. The thought alone was tempting, but I wanted the woman who used to beg for me, not some hollow victory. She'll break first. Or you'll die waiting. Meanwhile, there's a knockout over there ready to fix your mood. I rolled my eyes. Take her yourself. Just looking out for you, man. Don't. He downed the rest of his drink. Fine, when do we deal with Hunter? Soon, no warning, catch him off guard. Can't read him over the phone. You want backup. Not this time, we need to keep our connection quiet. Heath smirked, watching a dancer twirl around the pole. And why's that? I didn't answer. Some secrets were better kept in the dark. Could come in handy later. Does Cassini know about this? I shook my head. She was aware I had a brother, but the twin part, that was still under wraps. Lucian reached out to you. Not a chance. The guy didn't have the guts to challenge me directly. If he refused my terms, his wife wasn't coming home. Unless he was ready to declare war, which he wasn't, he had no moves left. Sure, he had enough firepower to level a city, but I commanded forces that could wipe out continents. He wasn't reckless enough to act without a meticulous strategy. You think he'll cave? Sooner or later, he'll bargain for Cassini. And you'll just hand her over. Maybe. Depends on his offer and how useful she proves to be. The elevator doors slid open at 4 a.m., the quiet hum the only sound in the penthouse. I emptied my pockets onto the entry table, my gaze drifting to the couch. Just like before, Cassini was curled up there, half asleep until the elevator's chime jolted her awake. She'd been waiting for that sound, clinging to it like a lifeline. Pathetic, really. I smirked as I approached, watching her scramble to sit up. The oversized t-shirt and boxers did nothing to hide the way her body tensed under my stare. She tried to play it cool, tucking her hair behind her ear like she hadn't been counting the minutes until I walked in. I just dozed off watching TV. I wasn't. Cut the act. My fingers itched to tear those clothes off her. Every damn time I was near her, my self-control evaporated. Jerking off wasn't cutting it anymore, never had. Fake satisfaction couldn't compare to the real thing. Before she could protest, I lifted her effortlessly, her body molding against mine like she belonged there. She gasped, her arm instinctively looping around my neck, but the moment her eyes flicked to the faint lipstick smudge on my collar, her grip tightened, not in desire but fury. I dropped her onto the bed, waiting for that familiar invitation. Instead, she scrambled back, her glare sharp enough to draw blood. Out with one of your other distractions tonight. I tilted my head, amused. Jealousy doesn't suit you, sweetheart, she scoffed. Spare me the righteous act. I know exactly what you are. And yet, here she was, still waiting up for me. The bright red smudge on his neck was impossible to miss. I shoved myself against the headboard, putting as much distance between us as possible. You really think I'm gonna let you touch me without protection when you've been out screwing around? I remembered Yvonne pressing her lips against my skin. That damn lipstick was probably still there, marking me like some kind of claim. My fingers brushed over the spot, coming away stained. She scoffed, arms crossed. Say what you will about Lucian, but at least he didn't lie about who he was. Comparing me to him, That stung. I didn't sleep with anyone tonight. Her glare was sharp enough to cut glass. Well, shit. Part of me was irritated she didn't trust me, but another part, thrilled. The way her jaw clenched at the thought of me with someone else, delicious. Fine, I was at a club, but not for the reason you think. She hesitated, arms still folded tight. One of my guys tipped me off about a dealer skimming profits. After we talked, one of the dancers came over. She got handsy, kissed my neck, offered more. I shut it down. Cassini's eyes burned like she wanted to set me on fire. And then I came home to you. You expect me to. I don't care if you believe me, I cut in, smirking. Honestly, watching you lose your mind over this is the best part of my night. If you want me to stay faithful, then make me. We both know you want to. She turned away, shoulders tense. Get out. Her voice wavered, and for a second I almost caved. Almost told her she was the only one I'd touched since we met. But where's the fun in that? I'd rather hear her demand it. Whatever you say, baby. I'm not your baby. I paused at the door, grinning. Then why do you care whose lipstick S on me? Cassini's pav, that damn lipstick, sent me over the edge. The idea of some woman all over him, kissing, touching, claiming, made my blood boil. I'd been waiting on the couch like an idiot while some other woman had her hands on him. He swore nothing happened. But could I trust that? This was the same man who broke into Lucian's house just to get to me. The same man who didn't give a damn about consequences. So why did I care? Because I did. And I wasn't about to pretend otherwise. What did it even matter if he was seeing other women? The lies didn't change anything. I was still trapped here, whether I liked it or not. His infidelity didn't erase the fact that I was his, no matter how furious I was. I'd trusted him before, but that smear of lipstick made my stomach twist like I'd been punched. I stayed locked in my room all day, refusing to face him. Those piercing blue eyes and that sharp jawline had a way of melting my resolve, and I couldn't risk that. It had been nearly 2 weeks since I'd spoken to my brothers. If I didn't reach out soon, they'd start digging, and that could get messy. The only way out of this gilded cage was to play his game, which probably meant giving in to him. The thought made my skin crawl, but what choice did I have? A knock at the door snapped me out of my thoughts. Go away, I muttered. Something heavy thudded against the floor, followed by the clink of silverware. His footsteps faded down the hall, leaving silence. Curiosity won. I cracked the door open to find a tray turkey sandwich, chips, a pickle, even a cold beer and water. My chest tightened for a second before I forced myself to scoff. Still, my stomach growled, so I dragged the food inside and devoured it. The beer went down too fast, leaving a dull ache behind my right eye from skipping meals. I spent the rest of the day soaking in the tub, flipping through a book and dozing off until dusk. Another knock came around 8. What? I snapped. Heading out for the night. His voice was casual, like this was normal. Funny how he used to stay in when we were together. Now, he was gone more often than not. Something slid across the floor. Got you a phone, my number's saved. What's stopping me from calling the cops or my family? His low laugh sent a shiver down my spine. Go ahead, sweetheart. His footsteps retreated, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Was this a business meeting, or was he meeting her? I'd never cared about Lucian's flings, but the idea of Balta with someone else made my chest burn. Pathetic. I clenched my fists, swallowing the words before they could escape. He already knew how I felt. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of hearing it. Stubbornness ran in the Cardello blood, and I wasn't about to break now. New detail. The sandwich had a note tucked under it, eat. You're too stubborn to starve. I crumpled it, but not before my traitorous heart skipped a beat. Admitting I had feelings for him would mean surrendering to the man who treated me like prey instead of a person. No, I'd hold on to my defiance as long as I could. Another sleepless night. The city lights blurred outside the window, a distant reminder of the life I'd lost. Back then, my days were simple. Evan and I shared a cramped apartment, cooking meals together, tangled in sheets before he left for work. But that world vanished the moment Lucian took over. Now, living under Balto's control was different, more complicated. The attraction was undeniable. From the second I spotted him in that dim bar, my pulse betrayed me. Even the way he left meals outside my door, gentle, patient, was unsettling. Lucian would have kicked the door down or backhanded me for defiance. But Balto, he was dangerous in a way that didn't involve bruises. Midnight found me raiding the kitchen, cookies in hand, before collapsing onto the couch. The silence was suffocating. Every creak of the floorboards had me bracing for disaster. Lucian wasn't above blowing the whole building sky-high just to prove a point. Balto couldn't stop that, but his presence was a shield. No one else had ever faced Lucian and walked away unscathed. Twice. The way he'd stubbed out a cigar on his own skin like it was nothing. The audacity to snatch me right from under Lucian's nose. It was terrifying. Thrilling. Alone, though, the fear crept back in. I tugged a blanket tight around me, the TV murmuring uselessly as exhaustion dragged me under. I needed to hear the elevator, needed to know the second he returned. Sleep came reluctantly, pulling me into a dream where I was back in Lucian's house. But it wasn't Lucian hovering over me. Balto's hands stripped away every pretense, his gaze claiming me with a ferocity that erased my past. My wedding ring was gone. In that moment, I wasn't just trapped. I was his, Balto's powerful frame pressed against mine, his body molding to me as he filled me completely. The heat between us was electric, every movement sending waves of pleasure through me. My fingers dug into his shoulders as I arched against him, my breath hitching with each deep stroke. His skin was slick with sweat, the friction between us only heightening the intensity. I bit my lip to stifle a moan, my mind racing. This wasn't just passion, it was reckless abandon. The way he moved, the way he claimed me, made me forget everything else. My thighs trembled as he pinned me down, his grip firm, his rhythm relentless. The couch creaked beneath us, but I barely noticed. All I could focus on was the way he made me feel, alive, desperate, consumed. Then reality flickered. One moment, I was lost in the dream of another man's touch. The next, Balto was there, his body real and demanding. His hands slid under my knees, pushing them back as he drove into me, his voice rough against my ear. "You gonna pretend you don't want this?" I didn't answer, couldn't. My body was already betraying me, tightening around him, pulling him deeper. The contrast between dream and reality blurred, but the pleasure was undeniable. His thrusts grew harder, his breath ragged, and I knew he was close. A sharp laugh escaped me. How had I ever thought this was just about lust? There was something darker, something possessive in the way he held me, like he was reclaiming what was his. My nails scraped down his back as I surrendered, letting the heat between us burn away every thought but one, more. And then, just like that, the world shattered. My back arched off the cushions, my vision whiting out as pleasure crashed over me. Balto followed, his groan muffled against my neck, his body shuddering as he spilled inside me. For a long moment, neither of us moved. The only sound was our ragged breathing, the only sensation the lingering aftershocks. Then, with a smirk, he pulled back just enough to meet my eyes. "Still think you can hide from me?" I didn't answer. I didn't have to. The way my body still clung to his said it. All my nails dug into his skin as I pulled him closer, my breath hitching when the wave of pleasure crashed over me. Balto! The intensity was overwhelming, almost too much to handle. My body trembled, every nerve on fire as I arched against him, desperate for more. A moan tore from my throat, raw and unrestrained, my fingers tightening in his hair. God, yes! My legs shook, muscles locking up, but nothing could dull the sheer ecstasy coursing through me. Then, just like that, reality snapped back into place. The heat, the hunger, it left me dizzy, exposed. I hadn't just slept with him, I'd needed it, needed him. Maybe it was reckless, maybe it was stupid, but for the first time in forever, I didn't feel alone. He smirked against my skin, his voice rough. Missed me that much, huh? My face burned. How the hell did he know? Before I could answer, he lifted me effortlessly, carrying me down the hall without breaking contact. His gaze was infuriating, smug, knowing. You were saying my name in your sleep. I scowled. Shut up, and he cut me off with a kiss, slow and deliberate, melting my resistance. His hands traced my curves, reigniting the fire I just tried to ignore. No, he murmured against my lips. I want to see you. I rolled my eyes but didn't fight when he pinned me beneath him, his touch turning possessive. His mouth moved over mine, teasing, tasting, until I forgot why I was even mad. Damn him. Damn him for making me feel this way, the heat of his body pressed against mine, as I stirred awake. The unfamiliar weight of a woman draped across my chest. My eyes fluttered open, careful not to disturb her. Cassini, sprawled on her stomach, her dark hair fanned over my shoulder like spilled ink. The sheets barely covered her, leaving smooth skin exposed where she curled against me, warm and unbothered despite the hard surface beneath us. Most women I'd known kept their distance after, clinging to their own space like I might burn them if they lingered too long. But not her. She claimed me in sleep the same way she did in passion, unapologetic, possessive. It was strange, waking up tangled in someone else's comfort, like she'd decided I was hers even when unconscious. A smirk tugged at my lips. Normally, I'd have already slipped out before dawn, avoiding the awkward morning after chatter. Yet here I was, letting her use me as a damn mattress. Her fingers twitched against my ribs, and for a second I wondered if she dreamed of me, or if I was just another warm body in the dark. The thought shouldn't have bothered me, but it did. I exhaled slowly, staring at the ceiling. This wasn't part of the deal, and yet I didn't move. She didn't just invade my personal space, she owned it, and I was more than okay with that. The scent of her perfume lingered, something subtle but intoxicating, mixing with the warmth of her skin pressed against mine. Every time she shifted, strands of her hair brushed over my arm, sending little sparks through me. My hand rested on the dip of her waist, that perfect curve I couldn't get enough of. She was all soft edges and gentle slopes, and I loved every inch of her. Lucien had the nerve to say she needed to drop a few pounds. What a joke. The guy was a walking red flag. Who insults their own wife like that, especially when she was flawless? Her thighs, the slight swell of her stomach, none of it was a flaw, it was everything. I'd never been into women who looked like they'd snap in half. Give me someone real, someone with shape, with presence. Call me traditional, but curves, that's where it's at. If Lucien couldn't see how stunning she was, that was his loss. Now she was mine, and hearing her whisper that she wanted me, only me, was better than any fantasy. No strip club, no wild night could top that. Just the thought of it was enough to keep me going for years. But she was out cold, sprawled across the sheets, the fabric slipping just enough to tease. I could have taken advantage, plenty of guys would, but I had self-control. Besides, she wasn't going anywhere. I had things to do, so I grabbed my gear and hit the gym downstairs. Heath was already there, grunting through reps like he was trying to prove something. 200 pounds, cute. That all you got? I smirked, tossing my water bottle onto the bench. He shot me a glare. Screw you. I loaded up my weights, falling into the rhythm of my routine. The gym was my church, and I never missed a service. Strength wasn't just about power, it was about respect. And let's be real, it didn't hurt when it came to attraction either. Cassini wasn't about to share, and I wasn't complaining. You're chipper today, Heath muttered between gulps of water. I arched a brow. You blind? Nah. You just look less like a pissed-off gorilla than usual. I racked the weights with a clang. I always look good, he snorted. Keep telling yourself that. The tension between us was thick enough to cut with a knife. Heath leaned back, smirking like he'd just won the lottery. $2,000 well spent on Yvonne last night. That girl's got skills, handles anything like a champ. I rolled my eyes. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. Prison must have been educational. His grin vanished. Watch it or I'll chuck a 45-pound plate at your skull. Please, you throw out your back trying. To my surprise, his anger dissolved into a laugh. Damn, you're in a mood today. Because I'm giving you hell. Nah, because you're actually joking. Last night, you looked like you were 2 seconds from snapping someone's neck. I shrugged. You were sitting right there. Maybe you were the target. He studied me, eyes narrowing like he was deciphering some hidden code. Finally got lucky, huh? Like he had any right to ask. Mind your business, Heath. That smug grin of his was infuriating. Took her long enough to give it up, or did you have to convince her? My grip tightened around my earbuds. That's a disgusting question. Which part? All of it. I jammed the buds in my ears, drowning him out with the bass line of my playlist. She was still asleep when I stepped out of the shower, sprawled across my bed like she owned it. One arm stretched out, searching for me in her sleep. The sight of her bare skin, messy hair, that unconscious need for me, had me ditching my boxers before I could second-guess it. She lay on her stomach, so I traced my fingers down her spine, pressing my lips to the curve of her neck. My hand slid lower, teasing her until my fingers slipped inside, still slick from last night. She stirred with a soft moan, eyelids fluttering open as pleasure dragged her awake. Not a bad way to start the morning, she murmured, arching into my touch. Get comfortable. This is happening a lot more. I pulled my fingers free and moved over her, lining myself up. The second I pushed in, her breath hitched, and I had to bite back a groan. Nothing compared to this, not money, not power. Just her, warm and willing beneath me. I fisted her hair, tilting her head back to claim her mouth as I moved, slow and deep. Best damn way to wake up our bodies moved together in a heated rhythm, my hips driving deep into her slick warmth. She gasped into my mouth, her lips barely able to keep up with mine as pleasure overtook her. 2 weeks without her had felt like an eternity. Every touch, every moan, every second apart had been torture. Now, with her beneath me, I wasn't holding back. Her body responded instantly, arching against the sheets as I angled myself just right, hitting that sweet spot that made her tremble. The way she came undone so fast was intoxicating. Her nails dug into the mattress, her breath ragged. I loved how she couldn't even form words, just desperate sounds that only fueled me more. And then there was Lucien. The thought of him at home, stewing in jealousy while I claimed what was mine, sent a rush through me. Let him plot. Let him seethe. Every time I filled her, every time she gasped my name, it was another victory. When I finally pulled away, she collapsed against the bed, spent but satisfied. I smirked at the sight, her skin flushed, her body still trembling from the aftershocks. Even now, she was the only one who held my attention long after the heat faded. She stretched lazily, then shot me a playful glare. "You're impossible," she muttered, but there was a smirk tugging at her lips. "Hungry?" I asked, pulling on my boxers. "Only if you're making French toast." "That's breakfast." She rolled her eyes. "Fine, Mr. Discipline. Do you ever just live a little?" I leaned in, brushing my lips against her ear. "I do, just not with carbs." She laughed, shoving me away before finally getting up. The sound of her laughter was almost as satisfying as the way she'd moaned my name moments before. Almost she smirked, shaking her head as she pushed the cereal bowl aside. "You really think it's just about your abs and that ridiculous gym bod?" Her fingers tapped against the table, nails still slightly chipped from last night when she dug them into my back. I leaned back in my chair, salmon halfway to my mouth. "Enlighten me, then." She tilted her head, that playful glint back in her eyes. "It's the way you listen, actually pay attention when I talk, even if it's just me rambling about some stupid documentary. Most guys zone out after 2 sentences. She traced the rim of her bowl, milk dripping from her spoon. "And yeah, fine, the way you move doesn't hurt, like you know what you're doing with those hands." I snorted. "So it is about the abs." "Shut up." She kicked me under the table, but her grin gave her away. It's the way you don't act like you're doing me a favor by being here. You want to be here. That's rare. I chewed slowly, watching her. She wasn't wrong. Most guys in my position would have bolted after the first complication. But here I was, eating salmon in my kitchen while she sat across from me in nothing but my shirt and that damn thong she'd started stockpiling in my dresser. She sighed, finally taking a bite of her now soggy cereal. And okay, maybe the whole dark and brooding thing works for you. But don't let it go to your head. Too late, I smirked, pushing my empty plate away. So my turn, what's your real answer? She licked milk off her lip, considering. You're relentless in every way. Her foot slid up my calf under the table. And you make me feel like I'm the only woman in the room, even when we both know I'm not. I caught her ankle before she could pull away. You are the only one in this room. She rolled her eyes, but her cheeks flushed. See, that's the problem. You say shit like that and actually mean it. I tugged her foot into my lap, grinning when she nearly spilled her cereal. Guess you're stuck with me, then. She muttered something about inflated egos, but the way her toes curled against my thigh told a different story. There's something about you. The way you carry yourself, that unshakable confidence, the way your gaze pins me down like I'm yours. It's intense, almost suffocating, but in the best way. You make me feel exposed, even when I'm dressed. And that strength, it's like a shield. Nothing could touch me when I'm with you. Lucian might be ruthless, a man whose ended lives right in front of me, surrounded by people who fear him. But you're the only one who's ever made him hesitate. Funny how she didn't bring up the money. Most women would have tripped over themselves for the chance to wear my diamonds, to flaunt my name like a trophy. But not her. All she cared about was safety. Maybe because she hadn't known it in so long, betrayed by someone she trusted, left to rot while he moved on without a second thought. Then came Lucian, turning her life into a nightmare. Now here she was, stuck with me. And yet, despite everything, she still wanted me. I took another bite of salmon while she poked at her cereal, the milk turning the flakes into mush. So, you hate me. The words had hit harder than I expected. She loathed me, but that didn't stop her from craving me. Yes. She shoved the bowl away, done pretending to eat. You hate me but still want me all to yourself. Hate and desire don't cancel each other out. But they don't exactly go together either. I kept eating, watching her. So why the hatred? I'd never laid a hand on her, never forced her into anything. Even when she lashed out, I made sure she was fed. She had it better than most in her position. She glared, her green eyes burning. I'm locked up, tagged like an animal with no say in anything. A real man wouldn't need chains to keep a woman. If I were free, I'd still choose you because I want to. Only a coward forces someone to stay. I never forced you. Last night, I woke up with you because you were moaning my name, touching yourself. Don't act like you didn't beg for it. Her jaw clenched, but she didn't deny it. And let's be honest, you'd take me over him any day. That was before you turned into my jailer. Want me to send you back? I dared her. Say the word. She went still. The thought of Lucian was enough to silence her. I thought you were saving me. I did. Then why am I still a prisoner? Freedom isn't free, I reminded her. You've got to earn it. And last night, when she admitted she didn't want to share me, that was the first step. She dragged me into her orbit, her grip tight with a mix of hatred and obsession. My bed was her only choice, night after night. So, what was last night, then? I asked, testing the waters. A decent opening act, she shot back, exhaling sharply, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. What do I have to do to get some real freedom around here? I smirked. She could have the world if she played the game right. A private security detail will take you anywhere, anytime. Unlimited spending, visits home, nights out, whatever. But you sleep here. With me, it's non-negotiable. I could see the gears turning. She wanted her own space, her own rules, but she didn't push back. Smart. When does this start? When you prove you deserve it. I need a date. My brothers are probably losing their minds. You've got a phone. Yeah, and I don't have their numbers memorized. Who does? Guess they'll keep worrying then. Her temper flared, fingers twitching like she was seconds away from launching something at my skull. "This isn't a dictatorship. You want me to earn my way? Fine. But I need my family. Take me to them, or this whole arrangement falls apart." Most people wouldn't dare make demands, not unless they wanted a knife at their throat. But this tiny firecracker, she stood her ground, impressive. "I'll think about it." "No, you'll." "I said I'll think." I stood, grabbing both our empty dishes before she could protest further. Watching her fight was entertaining, but she needed to learn words didn't move me. Actions did. Arguing was pointless. Balto wasn't Lucian, he had a shred of decency, but he wasn't handing out favors either. The power was his, and he'd hold on to it until I gave him what he wanted. So, fine, I'd play the role. The perfect lover, the woman who made his life easier. Maybe then I'd claw back some control. The whole day burned with my silent fury. I locked myself away, wrestling with the truth there was no escape. No happy ending, just survival. And right now, that meant bending before I broke running wasn't an option. Lucian would track me down in a heartbeat, and I'd be right back where I started. As much as I hated to admit it, Balto was my only shield against him. So, swallowing my pride, I walked into the dining room where he sat, finishing up a plate of dried chicken and steamed broccoli. The guy had some kind of vendetta against carbs, which was borderline obsessive. Meanwhile, my childhood was practically built on pasta. My family's business revolved around it. Mom had it on the table most nights. The contrast was almost comical. Balto barely glanced up as I entered, lounging in his chair like he owned the air around him. "There's extra if you're hungry," he offered, voice flat. Hard pass. He didn't react, just dumped his dishes in the sink and headed toward his room, completely unfazed by my attitude. The guy was a brick wall. "You going out tonight?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but the thought of being alone twisted my stomach. The couch wasn't exactly a sanctuary, and Lucian wasn't the type to give up. He might fear Balto, but he was smart, dangerously so. Balto paused mid-step, turning just enough for me to catch the flex of his back muscles under his sweatpants. The guy was built like a tank. Nope. Relief hit me harder than I expected. Last night, curled up beside him, had been the first time in ages I'd slept without nightmares. No shadows, no panic, just the weird comfort of knowing someone capable of leveling a city was inches away. He waited, like he expected me to say more. When I didn't, he vanished into his room, shutting the door with a quiet click. I stood there, staring at the empty hallway. Maybe he was done playing my games, or maybe he just didn't care enough to stick around. Back in my room, I sifted through the drawer of lingerie he'd stocked, all black, all designed to leave very little to the imagination. Classy. I tugged on a one-piece that squeezed me in all the right and wrong places, then checked the mirror. Definitely not something I'd wear to brunch. Gunfire echoed from his room, either an action movie or a video game. I pushed the door open without knocking. Sure enough, there he was, sprawled against the headboard, controller in hand, eyes locked on the screen. Of all things, this terrifying man was a gamer. I stepped closer, finally pulling his attention. His gaze flicked to me, then back to the TV, before snapping right back, realization dawning. The corner of his mouth twitched. That's new. His gaze snapped back to me, lingering on the curve-hugging black sequins that shimmered under the dim bedroom light. The controller clattered onto the couch as he abandoned the game completely, his character's death screen flashing unnoticed behind him. The heat in his stare was undeniable. Those piercing blue eyes locked onto me like I was the only thing in the room. His abs flexed under his shirt, his breath hitching just slightly as he took me in. Normally, slipping into something this revealing would have me second-guessing myself, but the way he looked at me, it erased every doubt. His hands moved to the waistband of his sweats, shoving them down just enough to free his cock, already thick and flushed with need. "Get over here," he murmured, voice rough. I didn't hesitate, climbing onto the bed and settling over him, my thighs framing his hips. His grip was instant, fingers pressing into my waist hard enough to leave marks as he pulled me flush against him. The thin fabric between us did nothing to hide the heat of his skin or the way he pulsed against me. His touch slid lower, deftly unhooking the delicate clasp between my legs. The second his fingers found my clit, my breath caught. He knew exactly how to touch me, firm but not too rough, teasing just enough to make my back arch. I bit my lip, trying to focus, but then he started moving me against him, dragging my hips in slow, deliberate strokes. The friction was maddening, and suddenly my original plan, using this moment to negotiate seeing my brothers, was the last thing on my mind. "You're killing me," he growled, his jaw tight as his gaze raked over me. "If I don't feel you come first, I'm not gonna last." His hands guided me harder, faster, until the tension coiled tight in my stomach snapped. I gripped his shoulders, riding out the wave as pleasure crashed through me, my nails digging into his skin. And just like that, I was lost in him again, completely, recklessly consumed the moment his name left my lips. I couldn't stop repeating it, my voice barely audible. His grip tightened in my hair as his mouth crashed against mine, rough and demanding, like my defiance only fueled him. He kissed me like he owned me, like I was his, not just his captive, but something more. His fingers trailed lower, slipping inside me, and when he felt how wet I was, a low groan escaped him. "Ride me, now." He let go of my hair, pulling his fingers free before gripping himself, lining up with my entrance. My mind was hazy, but I forced myself to focus. This wasn't just about submission, it was leverage. "I want to see my family tomorrow," I demanded, lifting myself just enough to keep him from taking control. His expression didn't change, like my words meant nothing. "You ever hear what happens when you poke a starving grizzly?" His voice was dark, edged with warning. "That's when they're the most dangerous." I knew exactly what he was implying. "Fuck me," he growled, yanking me down. I resisted, digging my nails into his shoulders. "Not until you promise. Take me to them tomorrow and I'll give you what you want." His jaw clenched, anger flashing in his eyes. "Fine, I'll think about it." "Say it, give me your word." His nostrils flared as he glared at me. "You're really pushing your luck, and you're not getting anything until I do." His hand wrapped around my throat, not tight enough to hurt, but enough to remind me who was in charge. "You'll regret this." I didn't care. My brothers were all that mattered, they had to be losing their minds by now. "Promise me," I repeated. His gaze locked onto mine, his body still rigid beneath me, as if my defiance only made him harder. Finally, he exhaled sharply. "Tomorrow, you'll see them." Victory. Even if it came with consequences, it was worth it. My brothers would know the truth, but he wasn't done. "You're gonna pay for this," he muttered before slamming me down onto him, forcing himself deep in one brutal thrust. I gasped as he filled me completely, his grip bruising on my hips. "Move," he ordered, guiding me with rough hands. So I did. I gave him exactly what he wanted, riding him hard, taking every inch until he groaned beneath me. His eyes burned as he watched, drinking in every movement, every shudder of my body. "You're gonna feel this tomorrow," he taunted, his voice thick with satisfaction, and I would. But for now, I had won. Cassini kept his promise, but the aftermath wasn't exactly pleasant. The next morning, every muscle in my body ached, especially between my thighs. He hadn't let up all night. Even when I dozed off, he woke me up, pinning me beneath him like I was his personal plaything. My petite frame wasn't built to handle someone his size for hours on end, and now I was sore in ways I hadn't known were possible. When I finally peeled my eyes open, Balto was still out cold beside me, his massive chest rising and falling in slow, steady breaths. Even asleep, he looked like a grizzly bear, powerful, untamed, and more than a little terrifying. Despite the lingering discomfort, I'd slept better than I had in weeks. There was something oddly comforting about having him nearby, like a storm you couldn't escape, but somehow didn't want to. I dragged myself to the shower, then threw on a pair of jeans and a fitted long-sleeve shirt, nothing flashy, just simple, comfortable clothes. Unlike Lucien, who insisted on dressing me like some trophy on display, Balto had actually bought me normal things. Clothes I could breathe in. Clothes that didn't scream, "Look at me." By the time I was pouring cereal into a bowl, Balto emerged from the hallway, his dark hair slightly tousled, black sweatpants hanging low on his hips. He grabbed coffee, then rummaged through the fridge like last night hadn't even happened. My gaze lingered on the muscles flexing along his back, remembering how he'd made me ride him for what felt like forever, treating me more like a stress ball than a person. Was this my punishment? The soreness? Or was there something worse coming? He pulled out a carton of egg whites and some vegetables. "I know I shouldn't ask, but you want any?" "Not a chance." "Fine, won't ask again." He dumped the eggs into a pan, moving with the same controlled precision he did everything else. I snatched a banana from the fruit bowl, leaning against the counter. "So when are we leaving?" "After my workout." "How long is that gonna take?" "Hour and a half." I nearly choked. Who the hell worked out that long? Where do my brothers live? They're at work right now. Then shouldn't we go later? Nah, they work together, easiest way to catch them both at once. He shoveled his food onto a plate, then ate standing up, like sitting was too much effort. "What do they do?" I took a bite of banana. "They run a pasta company. It was our grandparents, then our parents. Now it's theirs and mine, technically." Balto froze mid-chew, his eyes locking onto me like I'd just confessed to murder. Then, slowly, he started chewing again, but the air between us had shifted. Something unreadable flickered in his gaze. And suddenly, I wasn't so sure this visit was just about keeping his word. He pushed his plate aside before finishing his meal, setting it down on the counter with a quiet clink. "Who makes this pasta?" "Cardello Italian cuisine." His expression froze, like the name had punched him in the gut. "Seriously?" He didn't say another word, just crossed his arms and stared straight through me. "You wouldn't know it, though. You avoid carbs like they're poison." "Wait, that's your last name, Cardello?" "Yeah." His gaze locked onto some invisible point across the kitchen before he turned and walked out, abandoning his food and shutting down the conversation. Did he know my brothers? That didn't make sense. My brothers ran a legit business, while Balto operated in the shadows. But maybe he kept tabs on every business owner in the city, his turf, after all. I followed him into his bedroom, frustration simmering. "You know them or something." He ignored me, yanking workout gear from his dresser and changing without a word. He laced up his sneakers, grabbed his earbuds, and brushed past me like I wasn't even there. "Are you seriously not going to answer me?" I snapped. "Back in 90 minutes. He didn't even glance my way. Whatever this icy act meant, I'd crack it before the day was over. We climbed into his truck and drove across town toward the factory. Balto didn't ask for directions. He navigated the streets like he'd memorized them, pulling up to the curb like he'd been here 100 times. I should go in alone. He cut the engine, his grip tight on the wheel. 15 minutes. This isn't a quick conversation. 15 minutes until I walk in. That's a terrible idea. My brothers already despised Lucien. Balto would send them into a rage, especially Case. And Balto, he didn't back down from anything. If they mouthed off, he'd retaliate without hesitation. I don't agree. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have come. You don't touch them, I'm serious. I touch whoever I want. Balto. I held his gaze until he finally looked at me. Those striking blue eyes, once innocent, now hardened, gave nothing away. In my world, no one gets a free pass. If they push me, I push back harder. Your best bet, make sure they don't. I can't stop them from, and you can't stop me. Turned back to the windshield. 15 minutes. No turning back now. I stepped out and headed inside, weaving through the halls until I reached the kitchen where Case and Dirk usually tested new recipes. Empty. Further back at the paperwork table, Case sat alone, A half-empty bottle of scotch beside him. The exhaustion was written all over Case's face, deep shadows under his bloodshot eyes, like he hadn't slept in weeks. I knew exactly why. Case! His head whipped toward me, his reaction lightning fast. For a split second, he just stared, disbelief flashing across his face before relief crashed in. Cassini! He shot up from his chair, nearly knocking it over as he rushed toward me. Where the hell have you been? I've been blowing up your phone for days and nothing. Even Lucian ghosted me. His arms locked around me in a vice-like grip, the kind of desperate hug he only gave when things were bad. The last time, our dad's funeral. I'm fine, Case, I muttered into his shoulder. He held on a second longer before pulling back, his expression shifting from relief to fury. If you're fine, then what's the deal? You never go radio silent like this. Did that piece of trash hurt you? No, listen, Dirk needs to hear this. He grabbed his phone off the counter, dialing before I could stop him. She's here, yeah, alive, get up here now. He slammed the phone down, jaw tight. We were ready to kick his door in if we had to. Wouldn't expect anything less. And when I told them the truth, they'd be kicking down a different door. Dirk burst in moments later, his initial relief melting into his usual cold detachment the second he saw I wasn't bleeding. Don't ever pull that crap again. We were about to lose it. He gave me a rough, one-armed squeeze before stepping back, arms crossed. I'll try, I said dryly. Case leaned against the counter, his gray shirt stained with what looked like spaghetti sauce, probably from stress cooking. His build was lean but strong, not unlike Balto's. So, Spill, did he lock you in a basement or something? It's complicated, I started, bracing myself, and you're gonna hate it. Case's expression turned stormy. Dirk sucked in a sharp breath. Lucian's got one guy he's actually scared of. I've never seen him shake like that, like a cornered rat. This guy walks in and Lucian just folds. The irony wasn't lost on me. He'd throw punches at me, but against a real threat. Pathetic. We were at the Opera House when he showed up. Burned Lucian's hand with a cigar like it was nothing. Took out his guys without breaking a sweat. Turns out Lucian screwed him over on some deal. Case's patience snapped. And this matters because, I said, my pulse picking up, he's about to walk through that door. New detail, the faint smell of burnt coffee lingered in the air, a half-empty pot forgotten on the counter, evidence of their sleepless nights waiting for me. Tone shift, from tense to darkly amused, and the best part. Lucian, the big bad wolf who loved throwing his weight around, had practically pissed himself when Balto strolled in. Real tough guy, the night everything changed. A stranger stormed into our home and gave Lucian an ultimatum. Return what he stole or swear total loyalty. When Lucian refused, the man took me instead. Case stood frozen, absorbing the weight of my words, while Dirk's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. I've been with him ever since, I admitted, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. No phone, no freedom, just a tracker in my ankle to keep me from running. And this guy, he makes Lucian look like an amateur, before you two start making threats. Who the hell is this bastard? Case cut in, his voice razor sharp. Give me a damn pen and I'll carve him up like a Thanksgiving turkey. You're not some damn trophy to be traded. I hated it too, being treated like property, fought over for my looks and what men thought they could take. Dirk's voice was quieter but just as tense. Who is he? There's nothing you can do, I warned. Please don't provoke him. Balto wouldn't hesitate to hurt them if they stepped out of line. I had to keep them calm before he walked in. He said he'd kill you both if you tried anything. Case scoffed, his jaw clenched. Let him try. He's outside right now, I said, nodding toward the window where his truck idled in the driveway. Watching. Is this some sick power play? Case growled, flashing his prize in front of us. No, I said softly. I asked him to bring me here. He's brutal, but he's not Lucian. I just want to be free again, but since that's never happening, at least he's the lesser evil. Case's nostrils flared. Who is he? You wouldn't know him, I muttered. He runs some kind of underground syndicate. Disappears most nights doing who knows what. If Lucian's scared of him, that tells you everything. When he comes in, just don't engage. Case took a step forward, his fists tight. My brothers were good men, hardworking, running the family pasta business with pride, never cutting corners even when costs rose. They didn't belong in this world. His name is Balto, that's all I know. The name hit them like a punch. Dirk's breath caught. Balto, as in the Skull King. I blinked. The what? Case's arms dropped to his sides, his anger momentarily eclipsed by shock. That Balto. I could only stare, realization dawning. The name meant something to them, something far worse than I'd imagined. You know him? Case gave a slow nod, his expression darkening. Unfortunately. Tell me, does he wear a diamond skull ring on his left hand? My stomach dropped. They did know him. Yeah. Dirk dragged his hands down his face, groaning. Damn it. Case's gaze locked onto me, his jaw tight, eyes unreadable. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples like he was fighting off a headache. How the hell do you know him? Good question. I'd married a criminal and still hadn't heard of Balto until recently. So why did these two guys, who supposedly ran a pasta shop, recognize the most dangerous man in the city? Case didn't wait for an answer. How long has this been going on? Almost 3 weeks. By now, I spent more nights in his bed than my own. Using intimacy as leverage was a gamble, and I had a sinking feeling it'd backfire sooner rather than later. You said he's better than Lucian, Case pressed, voice strained. Meaning he treats you right. The ache in his eyes was unmistakable, the helplessness of knowing he couldn't shield me from the ugliness of this world. Yeah, he does. I couldn't meet his stare, the guilt was too heavy. No bruises, no demands, he lets me eat what I want. Freedom's still off the table, but he says I'll earn it. Case didn't ask how, he wasn't naive. He knew exactly what men like Balto wanted from women like me. Some truths were too ugly to voice. Lucian won't stop coming for me, I admitted. But against Balto, he doesn't stand a chance. Case's silence was answer enough. Then heavy footsteps echoed behind me, each one vibrating through the floor like a warning. I didn't turn, but I felt him. The heat of his presence, the raw power rolling off him in waves. Case's expression hardened, the vulnerability vanishing behind a mask of ice. Dirk mirrored him, squaring his shoulders like he was ready for a fight. Balto stopped beside me but kept his hands to himself. His stare locked onto Case, a silent challenge. Even in a simple t-shirt and jeans, he was terrifying. The man could wear pajamas and still command a room like a loaded gun. Case, he said, voice smooth. Case didn't flinch. Asshole. I winced. Here we go, Balto just chuckled. Asshole. I'm the one who pulled your sister out of hell. Then do her a favor, Case shot back, talking over me like I wasn't even there. Save her from you and walk away. She's not some damn trophy. Case was either incredibly reckless or had a death wish because he closed the distance between them, standing toe-to-toe with Balto like he thought he could intimidate him. Balto didn't flinch, just stared him down, unimpressed. You think Lucian won't come for her? Case snarled. We both know you couldn't protect her if he did. If you had the power, she wouldn't be here in the first place. But you didn't lift a finger, not one. Balto stepped forward, forcing Case to stumble back. I took her. That makes her mine. Like hell she is, Case shot back, his voice dripping with disgust. Real men don't claim women like property. They don't have to force them, they earn them. The fact that you can't, that just proves you're nothing but a weak, insecure coward. Balto could have thrown the truth in his face, that I was the one who sought him out, that I never wanted to leave his side. But he kept his mouth shut, letting Case believe whatever he wanted. Walk away, Balto warned, his voice low. Case made the mistake of shoving him, like trying to move a damn boulder. Balto barely rocked back, just smirked like this was the most entertaining thing he'd seen all day. Your sister begged me not to hurt you. Push me again, and I'll snap your wrist like a twig. Predictably, Case reared back to throw a punch. I grabbed his arm, yanking him away. Stop, this won't fix anything. He shoved me off harder than he ever had before, his anger boiling over. She's suffered enough. Let her go. Balto's amusement never faded. Not a chance. The weight of his words crushed the air from my lungs. Forever. That word was a prison all on its own. Lucian screwed me over, Balto said, stepping closer. And she's how I make him pay. Right now, he's losing his mind knowing I have something he can't take back. He'll either give me what I want for her or he'll come at me and lose. She's the key to all of it. So get used to the idea you're never getting her back. The finality in his voice killed any last shred of hope. My options? Stay useful to Balto long enough that Lucian wouldn't want me by the time he got bored, or get traded back like some bargaining chip. Neither was great, but at least with Balto, I had a shot at freedom. Or maybe, just maybe, someone else would take Lucian out first. If that happened, I could cut this damn tracker out of my ankle and disappear. Not exactly how I pictured my 20s, but fighting was pointless. Balto was untouchable, the most dangerous man in the country. I had no chance. Neither did my brothers. Case stood there, shaking with rage, fists clenched but powerless. Dirk glared like he was imagining gutting Balto right there on the spot. Added detail, the tension in the room was so thick you could choke on it, the scent of sweat and gun oil mixing with the sharp tang of fear. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared, the sound grating against the silence like a bad joke. I tightened my grip on Case's arm, pulling him and Dirk further from the scene. "You have to drop this," I insisted, my voice low but firm. His jaw clenched, eyes burning with frustration. How am I supposed to just accept this? That guy isn't just dangerous, he's a monster. You think you understand him, but you don't. There's nothing he won't do. Maybe he was right, but what choice did I have? He'll lose interest eventually. If we're lucky, it'll be after Lucian's out of the picture. Then maybe he'll let me walk away. Case scoffed, shooting a glare past me. Or he'll slit your throat and dump you in a ditch. I shook my head. Yeah, Balto was terrifying, but not senseless. I'd pushed him before, defied him, even mocked him, and he never laid a hand on me. If he wanted me dead, I wouldn't be standing here. I don't think it'll come to that. Dirk cut in, his voice sharp. You're naive. The Skull King doesn't play by normal rules. He owns this city, cops, criminals, everything. You're just another pawn to him. The title alone sent a chill down my spine. But I wasn't a threat, just a woman caught in the wrong place. I'm trying to stay hopeful, I muttered. Case's expression softened, but his worry didn't fade. Hope won't protect you. Deserve better than this. I met his gaze, forcing a weak smile. Life doesn't care about deserve. I made a mistake, and now I'm paying for it. You shouldn't pay forever, he shot back. We'll figure something out, I swear it. I squeezed his arm again, my chest tight. The worst thing you could do is get yourself killed trying to save me. Just stay safe, that's all I need. Balto's voice cut through the tension, impatient. Enough talking, let's go. I blinked. He never called me baby in front of others. Was he trying to provoke them? I'll see you soon, I told my brothers, pulling them into a quick hug. Case held on a second too long, his grip desperate. Love you, he whispered. Love you too. The lie slipped out too easily. I'll be okay, a half-truth at best, but if it eased his mind even a little, it was worth it. Turning back, I faced Balto. Dressed in black, his cold stare cutting through the air, he looked every bit the ruthless kingpin they feared. No crown, no throne, just sheer, terrifying power. And for now, I had no choice but to play along. I'd never been on the receiving end of his brutality, but I knew deep down he had a darkness inside him. Walking up to him, I couldn't hide the ache in my expression. Seeing my brothers again was a relief, but the weight of their worry clung to me like a shadow. They felt responsible for me now that Dad was gone, like they had to shield me from the world. But that was never going to happen. Balto's gaze locked onto mine, unreadable and indifferent, completely untouched by the emotion in my eyes. The man was like stone, cold and unyielding, incapable of absorbing anything around him. He held my stare a beat too long before finally looking away. Case is breathing right now because of you. Don't forget that. I could have blown up Case and Dirk's whole operation by exposing their little side hustle in the warehouse, but I wasn't the type to snitch. Cassini had no clue what her brothers were really into, and honestly, that was their mess to explain. I also kept my mouth shut about the fact that Cassini and I had been tangled up in each other for weeks before I took her. Our secret fling was fire, hot enough to make every other woman fade into the background. I could have thrown it in their faces that their sister couldn't get enough of me. But again, not my style. Some secrets were better left buried. Ride back was quiet, tension humming between us. I pulled the truck into the garage and killed the engine. "You need to loosen the leash a little," she demanded, like she had any right to make requests. The audacity almost made me smirk. "I don't need to do anything." I stepped out, heading straight for the elevator. She followed, persistent as ever. "At least let me stay with Case when you're gone. I hate being stuck here by myself." The doors slid open, and we stepped into the penthouse. "You're not alone." "You're not here," she shot back. I turned, catching the defiance in her eyes. "I want you here when I come back. Then I'll just—" "No," my voice cut through her protest. "I don't need another man babysitting what's mine. Just because I'm not in the room doesn't mean you're not being watched. The answer's no. It'll always be no." I left her standing there, disappointment written all over her face, and moved to the kitchen. Pouring myself a glass of scotch, I let the burns settle in my chest while I cooked. She slumped into a chair at the table, lost in thought, her fingers absently tracing the wood grain. By the time I sat across from her with my plate, she hadn't touched a thing. Not eating, not hungry. I took a slow sip of my drink, watching the way her lips pursed in frustration. "So," I said between bites, "how are you planning to get back at me?" A flicker of something dangerous passed behind her eyes. "You'll find out. You gonna hit me." She dropped her hands flat on the table, avoiding my gaze like the answer scared her. Truth was, I had no problem putting someone in their place, man or woman, but the thought of laying a finger on her didn't even cross my mind. The thought of causing her pain made my stomach twist. Hurting enemies, that was fair game, they had it coming. But her, never. "No," I answered firmly. Her eyes locked onto mine, searching for truth. "Would you ever hurt me?" Honesty was tricky. If I admitted I wouldn't, she might push boundaries. But control didn't always mean bruises. "No," I repeated. A flicker of relief softened her expression. "You don't need violence to keep someone in check. Punishing me and controlling me are two different things," she countered, chin lifting. "Good luck trying." A smirk tugged at my lips. Challenge accepted. I polished off my meal, then swirled the scotch in my glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. She eyed the drink. "Isn't it a little early for that?" "Time's just a suggestion," I said, sliding the glass toward her. "Try it," she nudged it back. "Not my thing." I pushed it closer. "Better get used to it." "Why?" She left the glass untouched. "You'll stick out like a sore thumb at the underground." Her brow furrowed. "What's the underground?" "Our base. You were practically on its doorstep when I took you from Lucian." "Well, the parking lot of the building next door, but close enough." She finally took a sip, her face impressively neutral. "Still don't get the hype. If I drank like you, I'd be wasted 24/7. Now that I'd pay to see." She rolled her eyes. "Not much of a show, I just get quiet. Then I'll make sure you're really gone." "What are you like when you're drunk?" I grinned. "This is me drunk." Her eyebrow arched. "I haven't been sober in 10 years. "That's gonna wreck your liver." "Doesn't matter," I shrugged. "I won't live long enough for it to catch up." "Why that?" She slid the glass back to me. "In my world, careers are short." The tension between us had eased. The white tee she wore made her skin glow, and her dark hair spilled over her shoulders like silk. "That doesn't scare you, not even a little. Everyone's afraid of dying." "I'm more afraid of getting old," I admitted. "Weakness is worse than death. I'd rather go out on top than get picked off when I'm slow." She frowned. Who'd come after you? You could just retire, live quietly. Retirement. I almost laughed. Sounds like a slow death sentence. Picture it me, alone in some empty mansion, counting cracks in the ceiling. Maybe my brother would visit, maybe not. Either way, it'd be pathetic. She tilted her head. No wife, no kids. I stared at her like she'd grown a second head. Do I look like the settling down type? The whiskey burned my throat as I took another sip, watching her from across the dimly lit room. I pay for company when I want it, and I took you as leverage. You really think I'd settle down with some picket fence fantasy? She tilted her head unfazed. People grow, priorities shift. Not like that, I scoffed. Not for men like me. Ever think about it, though? She pressed. I ignored her, pointless chatter, but she kept going undeterred. I do, a home, a family, somewhere quiet, away from all this. Delusional. Her fate was sealed, trapped with me, dead or back in Lucian's clutches. No white picket future waited for her. Glass clinked as I set it down. 3 weeks and still no word from Lucian. Patience was running thin. So, she ventured, they call you the Skull King. I flexed my left hand, the obsidian ring glinting under the low light. That's right. Because of the ring. Because I rule, I corrected. The ring's just a trophy. A billion-dollar target I dare anyone to try and take. Nothing like watching some fool's ambitions snap under my hands. She smirked. Think anyone's dumb enough to go after Lucian's? I shrugged. Doubt it. He's probably locked his away by now, knowing what's coming. Her curiosity didn't waver. What exactly do the Skull Kings do? We started as hired blades, I said. Name your price, we'd bury your problem. Then we moved up guns, territory, influence. Now I own this city. Every thief, dealer, and killer pays their dues to me. And they just agree. They like breathing, I said flatly. I keep the chaos in check. No turf wars, no loose cannons. Cross me and you disappear. Her eyes narrowed. So Lucian doesn't pay you. Not everyone bends the knee, I admitted. Some prefer to fight, that's why I'm always working. She leaned back, arms crossed. And why you're alone? Alone, I smirked. I'm never alone, I just don't do attachments. Women are temporary. You're here because I want you here, nothing more. Her laugh was sharp. Sounds lonely. No love, no trust, just money and power. What's the end game? I swirled the whiskey, the ice clinking. Control, the freedom to crush anyone who stands in my way. That's the only thing that matters. For a second, something flickered in her gaze, pity maybe. But she said nothing. Smart girl maybe, my life wasn't full of deep meaning, but I had something Cassini clearly didn't appreciate. She scoffed, lost in her own nostalgia. The best nights were when my whole family sat around the table, sharing cheap wine and fresh bread. My mom would cook something incredible, and my dad would get wasted retelling the same old stories. Didn't matter if we were broke, we felt like royalty just being together. My parents were gone long before I could remember them, and my only living relative was my insufferable brother. Childhood, more like survival. Not everyone gets the hallmark family experience. She rolled her eyes. We weren't perfect. That's the whole point. Her judgment was grating. This woman had made terrible choices, yet she acted superior. You're not some saint, so drop the act. I never claimed to be. Sure, but you're looking at me like I'm some stray dog you pity. Or maybe, she shot back, I'm just trying to figure you out. Nothing to figure out, what you see is what you get. Yeah, she muttered, catching the edge in my voice. I'm starting to see that. A heavy silence settled between us before she finally asked, so how'd you become the Skull King? 5 years back. The last guy just retire, I smirked. Not exactly. He screwed up one too many times. The crew voted him out, but he wouldn't go quietly, so they picked me to take his place the old-fashioned way. Her brows shot up. What does that mean? Hand to hand, no weapons, just fists. She leaned in skeptical. First to tap out. First to stop breathing. The color drained from her face. You're joking. 2 kings can't rule at once, not when the first won't step aside. Bad for business. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You killed him. crushed his skull with my bare hands. For the first time, she didn't blink, didn't flinch. The reality of who I was finally hit her. So, someone could challenge you. Technically, but they won't. Why not? Because I'm the best damn king they've ever had, I don't waste lives, I don't hide behind my men. Every battle, I'm right there in the dirt with them. Profits are up. Loyalty's solid, you don't mess with that. She stared at the table, her mind racing. Maybe now she'd think twice before crossing me. Or maybe, knowing her stubborn streak, she'd just double down. Balto Heath broke the silence, drumming his fingers on the wood. So when's this going down? The four of us, me, Brutus, Thomas, and him, sat around the table, maps and plans spread between us. Brutus had the inside scoop on Hunter Ray's operations that week, making an ambush almost too easy. We hit him with full force, Brutus suggested, cracking his knuckles. That'll rattle him good. Thomas leaned forward, smirking. We should take out a couple of his guys as a warning, maybe even his kids. I reclined in my chair, fingers drumming against the skull-carved armrest. No one dies until we confirm the details. We scope the place first, then I decide. Heath, still fresh but sharp, nodded. If he's really skimming that much, we need proof. No way we let him walk with our money. The door swung open, and one of my men stepped in. Balto, 2 guys are here, say it's urgent. I didn't even glance up. Tell them to wait. They insisted, it's the Cardello brothers. That got my attention. Cassini's brothers, Case and Dirk, showing up unannounced on my turf. Either they had a death wish or a damn good reason. Let them in. I turned to Brutus. Get everything set. We move tomorrow night. The crew filed out, but Heath hesitated. They're delusional if they think you'll back down. Like hell I would. Cassini wasn't going anywhere. Out! Heath flipped me off on his way out. Seconds later, Case and Dirk walked in, flanked by 2 armed guards. Case's leather jacket creaked as he crossed his arms, while Dirk's olive shirt clung to his broad frame. They had that same sharp Italian look as their sister, picture perfect, if not for the murder in their eyes. The bartender slid fresh scotch their way and topped off my glass, vanishing before the tension could snap. Case didn't touch his drink, his glare burning holes in me. Dirk was just as icy. Save your breath, I said, swirling my glass. Cassini stays with me, end of story. Case's grip tightened around his untouched drink. We're offering 50% of our business, you know what that's worth. I smirked. Tempting, but not happening. The air thickened. Either they walked out or they didn't walk at all. That's a hell of an offer. It was a hell of an offer, but Cassini wasn't for sale. No. Case let out a frustrated groan. Even if I said yes, you think you could actually protect her from Lucian? He'd sniff out the truth in seconds and you'd be screwed. Face it, man, she's safest with me. We'd make it work, Case shot back. We'd sell everything and disappear if we had to. I scoffed. Not happening, I'm not walking away empty-handed. Case just shrugged, stubborn as hell. We'll figure it out, we're not abandoning our sister. I almost respected his persistence, even if it was pointless. Offer S rejected, now get out. I'd already claimed Cassini before this meeting, leaving her breathless and marked in my bed. But then Case threw out a Hail Mary. Fine, walk away with the whole damn business, 100%. That made me pause. You'd be working for free. We're in it for the food anyway, he said, leaning in like he had me cornered. Take the profits, 20 million euros a month, easy. All you gotta do is let her go. For a second, I almost felt bad. These guys were ready to torch their own lives for her. Must have been some family dinners. Meanwhile, my own brother wouldn't toss me a dime if I was drowning. Case watched me hopeful. So, deal. Tempting, but not that tempting. No. His fist hit the table. Then what the hell do you want, Balto? Name your price. Truth, there wasn't one. Cassini had me hooked from the first second. Without her, my bed would be cold, my nights dull. She was the fire I couldn't quit. There's nothing you've got that I want more than her. Dirk scoffed. Everything's got a price. Not her. Case's voice dropped. We could handle Lucian, whatever you need. I almost laughed. Don't, you'd be dead before you got close. For Cassini's sake, walk away. You're underestimating us, Case growled. No, I said flatly. I'm saving your lives, but here's my offer. I'll bring her by once a week. Once we settle things between us, she can visit alone. Case looked like I'd slapped him. She's not some damn pet. And I don't treat her like one. That woman's got more luxury and protection than you could ever give her. She might not have the freedom to disappear whenever she pleases, but she's living like royalty, at least. That's what I tell myself. I've given her everything: designer clothes, a penthouse with a view, the kind of life most people only dream of. But Dirk wasn't buying it. Queens don't get locked up, he shot back, swirling his drink like he was debating throwing it in my face. That's the deal, take it or walk away. Case just stared at him, then turned to me. So what's your play here? When Lucien comes knocking, you'll swap her for whatever he stole. I smirked, flexing my left hand. He took one of my diamonds, and honestly, I might keep her, depends on what he offers. Dirk slammed his glass down. She's not some damn bargaining chip. Of course she is, I countered. And let's not pretend you don't know how this works. You should be thanking me. I'm the best option she's got. Case scoffed. Yeah, because you're such a saint. I crashed at my private suite in the underground, not planning to go home for days. Tomorrow night, Hunter Reyes wouldn't see me coming, and that little ambush would take some finesse. I stretched out on the bed, the same one where I'd entertained plenty of distractions, and watched the sunrise bleed through the curtains. 6 a.m. my phone buzzed. Cassini. I grinned before even answering. Miss me already? Her voice was ragged, like she'd been up all night. When are you coming back? I loved how she called it home, like she belonged there. Not sure, could be a while. What does that even mean? Means I'm busy. I let the silence stretch, savoring her frustration. You good? I'm fine, she muttered. Just sleeping here. Then why not stay put? Because this is your punishment. The line went dead quiet. She hated me, sure, but she hated being alone more. Without me there, she felt exposed, like the walls might close in. Little did she know my brother was right downstairs, a safety net she didn't even realize she had. I'll be back when I'm back. I hung up. She called again instantly. Don't you dare hang up on me. Or what? I could practically feel her seething through the phone. Because I said so, and you're seriously just leaving me here. I stocked the fridge. That's not the point. Should have thought about that before your little performance. She'd tried to play me with that lingerie stunt, but I always had the last move. Now she'd squirm until I decided to walk back in and scare off her demons. See you in a few days. How many is a few? I chuckled. Guess you'll find out. The clock ticked between 2 and 6. 6 days is practically a week, she argued, frustration tightening her voice. Close, but not quite. Her fingers clenched around the phone. What if I just walk out right now, disappear? You can try, he replied smoothly. But my guys have strict instructions. If you step toward that elevator, they'll haul you right back up. A heavy sigh escaped her. This is torture. Torture's my specialty. Sleep tight, sweetheart. Don't you dare. The line went dead. Balto the Underground hummed with activity as we geared up for our little surprise visit to Hunter Reyes. His Tuscan hideout was all stone walls and manicured hedges, picture perfect for tourists snapping photos, completely oblivious to the rot festering inside. My crew strapped on their vests, but I never bothered. The Skull King didn't hide behind Kevlar. Fear worked better when your enemy saw you grinning like death was a punchline. I watched my men load up the trucks, enough firepower to level a small country. Overkill for a friendly chat, but in this business you never knew. Hunter was useful when he wasn't skimming off the top. Shame if I had to crack his skull open over greed. My phone buzzed. Not Cassini, she'd finally gotten the message. Unknown number. Could be trouble, could be nothing. I stepped away, pressing the phone to my ear. Balto. Silence. Then that voice slick, slithering like a snake dipped in grease. My maid found something in Cassini's things, 2 phones. I didn't need the details. The grin spread before I could stop it. He was pissed about last night. Wait till he realized last night was just the encore. Maybe she needed extra storage, I mused. How long? His voice cracked. Does it change anything? Yes, it goddamn changes everything. I let the silence stretch, savoring it. Funny thing, all those nights you thought she was moaning for you, she was thinking of me. Enough said. Playing with this guy was almost too easy, like taking candy from a baby, but I still got a kick out of it. The idiot should have known better than to mess with me. Now, I'd drag this out as long as it kept me entertained. Once I had everything, including his pride in my grip, I'd finally put him down. People think death is the worst fate, but they're wrong. Death's a mercy, a sweet release when the pain becomes too much to bear. Only those who have never suffered fear it. The broken, they beg for it. Lucian stayed silent, probably reeling from the verbal gut punch I just delivered. Give me what I want and maybe, just maybe, I'll let her go. Not a chance, but I will get her back. Good luck with that. I almost laughed. The idea of him breaking through my defenses was downright hilarious. The longer you drag this out, the more fun I have. Your fun ends now. Oh, I doubt that. A smirk curled my lips. Every night's a party, especially with your wife. She's got skills, by the way, bet you miss that. Crude, absolutely. But watching him squirm was half the fun. Predictably, he had no comeback, just a dead line as he hung up. A mile out, I dialed Hunter. He answered like we were old pals, clueless that his peaceful afternoon was about to implode. Balto, what's the occasion? Just dropping by. Be at your gate in 60 seconds. Make sure it's open. This wasn't a social call. Rumor had it he'd been skimming from the Skull Kings, padding his own pockets. That kind of betrayal, unforgivable. His cheerful tone vanished. And the reason for this unexpected visit? None of your concern. The gates swung open right on cue as we rolled up the driveway. Workers scrambled near a gray van by the fountain, and Hunter stood frozen on his porch, tension radiating off him. My convoy of Hummers rolled in, packed with enough firepower to turn his estate into Swiss cheese. Smart men would have realized the jig was up. I stepped out, my men fanning out behind me, rifles ready. No fancy armor for me, just a pistol tucked in my waistband. Hunter's blue eyes locked onto mine, his hand hovering near his holster. The air was thick with the unspoken question. How much does he know? Hunter scanned the property with a hardened expression, the floodlights casting sharp shadows across his tense face. The timing couldn't have been better. We'd rolled up just as they were loading the van for distribution. Gravel crunched under my boots as I closed the distance between us, each step amplifying the suffocating silence. Up close, the shift in his demeanor was obvious. 1 minute he was laughing, the next, reality had slapped him across the jaw. Hunter. Balto. He squared his shoulders, hands resting on his hips like he was trying to play it cool. You really know how to make an impression. Skull Kings don't do subtle. My gaze flicked to the van, then back to him. His guys were armed, but so were mine, and we had the numbers. First move would be their last. That the full shipment? Hunter didn't blink. Yeah, you'll get your cut, same as always. All of it. His jaw twitched. Look, you're solid, Hunter. Solid product, no drama. Hell, I might even like you, which is saying something. But that could change real quick depending on what comes out of your mouth next. Smart man. He kept quiet. One wrong word and this conversation would be his finale. How much is in the van? I pressed. 20 mil easy. I folded my arms. See, here's the thing. We've got history, so I'll give you one shot to come clean. Word is you're skimming, shorting my share, true or false. Silence, the kind that stretches too thin. A guy who owns his mistakes, that's salvageable, but a liar? Worthless, I muttered. Choose your next words like they're your last. Greed was predictable. I didn't enjoy wasting useful men. Truth got you a broken face, lies got you a grave, his call. No, he finally said, my stare sharpened. Bullshit, we've been… Open the van. Why? Open it. I stormed toward the windowless gray van, snapping my fingers. 2 of my guys wedged a crowbar into the doors and wrenched them wide. Inside, stacks of vacuum-sealed packages filled every inch floor to ceiling. 20 million, try 100. I turned back to Hunter, his throat bobbed. Okay, fine, I might have underestimated the count. Might have, right, like a gambler might have forgotten his debts. The air smelled like sweat and bad decisions. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, probably the only honest creature for miles. Hunter's next breath might be his last. Pity. I'd hoped he'd be smarter. Just a wild guess. You seriously think I buy that a guy like you doesn't know whether he's sitting on 100 million or 20 in product? Now you're just disrespecting me. I let out a sharp whistle, and two of my guys yanked Hunter by his arms, slamming him face first onto the pavement. I swear, man, I messed up, he thrashed, but it was pointless, outnumbered, outgunned. My crew had their weapons locked on his men, and not one of them dared move. Smart. They knew picking a fight here was a death sentence. Hunter's voice cracked, desperation turning it shrill. I lied, okay? I won't do it again, I swear. He sounded like a kid begging to skip a beating. Pathetic. You had your shot, I said. You wasted it. He tried to argue, but I drove my boot into his skull. The first hit silenced him mid-sentence. The second, third came harder until the only sound was the sick crunch of bone under my heel. By the time I stopped, the pavement was slick with blood and worse. Wiping my shoe on the grass, I turned to the nearest guy in Hunter's crew. You're running things now. Keep the shipments clean, screw up, and your head's next. 4 days, 4 endless days without Balto. At first, relief, no bruises, no threats. But then the silence settled in heavier than any punch. Trapped in that penthouse, I drowned in boredom, books, bad TV, leftovers. Pride kept me from calling, even as the hours dragged. Then a petty idea. Slipping into lace, I posed in front of the mirror, snapping a photo before sending it with a smirk. Look what you're missing. No reply, not even a damn typing bubble. Asshole. By the 4th night, the loneliness gnawed at me. I wasn't just mad, I felt discarded like some forgotten pet. Maybe next time I'd think before pushing him. Revenge served ice cold. Then the elevator chimed. My pulse spiked. After all that waiting, he was back. Part of me wanted to stay furious, but another part, just glad I wasn't alone anymore. Balto wasn't just protection, he was a damn force field. With him here, the monsters stayed away. Like a scarecrow in a field of crow's eye stood up as the elevator doors slid open, tugging at the oversized boxers I'd rolled at the waist to keep them from slipping. My camisole was loose, no bra underneath, comfortable for a lazy day at home. Then I saw him. Same piercing blue eyes, same sharp jawline, same broad shoulders that made my breath catch. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over me before he let out a low whistle. Damn, those legs could stop traffic. He was dressed casually, blue tee stretched tight over his biceps, black jeans hugging his hips, but something felt off. The way he moved, the way he spoke. Balto never wasted words on compliments. If he wanted me, he took me, rough and possessive, no sweet talk involved. This man traced his fingers down my arm like he was memorizing me, his touch too deliberate, too curious. Balto knew every inch of me already. Then I noticed it, the missing ring. The skull diamond he never took off, not even in the shower. Without it, this wasn't him. My pulse spiked as I jerked away. Don't touch me. His smirk didn't waver. Relax, I don't bite. Too bad, I do. I grabbed the nearest weapon, a heavy lamp yanking the cord from the wall. He chuckled, unfazed. Cute. You gonna hit me with that? Try me. I tightened my grip, nails digging into the base. His grin widened. Now that's more like it. Who the hell are you? His voice was a perfect match, deep, smooth, but the words were all wrong. You really don't know. Last chance. My fingers twitched around the lamp, ready to swing. The resemblance was uncanny, but the man in front of me wasn't Balto. And if he thought he could fool me, he was about to learn the hard way the moment I saw him. I knew this wasn't Balto. The resemblance was uncanny, but something about the way he smirked gave him away. Balto had mentioned a brother, but definitely not a twin. "Cut the act," I snapped, gripping the lamp tighter. "I know you're not him." His hands went up in mock surrender, but his grin stayed put. "Relax, sweetheart, I'm not here to hurt you." "Oh, really? Because breaking into my apartment and eyeing me like I'm dessert sure sends a different message." I didn't lower the lamp, even as he rolled his eyes. "Look, I didn't expect you to be lounging around in that little nightgown. Sue me for looking, it's been a while." He shrugged, like that excused everything. "You don't just walk into someone's place uninvited. Not like there's a welcome mat," he shot back. "Put the lamp down, you're not gonna do anything with it." I tightened my grip. "Try me." With a sigh, he reached behind him and pulled out a gun. If I wanted to, I didn't let him finish. The lamp came down hard, smacking the gun out of his hand before he could blink. Glass shattered as I swung again, catching him square in the temple. He hit the floor with a groan, blood trickling down his face. I scooped up the gun, flicked off the safety, and aimed it right at his chest. "Now, who are you?" He wiped the blood, inspecting it like he was impressed. "Damn, you pack a punch. And I'll do it again." I cocked the hammer. He stood, unfazed, like I was holding a water pistol. "Guess Balto left out the family reunion part, huh? I'm his brother. Stop calling me sweetheart." "Why, it suits you." His smirk was infuriating. I adjusted my aim. "I swear I'll pull this trigger." "Fine, just not the face, I kinda need it." I lowered the barrel between his legs. "Maybe here then." He actually laughed. "Yeah, Balto warned me about you." "Out, now." I jerked my head toward the door. "I don't know how you got in, but you won't be coming back." His eyebrows shot up. "He really didn't tell you. Damn, that's cold." "Tell me what?" "That I live here too." He shook his head, chuckling. "Classic Balto." My grip on the gun didn't waver. "Try another lie." "Not lying, just figured you'd want company after being alone for days." "Your idea of company is creeping up on me and making inappropriate comments." "Hey, 6 months in lockup does things to a man's manners." He winked. "Take it as a compliment." I scoffed. "No wonder Balto never mentioned you." "Ouch," he pressed a hand to his chest. And here I thought I was charming. Charming like a raccoon in a trash can. He grinned. "See, you do like me." The gun stayed trained on him. "Get out." With an exaggerated sigh, he turned, but not before tossing one last smirk over his shoulder. "Next time I'll knock." "There won't be a next time." His laughter echoed down the hall as the door slammed shut. Things definitely didn't start off on the right foot between us. Wrong foot. I scoffed, shifting my aim to his shoe. "How about I put a bullet in it instead?" The guy rolled his eyes like I was some kind of joke. "Sweetheart, that safety's still on. You've clearly never held a gun before. First time for everything," I shot back. "Now get the hell out before the elevator dinged, cutting me off. The guy groaned. Perfect timing, just perfect. I didn't need to guess who it was. Relief washed over me as the doors slid open. Balto stepped in, dressed head to toe in black like he just walked out of a hitman convention. A duffel bag hung from his shoulder as he froze in the doorway, taking in the mess, me with the gun still raised, his brother standing there like nothing was wrong, and the shattered lamp scattered across the floor. His brother shrugged. "It's not as bad as it looks." "Oh, it's worse," I snapped. "Your brother just waltzed in here uninvited, ran his hands down my arm, and had the nerve to compliment my legs before grabbing my hair." Balto's expression didn't change, but the air in the room turned icy. His stare locked onto his brother, unblinking, his body rigid like a statue. I lowered the gun suddenly. It felt pointless. Balto took slow, deliberate steps forward. "That true?" I flicked the safety on and set the gun down. The tension was thick enough to choke on. His brother held Balto's glare, nostrils flaring before he finally sighed. "Yeah, but..." The punch came out of nowhere. One second he was standing, the next he was sprawled on the floor. Balto moved like lightning, fast, brutal, efficient. His brother groaned, blinking up at the ceiling like he was counting stars. "I just wanted to introduce myself," he muttered. Got a little distracted by her outfit. Yeah, it was a dick move, but harmless. Balto cracked his knuckles. Get up so I can do it again. This wouldn't have happened if you just introduced us like I asked. And this is exactly why I didn't. Balto's voice was dangerously calm. Now stand up like a man or stay down like a dog. Your choice. His brother rolled his eyes before pushing himself up, only to eat another punch that sent him right back to the floor. I almost felt bad for him. Almost. We done yet? His brother groaned, rubbing his jaw as he stood. Balto grabbed him by the throat, fingers tightening. You don't come near her, ever. She's mine. If you were anyone else, you'd already be dead. Try it again, and I'll finish the job. He let go, and his brother rubbed his throat, refusing to cough. No touching, got it. Finally, Balto turned to me, but there was no warmth in his eyes, just the same cold fury he'd aimed at his brother. Like I was just as much to blame. Are you okay? I'm fine. I folded my arms tight across my chest, suddenly hyper-aware of how flimsy my shirt was. The fabric was practically see-through, leaving little to the imagination. So, is his punishment enough for you? Balto frowned. What are you asking? You want me to keep going? His voice dropped, dangerous. Because I will. The guy was already slumped on the floor, probably concussed. That seemed like plenty. No, I'm good. Balto turned to his brother. Cassini, meet Heath, my twin. Heath gave a lazy wave. Pleasure. Not mutual, I shot back. Balto sighed. He lives on the 3rd floor, or did until tonight. I let him crash here while he got his life together. But he broke my one rule, so he's out. Heath groaned. Come on, I just wanted to see if the girl was all right. Yeah, I messed up, but I wasn't trying to be a creep. Don't make me leave. You've got money. Find another place. Balto stepped over the broken glass, scanning the floor before stopping in front of me. I could afford to move, sure, but I like it here. Doesn't it make sense for us to stick together? If trouble comes, we've got each other's backs. Would have made sense before you pissed me off. Balto's eyes flicked over me, checking for injuries. He snatched the gun off the table and tossed it at Heath. Now apologize and get out. Heath tucked the gun into his waistband and sauntered over. Sorry, sweet. Don't. A smirk tugged at his lips. Fine, my bad. I'll be on my best behavior from now on, so Balto doesn't decide to rearrange my face. I didn't blink. You should behave so I don't put a bullet in you, and I will. This time, he didn't hide his grin, glancing at Balto. I like her. With that, he vanished into the elevator. Once he was gone, I finally looked at Balto properly. The second he'd walked in, everything had snapped into place, like he'd scared off the storm just by showing up. That won't happen again, he said, his hand sliding into my hair, fingers warm against my scalp. But for what it's worth, he's harmless. He mentioned prison. Because I put him there, petty crimes, too much heat from the cops. I locked him up to straighten him out. You can do that, he smirked, tilting my chin up. Baby, there's nothing I can't do. Then his lips brushed mine, soft and familiar. 4 days without that kiss had felt like forever. My anger flickered out, replaced by something warmer. How'd you know it wasn't me? Easy. His thumb traced the corner of my mouth. Almost nobody can tell us apart. New detail. As Heath left, he tossed a half-smirk over his shoulder, like he knew exactly how much chaos he'd stirred. And for a split second, I wondered if he'd done it on purpose. Rewritten version. How'd you even figure it out? You might look identical, but that's where the similarities end. The second he spoke, I knew something wasn't right. He kept calling me sweetheart, like some cheesy pickup artist, and you'd never waste time with pet names, and the way he stared at my legs, you wouldn't bother with compliments. If you wanted me, you'd just take me. Plus, no ring. Took me all of 30 seconds to realize he wasn't you. A slow smirk tugged at his lips. And the gun. Knocked it out of his grip, smashed the lamp over his head, then grabbed it. Simple. I've been giving you too little credit. His hands slid around my waist, pulling me flush against him, his warmth seeping into my skin. Obviously. Watching you handle that gun, damn, Nothing hotter than a woman who knows how to put a man in his place. "Oh, I'll put you in yours soon enough." His grin widened as he dragged me closer, his breath hot against my ear. "Good luck with that. I don't stay put for anyone, but feel free to try." A quick nip at my lower lip before he let me go. "Did you see the photos I sent? Why do you think I rushed back?" He snatched his duffel off the counter and headed for the bedroom. Then I walked into some mobster wannabe showdown, kinda stole my focus. I trailed behind, leaning against the doorframe as he dumped his bag on the dresser. "Glad your little punishment tour is over. Better hope you learned something." "Oh, I did. Doesn't mean I'll play nice." He chucked his clothes into the hamper, then stashed the bag in the closet. "Next time you piss me off, I'll stay gone longer and longer." My stomach twisted. 4 days had already felt like torture. 8, unbearable. Anything more would just be sadistic. "So what'd you do while you were gone?" The unspoken questions burned. Had he been alone? Surrounded by women clawing for his attention? Why did I even care? He yanked his shirt off, tossing it aside. "You should trust me. I keep my word." Never said I didn't. His jeans hit the floor next, leaving him in nothing but black boxers, all 6'3" of pure muscle. "I know you better than you think." He wasn't wrong. 4 nights is a long time to go without. Not when I've got 2 hands. He smirked, flexing one for emphasis. "And you, what you do to pass the time?" "Binged shows, read, ate junk food." "Touch yourself." I tucked my hair behind my ear, avoiding his gaze. His laugh was low, knowing. "Deny it all you want. I already know the answer." "Wouldn't be an issue if you were here." "You brought this on yourself. Don't test me again." His fingers hooked under the hem of my cami, peeling it off in one swift move. His palms slid over my bare skin, a rough groan escaping him like just touching me was its own kind of relief. Still avoiding my question. A quick tug, and my shorts pooled at my feet, leaving me in nothing but that teal lace he loved so much he sank to his knees, his lips trailing slow, teasing kisses along my thighs as he peeled away the last barriers between us. "You really want to hear the answer?" His voice was rough with desire, his breath hot against my skin. "Or would you rather feel it?" Rising to his feet, his hands found my curves again, possessive and hungry. When his mouth hovered just above mine, I barely had time to catch my breath before he guided me backward onto the bed. All the frustration I'd been holding onto melted away the second his body pressed against mine. His chest was a work of art, every muscle defined, and God, it had been too long since I'd felt him inside me. Reality blurred, just like it always did with him. Nothing else mattered when we were tangled up like this. "I need you," I whispered, my fingers digging into his shoulders. He didn't hesitate. With one powerful thrust, he buried himself deep, pinning my legs back as he moved with a rhythm that left me breathless. Even after taking me multiple times, he was relentless, his stamina unreal. His blue eyes locked onto mine, burning with intensity. "Still want more?" he growled, his voice thick with need. I arched beneath him, meeting every movement. "Yes." My hands twisted in his hair, pulling him closer. He wasn't just built for pleasure. He was designed to ruin me for anyone else. Every deep stroke sent sparks through me, and when his grip tightened on my hips, I knew he was close. "Don't hold back," I urged, my nails scraping down his back. He groaned as he spilled into me, his body shuddering with release. The way he looked at me, jaw clenched, eyes dark with satisfaction, sent another wave of heat through me. No one else had ever made me feel like this, like every nerve was alive. When he finally pulled away, he collapsed onto the bed beside me, his breathing ragged. The room was quiet except for the sound of our slowing heartbeats. I curled onto my side, watching the way the fading light played across his skin. Even exhausted, he was breathtaking. His voice was low when he finally spoke. "Enjoying the view?" No sarcasm, no teasing, just honesty. "Yeah," I admitted, tracing the lines of his abs with my fingertips. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." For a long moment, he just stared at me, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he reached out and pulled me against him, his arms wrapping around me like he never wanted to let go. "You never compliment me. Because you don't need them." He smirked, knowing I was hooked, always had been. Every time I swore I'd walk away, he'd just wait. And sure enough, I'd come crawling back, craving him like an addiction. He tilted his head back against the pillow, eyes tracing the ceiling. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Hard to believe, considering his reputation. The man had probably been with half the city, yet he swore he never lied, not even to spare my feelings. Brutal honesty was his thing, so if he said it, he must mean it. Doubtful, there's a lot of gorgeous women out there. "Nah." He shifted, propping his arm behind his head, the sheets tangled low on his hips. "I've had plenty, sure, but most were just bodies. I'm not picky. If they've got the right curves, that's enough for me." I rolled my eyes. "If it's that meaningless, why not just take care of it yourself?" He grinned. "Because I really like curves. For a guy with his looks and money, he could have had anyone, could have bought some flawless model just like Lucien bought me. But no, he stuck with his old truck, his no-frills lifestyle, and apparently me. You actually think I'm the most beautiful." I said it, didn't I? His hand rested lazily on his stomach. "I don't waste words. Is that why this keeps going?" He exhaled, slow. "Partly, but mostly, it's who your husband is. You didn't even know him at first." A pause. "Then I guess that was all you." The unspoken question burned. Had there been others? Was I the only one? Or was I just another body in his rotation? "Were you seeing anyone else back then?" Hypocritical, sure. I was still sharing a bed with Lucien. Every time I had to endure it, I'd close my eyes and imagine him instead, though Lucien's wiry frame made the fantasy a stretch. "Does it matter?" "Just wondering." His silence was answer enough. "Thought you were all about honesty." "I am." His voice was rough, like gravel under tires. Everything about him screamed raw masculinity, unnaturally so. "Did I lie?" "No, but why avoid the question?" "Because it's not your business, that's why." The chill in his tone shut me up, but it also made me wonder. If there had been others, he wouldn't hesitate to say so. He didn't care about my feelings. So why the secrecy? New detail. The faint scent of motor oil clung to his skin, a reminder of the garage he spent his nights in, tinkering with that beat-up truck like it was the only thing that ever needed fixing. His gaze locked onto me, those icy eyes cutting through the silence like a blade. "You claimed you didn't care about hurting me, so if there'd been others, you'd have said it." "I don't even have the right to be angry. I was still with Lucien back then, even if every second made me sick. The only reason you're dodging the question is because there wasn't anyone else, and you don't want me knowing that." His expression was unreadable, colder than a Chicago winter, his thoughts hidden behind a wall of bitterness. If we'd been facing off in a fight, I'd have been terrified. He turned away, staring at the ceiling like it held answers. "One of my own betrayed me." Hunter Ray's top dealer always delivered, never caused problems, or so I thought. Turns out he was skimming product, shorting my cut. Thought he could play me for a fool. I wanted to push him for an answer, but his story hooked me. This wasn't just a confession, it was a warning. "I showed up at his place with 60 of my best. He just loaded his van. I'm fair if a man owns up, he gets a chance. But Hunter, he looked me in the eye and lied. Like I was some idiot who wouldn't notice." A beat of silence, my stomach twisted. "So what happened?" His voice was flat. I caved his skull in with my boot. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. The image burned into my mind, bone cracking, blood pooling, brutal, unforgiving. "He had a choice," he continued, tone sharp. "Truth, and he walks away breathing, but he chose disrespect, and in my world that's a death sentence." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling over me. This wasn't just about Hunter, it was about power. Control. If he'd confessed, he'd have wished he was dead, but he'd have lived. Mercy makes you weak, and men like him, they don't deserve it. The air between us thickened. For the first time, I saw him clearly, not just ruthless, but calculating. a king who ruled with fear, then quieter almost to himself. Another reason I hate Lucian. The guy's a coward, hiding behind his bombs and sending others to do his dirty work. He's not some fearless leader, just a rich genius playing war games. And honestly, that doesn't impress me one bit. Lucian, nothing about him impressed me either. His men don't follow him out of loyalty, just fear. That's not real leadership. It's wild how people buy into this noble warlord act when, at the end of the day, he's still a killer. Sure, he's got principles, no lies, no greed, but if he's so honorable, why not pick a different career? Then he brought up my brothers, and everything else faded. Those guys walked straight into the underground, surrounded by the worst criminals in the city, and didn't flinch. They offered everything, even their damn pasta business, just to get me back. The thought hit me hard. Case and the others, fearless. They'd burn the world down for me, and I'd do the same for them. "Let me guess," I muttered. "You said no." His smirk was infuriating. "Sweetheart, I'll never say yes." My chest tightened. I still respect them for trying, for being willing to lose everything for me. And I really hope I never have to put a bullet in them. "You touch them, and I'll end you." The words were out before I could think, but I didn't take them back. Yeah, I cared about this guy. I was in his bed because I wanted to be. But if it came down to a choice, no hesitation, my brothers win. His grin widened. "Just when I think I've had enough of you, you say something like that, and suddenly I'm not done yet. I'm dead serious." "I know," he said, eyes dark. "That's what makes it so damn hot." The next morning, I was up before Cassini, so I hit the gym downstairs. Of course, Heath was there, headphones on, pumping iron like he owned the place. Sweat dripped down his face as he curled a heavy bar, jaw clenched. Just seeing him pissed me off. He racked the weights when he noticed me. Still mad, my fist connected with his nose before he finished. He staggered back, wiping blood. "Guess that's a yes. I told you my place was off limits." "You left her alone for 4 days. Doesn't matter. She calls me if she needs something, not some idiot playing games." He smirked. "Wasn't pretending to be you, just messing around, but she saw right through it." Damn right she did. She knew me, how I looked at her, how I talked to her. That kind of loyalty. That's real. My twin brother and I could pass for each other in a lineup, so if Cassini felt any attraction, it was technically aimed at me. But that didn't stop her from shattering a lamp over his skull and shoving a gun in his face. Her loyalty was crystal clear. She knew exactly who she was dealing with. Because she knows who she's sleeping with. Heath scoffed, rubbing the back of his head. "Relax, if she really thought I was you, I wouldn't have made it out alive." "Damn right, you wouldn't have. Not because of you," he shot back. "Because she actually matters to you. Yet here you are, picturing her legs locked around your neck like some cheap fantasy." He shrugged, unapologetic. "She's stunning. What do you want? I'm a guy, I notice things. And I expect you to act like family. One more screw-up and I'll drag you back to that prison myself. That was business, not personal. Same difference." He wiped the last trickle of blood from his temple and crossed his arms. "I said I was sorry. Can we drop it?" I knew he wouldn't push it further. Yeah, he was out of line, but not irredeemable. Hell, Cassini looked irresistible in that thin tank top and shorts. I couldn't entirely blame him. "Don't pull that again." "I won't. And stay the hell away from her place." "Fine, but what if I need to talk to her?" "Why would you?" Because she lives upstairs, because she's your..." "She's not my anything." My voice dropped, sharp as a blade. Girlfriend was a juvenile label, something for kids. I wasn't some lovesick teenager, I was the Skull King. The only title that meant anything was wife, and that wasn't happening. Women were either temporary or permanent, no middle ground. Then what is she? "Someone I'm sleeping with." Heath rolled his eyes. "Sure, you've never kept a woman around this long." "I've never slept with my enemy's wife before." "You were into her way before that," he countered. "Cut the crap, she knows it too." My jaw tightened. She said that. If Cassini thought she meant something to me, that was dangerous. She'd never questioned my habits before Lucian's name came up. She had to suspect I hadn't touched anyone else, but admitting it, never. No, but she's sharp. Disarmed me, cracked that lamp over my head, then had a gun in my face before I could blink. I played it cool, but damn, she's quick. And that mouth, no wonder you're hooked. When I'd walked in and seen the scene, pride flickered in my chest, unexpected, undeniable. She wasn't just surviving, she was fighting back. And hell, if that didn't do something to me, Heath had the reflexes of a trained fighter, but Cassini had a way of putting even the toughest guys in their place. Honestly, I didn't need to step in. She'd handled him just fine. "So, what's it gonna take for me to get a shot with her?" he asked, rubbing his jaw like he was already plotting his next move. "She's not interested." "Come on, man. You won her over, why can't I?" "Yeah, but I didn't pull some shady stunt to do it." He smirked, stepping closer. "Please, you've done way worse than me." His tone shifted, turning serious. "Look, if she's sticking around, we need to call a truce. Lucian's gonna come for her eventually. If you're not here, it's on me to keep her safe. That's just how it works." I couldn't deny the logic, but that didn't mean I had to like it. "She can't stand you, Heath. She couldn't stand you either, and now she's all over you." "Not the same." "Then let me take her out, just dinner." "Not happening." No way was I letting some other guy whisk her off anywhere. "Fine. Then get her to come downstairs for a drink. I just want to smooth things over, all right?" I narrowed my eyes. "Since when do you care about making nice?" My brother was exactly the apologetic type. He bulldozed through life without a second thought. So why was Cassini different? He dropped his arms, exhaling. "Because she matters to you, brother. That's why." Winter was creeping in, turning the air sharp and biting. Late nights at the office meant scraping frost off my windshield every morning. These days, I layered up long sleeves, jackets, anything to keep the chill out. Today, though, I dressed sharper than usual. Black leather jacket, fitted white tee. Cassini was coming with me to see her brothers. She rounded the corner looking like she'd stepped out of a magazine. Black leggings, ankle boots, a deep red sweater that hugged her curves just right. Her hair fell in loose waves, and those hoops I'd bought her caught the light when she moved. My personal shopper had outdone herself. Every outfit made Cassini look like a knockout. Sure, I loved when she wore those short dresses that showed off everything, but even covered up, she was still the most stunning woman in the room. "Morning," I said. She arched a brow. "It's noon." "Same difference." She grabbed a mug of coffee and slid into the chair across from me, skipping breakfast like usual. Instead, she'd sip her coffee and watch me eat my usual boring eggs or fish. "Not my fault you're up all night," she muttered, blowing on the steam. I smirked. "Wouldn't be much of a man if I didn't keep you up, would I?" She studied me over the rim of her mug. "Why are you dressed up?" I glanced down. "This is dressed up. You're either half naked or in sweats when you're home, and you barely go into the office during the day. So what's the plan?" "Not your business." Her eyes flashed, and she set the mug down hard. "Cut the crap. If I'm living here, you don't get to shut me out like I'm nothing. We both know that's not true." A beat of silence. Then, just to mess with her, I leaned back and grinned. "Maybe I just wanted to look good for you." She rolled her eyes, but I caught the faintest hint of a smile before she hid it behind another sip of coffee. "I expect the same respect I give you," he said, his voice firm. She crossed her arms, unimpressed. "Believe it or not, I do respect you." "Prove it." "You're not bruised, are you?" She took a slow sip of coffee, watching the defiance flicker in his gaze. Honestly, she was more attractive when she challenged him, when she called him out on his crap. And she wasn't wrong to be angry. He was trying to make her feel small precisely because she was. "That's not respect, that's basic human decency." He smirked. "And we both know I'm not decent." "You're fair," she countered. "You haven't hit me because it wouldn't be just, but talking to me like this." "That's not fair either. If we're committed, I have a right to know where you're going." God, he loved when she got like this, all fire and stubbornness. "Wrong. Monogamy means you get my loyalty, not my schedule. You get to be the only one in my bed. You own a piece of me, just not all of it. But me, I own you, every inch." She set her mug down with a sharp clink and leaned in. Congrats, you just lost sex privileges tonight. He chuckled, unfazed. Sure, sweetheart, keep telling yourself that. I mean it. Please, one kiss, one touch, and you'll be begging. He stood, grabbing his coffee. Empty threats make you look weak when you fold, but hey, since you're so curious, we're seeing your brothers today, you're coming with me. Her face paled. You could have just said that. Would have if you hadn't started an interrogation. It was one question, and if you'd stayed quiet, I'd have told you anyway. Her mug hit the table hard. Get over yourself. Power trips don't make you strong, they make you insufferable. I'm not your soldier or your enemy. Figure out another way to lead because it's just pathetic. The truck rumbled through downtown, the silence between them thick. She stared out the window, arms crossed, still fuming from their argument. Normally, disrespect like hers would have earned a brutal response. But with her, it was different. Exciting, even. Everyone feared him except her. She stood her ground, demanded respect, and damn if that fire in her emerald eyes didn't make him want to pin her down right there. She was fearless. Just like him, no matter how much time I spent with this woman, my desire for her never faded. She was the only one I wanted, though I'd never admit it. Giving her that kind of power was dangerous. And yet, the fact that she had any hold over me at all was intoxicating. She was stealing pieces of me without even trying. 30 minutes of silence passed before she finally spoke, staring out the window to avoid my gaze. So why are we seeing Case and Dirk, or is that another secret you're keeping from me? I smirked, loving her sharp tongue. Part of our agreement. And what agreement is that? That I'd bring you to visit them once a week. Her eyes narrowed. In exchange for what? Nothing. I just felt bad for them. Once you're free of me, you can visit them whenever you want. She rolled her eyes and mimicked me in a mocking, exaggerated whine. Once you're free of me. The disdain in her voice was thick, but it only made me grin wider. I can turn this truck around right now if you'd prefer. That shut her up. I half expected her to make some snide remark about my old pickup. She was used to luxury, driving a Bugatti back when she was with Lucien. My truck was a relic, complete with a CD player and a cassette deck, built long before Bluetooth existed. 12 years old and still running strong because flashy cars just attract trouble. Not that I needed to prove anything. The ring on my finger was worth more than any car. But Cassini didn't seem to care, and that only made her more intriguing. When we pulled up to the factory, she hesitated before stepping out. Try not to be an ass, all right, she muttered, glancing at me over her shoulder. Who's the one who brought you here? I took the lead, forcing her to follow. Inside, the kitchen smelled of fresh pasta. Case stood at the sink, dressed in a chef's jacket, draining a pot of fettuccine. The second he noticed me in his periphery, his expression darkened. But when his gaze shifted to Cassini, something softer flickered in his eyes, love, protectiveness, a bond that ran deep. Even if he hadn't already proven his loyalty by storming the underground for her, I would have seen it now. Hey, Cassini, he said, his voice flat. She darted around the island and threw an arm around him. Missed you. He gave her a one-armed squeeze and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Missed you too, Sorella, sister. What's cooking? She reached for a stray noodle, but he smacked her hand away. Don't be a pig. I'm starving, she protested, pouting. Case sighed, but there was no real irritation in it, just the familiar exasperation of an older brother. The only decent meals I get at Balto's are fish and chicken. Nothing fancy, just basic protein. Could be worse, he said, shaking the colander before dumping the pasta into a bowl. She rolled her eyes. You two are impossible. He stirred the simmering sauce on the stove, the rich aroma filling the kitchen. Trying something new, spicier. Can't decide if it's better over pasta or layered in lasagna. Lasagna, obviously, she shot back. But let's taste test it now. Who said you were invited? He smirked. She groaned. Seriously, I haven't had real homemade pasta in ages. Where's the Italian generosity? This is a restaurant, not your personal chef service. Pretty sure I own a third of this place, so technically, a third of that sauce is mine. He exhaled, shaking his head but smiling. Fine, coming right up, she grinned. Knew you'd give in. Case glanced at me. You in, Balto? No thanks. I was surprised he even offered. Italians didn't usually feed their rivals. Cassini cut in. Oh, he's having some. This isn't some sad microwave meal. You're not skipping it just to avoid carbs. Carbs were the enemy. My physique stayed lean and defined because I avoided them. No sugar spikes, no excess fat. Discipline kept me sharp. I said yes. She turned to her brother. Make him a plate. I'm gonna check on Dirk. She pushed through the kitchen door, tossing over her shoulder. Try not to murder each other while I'm gone. The door swung shut, leaving silence thick enough to slice. Case plated the food, finally breaking the quiet. To answer the question you're not asking, yes, she's always been this pushy. Figured. The way she ordered her brothers around said it all. Changed your mind about our deal yet? He tossed the dirty dishes into the sink. Not happening. He wiped his hands, his frustration clear. Just be glad I let her stay with you, and even gladder that I treat her right. Right, Case scoffed. Locking her up is your idea of kindness. Trust me, it could be a hell of a lot worse. I'd seen things that would haunt most people. Crushing a man's skull under my boot was just another Tuesday. One day, Lucien would meet the same end. Guess we define worse differently. Case was different. He didn't back down, whether we were alone or in a crowd. His confidence wasn't an act. He was solid, unshaken. But he wasn't reckless. He knew when to pick his battles, when to fold. He didn't let pride cloud his judgment. That's what kept him alive. His sister had the same stubborn streak. When are you planning to come clean about your little side project? She asked, arms crossed. He scoffed. Honestly, I'm shocked you haven't spilled it already. Not my place, she shot back. His expression shifted just barely. I don't snitch, but you have to tell her she's sharp, too sharp. And if she corners me, I won't lie. Then she'll storm over here, find out the ugly truth, and lose her damn mind. It's not like I'm running a cartel, he muttered. Doesn't matter. She hates what I do. She'll hate that you're even near it. He exhaled sharply. Then maybe ignorance is bliss. I shook my head. She'll find out. Better to rip the bandage off now. He tossed a towel onto the counter, jaw tight. She trusts me. I don't want to wreck that. I knew he wasn't really talking to me. He was wrestling with himself, me. I didn't have anyone left to disappoint. My family was just as ruthless as I was. Heath already knew what I was, a thief, a killer. No changing that. I need something from you, I said. His eyes snapped to mine, cold, sharp, just like his sister S. The Cardello bloodline was unmistakable. All of them had that same fire. Why the hell would I help you? Because I treat Cassini right, I said evenly. I bring her here, I don't touch her, I don't force her. Yeah, she's trapped, but she's not suffering. His laugh was bitter. Right, until you hand her back to Lucien or put a bullet in her. Don't act like you're the saint here, I shot back. You can feed a lamb, give it a warm bed, pet it now and then, doesn't change the fact it's headed for slaughter. That's your sister's future. The fury in his stare could have burned through steel. If he had the power, he'd kill me right then. But he didn't, then I dropped it. I need Evan's last name. His rage flickered, replaced by wary suspicion. Why? Because I'm going to end him. Cassini was mine, my leverage, my revenge, but she deserved better. And if that coward Evan had done what he was supposed to, none of this would have happened. He needed to face the consequences for his actions. She doesn't want him dead, someone argued. Her opinion doesn't change anything for me. But you're doing this because of her, so clearly it does. I couldn't deny the truth in that. He needs to pay for what he did. Agreed. Then give me what I need. He has a wife, a kid. That's not my problem, he is. I wasn't about to drag innocent people into this. They likely had no clue about the kind of man Evan really was. They didn't deserve to suffer for his sins. I only went after those who earned it. I'll wait until they're out of the picture. Now, are you going to help me or not? My patience was thinning. even though I wasn't about to charge in right then. But the thought of making Evan suffer for what he did to Cassini burned in my chest. She never belonged in that world, too pure for Lucian, too good for me. She was the kind of woman you let go, but I was too far gone for that now. No one else could ever compare, and she was key to my plans with Lucian. Sometimes the innocent got caught in the crossfire. If she'd just asked me to save her from the start, I would've, husband or not. But she never did. Evan Alfonsi, Florence, appreciate it. Cassini made us swear not to touch him, but since you never did make it hurt. Oh, trust me, I will. We left the factory and headed back to my place. That pasta was incredible, right? She smirked, already knowing the answer. It was fine. Imagine having that every week. I could make it. Once a week is still pushing it. Seriously, my family ate it daily. Did your family look like this? I lifted my shirt at a red light, flashing my abs. She stole a glance before forcing herself to look away. Besides, it's all carbs, zero nutrition. Since when does taste not count? I scoffed. Sorry, sweetheart. Not everyone could inhale junk and still look like her. She could eat sugar-coated cereal for breakfast, donuts for lunch, and a mountain of lasagna for dinner, and still have curves that could stop traffic. Meanwhile, I'd balloon up if I even looked at a slice of bread. I don't have your self-control. A doctor could tell me it'd take 10 years off my life, and I'd still say pass the garlic bread. Maybe if you had kids, you'd think twice. She shrugged. You and Case behave while I was gone. Did anyone die today? No. Then yeah, we were perfect. She rolled her eyes. You two are more alike than you think. Maybe that's why you clash so much. We were similar. But the real reason he hated me, I refused to walk away from his sister. And that made him feel powerless. His only goal was to keep his family safe, but I shattered that possibility. Taking me on wasn't just risky, it was a death wish. Yeah, figures, I muttered under my breath. The car rolled into the gated complex, and we stepped into the elevator, riding it up in tense silence. So, is your brother finally moving out? She asked, arms crossed. Nope. I shrugged off my jacket and tossed it onto the hook by the door. Why not? I don't need him walking in on me lounging in my underwear. He won't. He already did. And it won't happen again. She turned, eyes blazing, frustration radiating off her. If only she knew I'd burn the world down for her. If Heath was a real threat, he'd be gone already. You have my word. You're seriously vouching for him, she shot back. Or are you just too loyal to see straight? Loyalty had nothing to do with it. Look, I know my brother's a mess, impulsive, reckless, sometimes downright obnoxious. But I swear to you he'd never cross that line with you. It's over. He apologized and I believe him. He wants to make things right. Why? Because if I'm not here, he's your backup. Need help, he's got you. Someone messes with you, he'll handle it, she scoffed. He doesn't exactly scream protector. I kept my mouth shut about the rest, how Heath picked up on how much she meant to me, how he wanted to step up because of that. No need to spill all that. He knows you're mine, that makes you his responsibility too. Yours, her laugh was sharp. What like property? Take it how you want. I ignored the bite in her voice. You call it being my prisoner, fine. But let's not pretend you don't see me as yours. You're in my bed, waiting up for me, worrying about who I'm with. You don't do that for just anybody. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Checkmate. Anyway, we're grabbing drinks at his place tonight, watching the game. Excuse me. You hung out with your brothers today. Now it's my turn. She threw her hands up. Are we suddenly some old married couple doing family rotations? No, I took you to see your family because it mattered to you. You telling me you want that to stop? That's not. Then you're giving my brother another shot. What if I refuse? Don't care. New detail. As the elevator doors dinged open, a flicker of doubt crossed her face, like she was weighing whether to bolt or stay. For a split second, I wondered if I'd pushed too far. You're under my control, remember. That means you follow my rules. Her eyes burned with fury, like molten lava ready to erupt. He's disgusting. You honestly think I'd let anyone hurt you? That silenced her. I don't need to be in the same room to protect you. My influence, my power, it's always with you. As long as you belong to me, no one can touch you. Yeah, my brother made a terrible first impression, but he's not a monster. He might be a criminal, but he respects women, always has. And I'm just supposed to take your word for it. Damn right. I close the distance between us. Because I don't lie to you. So we're doing this, and you're going to give it your best shot. She scoffed. You keep ignoring the fact that he's the one who started this mess. He could have walked in like a normal person instead of dropping that disgusting line. Trust me, the whole conversation would have gone differently. Look, any guy who sees you would think the same thing. Get over it. She planted her hands on her hips. Well, guess who's sleeping alone tonight? Sure, sweetheart, whatever you say. The elevator descended to the 3rd floor, opening to a layout identical to Balto's. He stepped out first. We're here. I hesitated before following. Sure, I dealt with worse than Heath's little stunt, but his deception pissed me off. He'd played me, pretending to be Balto just to mess with my head. That was weak. At least the other men in my life had the decency to be upfront about who they were and what they wanted. Heath stood from the couch as we entered, dressed in low-slung sweatpants and a black tee. His skin had faint imperfections, subtle enough to miss unless you were looking. Now the differences between the twins were obvious. "Scotch on the rocks?" he asked. "Always," Balto answered. Heath turned to me. "And for you, wine. Beer's fine." His grin mirrored Balto's perfectly. "Good choice." He moved to the bar, pouring drinks with practiced ease. My beer came in a chilled mug, an unnecessary but appreciated touch. "Game's dragging. No scores yet. Cassini, you into football?" "No." I kept my answers short. Balto shot me a warning glance. Too bad. I owed his brother nothing. Hell, I barely owed Balto anything. We settled on the couch, me sandwiched between them. Balto's hand landed on my thigh, possessive and heavy. Unusual. He wasn't the type for casual affection, no hand-holding, no arm around my waist in public. Even at home, he kept his distance unless we were in bed. The sudden closeness? Suspicious. Either he was marking his territory, or this was some twisted power play. Either way, I wasn't buying it. The way he touched my arm felt calculated, like he was trying to soften me up before throwing me to the wolves, or in this case, Heath. "How's that beer treating you?" Heath asked, swirling his own bottle. "If it's not your thing, I can grab you something else." "It's fine," I muttered, pretending to watch the game even though I couldn't care less about sports. My brothers had always been glued to the screen, yelling at the refs, while I'd rather be in the kitchen with Mom, rolling my eyes at their theatrics. Heath and Balto launched into a full-blown sports debate, acting like I wasn't even there, criticizing players, arguing over calls, the whole 9 yards. The whole vibe was off, like I was just some awkward third wheel. When Balto excused himself to the bathroom, the tension cranked up another notch. Heath exhaled hard, rubbing his temple. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? How many times do I gotta say it? Apologies don't change first impressions," I shot back. "Ever meet someone and instantly know you don't like them? It's not about remorse. And honestly, why does it even matter if I like you? I'm not sticking around." He gripped his beer between his knees, staring at the floor. "I just want you to know I wasn't trying to be some creep. Yeah, I screwed up, but I wasn't gonna do anything. I saw you, and my brain short-circuited. Sue me." "You didn't even introduce yourself." "Because you were standing there looking like that," he said, gesturing vaguely. "Sorry, but I'm a dude. When I see a gorgeous woman, I turn into an idiot. It's science. Must be why you're single." "Actually, the opposite," he smirked. "Only because you pay for company." He laughed, shaking his head. "Sharp. But no, I don't pay, well, not often. Most women like the attention. Bet they'd change their tune if you just waltzed into their place uninvited." "Fair," he admitted. "But in my defense, I thought Balto told you I lived upstairs. Not my fault if he dropped the ball." I took a long swig of my beer, eyes back on the screen. "I'm cold just like my brother. Actually, I'm worse. He at least pretends to care about his reputation. Me, I do what I want. When I glanced back, his resemblance to Balto was unsettling. Same deep voice, same sharp jawline, same way his throat moved when he talked. It was eerie. And honestly, I don't give a damn if you like me. Your opinion means nothing. But I do want to fix this for one reason, Balto. We haven't been tight in years. We fight. He threw me in jail once. Yeah, we've got baggage. But he's my brother. Added detail. The TV suddenly cut to a commercial for some obnoxiously cheerful fast food ad, the contrast making the heavy silence between us even more ridiculous. New voice twist, from tense to darkly amused. You know what's funny? Heath leaned in, grinning like this was all some big joke. If you'd met me on a different day, you might have actually liked me, but nah, fate's got a sick sense of humor. I rolled my eyes. Or maybe you're just insufferable. Could be both. He raised his bottle in a mock toast. Cheers to terrible first impressions. The words hit me harder than I expected. Look, he's my brother. I'd go to hell and back for him. His sincerity started to chip away at my defenses. He might not say it, but you matter to him. Before he even knew about your past with Lucien, we'd hit the bars, and he'd turn down every girl who came his way. Even at the underground, with strippers throwing themselves at him, he'd walk away. Trust me, that's not his usual move. The guy loves women more than I do. So Balto had lied to me that night. He'd rather keep his mouth shut than admit he hadn't been with anyone before taking me from Lucien. What was he hiding? If you mean something to him, you mean something to me, he said, thumping his chest. Which means I've got your back. When Balto's gone, at least you'll know I'm downstairs. Yeah, you got the drop on me last time, but I promise I'm usually way sharper than that. I scoffed. You better be. A slow grin spread across his face. I won't pretend I'm some saint. I've done things, bad things. Stolen, killed, enjoyed a good fight a little too much. And yeah, I'll say things to a woman that make a sailor blush. But I swear you're safe with me. The anger I'd been holding onto started to fade. If Balto trusted him, maybe I could too. Balto didn't tolerate liars, not even family. Fine, I sighed. You get another shot. Good, but don't expect me to stop telling you how damn fine you are. I rolled my eyes. Just don't let Balto hear you. He doesn't care about words, just hands, and trust me, I got the memo. Should we hug it out? He shook his head. Nah, Balto made it clear, no touching. A beer cheers will have to do. He raised his glass and I clinked mine against it. We both took a long swig just as Balto walked in. No bloodshed. Impressive, Balto remarked, sliding into the seat beside me. We had a chat, Heath said. I admitted I'm an asshole, but the harmless kind. The type who'll tell you your dress is fire but won't actually lock you in a basement. Balto arched a brow. Was that a jab at me? Maybe, Heath smirked. But hey, at least I don't need chains to get laid. I surprised myself by jumping in. Neither does he. Balto turned to me, something unreadable in his gaze. Heath just laughed and turned back to the game. If you two are about to get gross, take it upstairs, because I'll probably end up watching it and liking it anyway. The game finally wrapped up, and we made our way back upstairs. The night had stretched on, and exhaustion was creeping in. I needed to crash before it got too late. Balto had a habit of keeping me up way past midnight, so waking up at noon was basically my routine. But after a full day of nonstop running around, my body was begging for sleep. I stepped into the bedroom and rummaged through his drawer, pulling out a soft white cotton tee. It carried that familiar scent, his laundry detergent mixed with just a hint of his cologne. At this point, I practically lived in his clothes, slept in his bed, and smelled like him 24/7. Not that I was complaining. You really gonna leave me hanging again tonight? He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, those sharp blue eyes locked onto me. The way his jeans hugged his hips and those broad shoulders filled out his shirt. Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing. Maybe, I teased, stripping off my clothes and slipping into his shirt, letting it drape over my bare skin. Depends on what. I turned and walked toward him, slow and deliberate, wearing nothing but his shirt and a pair of panties. "Your brother mentioned something interesting," I said, tracing my fingers along the doorframe. "Back when we first started seeing each other, he said you weren't acting like yourself. You'd hit the bars together, but you never took anyone home. Women threw themselves at you at the underground and you just walked away. He never saw you with anyone." Balto's expression didn't flicker, just that same unreadable poker face. The guy could give a stone statue lessons in staying emotionless. Even a shrink would have thrown in the towel trying to crack him. "My brother doesn't know everything," he finally said, voice low. "So he was lying," I pressed. Balto always swore he never lied. Now was his chance to back that up. His gaze flickered for just a second before steadying again. "Balto, fine, it's true," he admitted. "But he's not with me every second of the day. No one is, so don't take his word as gospel." "Then why push so hard for me to forgive him?" I countered. "If he's not reliable, why should I trust him?" Silence. For once, I had him right where I wanted him, no escape, no deflection. He hated showing his cards, but I was calling his bluff. I walked back to the bed, peeling off my thong and letting it drop to the rug. Then I tugged the shirt over my head, leaving nothing but skin. I stretched out on the bed, legs parted, fingertips grazing my clit. His jaw clenched, his jeans suddenly looking a lot tighter. When he finally gave in, he crossed the room in 2 strides, yanking his shirt off. His jeans and boxers followed, and damn, he was already hard, thick, and more than ready. "One last question," I murmured as he climbed onto the bed. "Before me, was there anyone else?" He didn't answer with words. Just a slow, deliberate move onto his knees. The tension between us was electric, his resistance only fueling my need for control. "Why does it even matter?" He muttered, but I wasn't letting him off that easy. My foot pressed firmly against his chest, keeping him at bay while my fingers teased my clit, slick with anticipation. My breath hitched, nipples tight, every inch of me aching for him. "Because I say it matters," I shot back. "Now answer me." His grip tightened around my ankle, lowering it before shifting closer, but I wasn't having it. I planted my foot against him again, my voice dripping with challenge. "Either give me an answer, or I'll finish this myself and leave you hanging." His gaze dropped to where my fingers worked, watching the way my wetness glistened, trailing down my thighs. 4 nights apart, and he still hadn't made up for lost time. When his eyes flicked back to mine, frustration burned in them, the vein in his forehead pulsing. He hated that I'd flipped the script, hated that he was falling right into my game. Smart move would have been walking away, but he was too far gone. "No," he finally growled. There was no one else. Victory surged through me. I spread my legs, granting him permission, and he didn't hesitate. His hips settled between mine, his hand guiding himself inside with one smooth thrust. The stretch was perfect, his thick length filling me completely as I gasped, "Fuck!" My ankles locked around his waist, pulling him deeper. My fingers traced the hard lines of his chest, our lips nearly brushing. "I already knew," I murmured, staring into those piercing blue eyes. "I just wanted to hear you admit it." Later, he moved silently, dressing while I lay there, still buzzing from the aftershocks. My hair was tousled from his grip, lips swollen from his kisses. The second I heard the rustle of his jeans, I propped myself up, blinking sleepily. "You're not leaving tonight," I said, more a plea than a question. "Work doesn't wait, sweetheart." "But you were gone for days," I argued, slipping out of bed and tugging on his discarded shirt, the fabric swallowing me whole. His smirk was infuriating. "That was your call, not mine." He raked a hand through his short hair before shoving his boots on. "I'll be back when I'm back." "Balto, not being an ass," he cut in, voice sharp. "Some nights I don't make it home at all." The unspoken warning hung between us. This wasn't some cozy domestic fantasy. He had a war to fight, and I was just a pawn in it. My stomach twisted at the coldness in his tone, but I refused to let it show. "Don't say things like that," I whispered, hugging his shirt tighter around me. He paused at the door, glancing back with a look I couldn't decipher. For a second, I thought he might stay. Then the moment passed and he was gone, leaving me alone with the weight of his absence. You think that's what I want? For you to die so I can walk away? I searched her face, watching the emotions flicker behind her eyes like a storm rolling in. I want my freedom, but not like that. Not with you gone. She turned and stalked into the living room, tension coiled in her shoulders. I trailed behind, tucking a pistol into the waistband of my jeans. My old Chevy was loaded with enough firepower to start a small war, shotguns, rifles, all stashed just out of sight but ready if trouble came knocking. Arms crossed, she glared at me, frustration burning in her gaze. Is Heath gonna be downstairs? Nope, he's coming with me to the underground. A pause, then softly, oh. Look, there are 50 guys down there who could bench press a truck. How many times do I gotta say it? You'll be safe. Balto, she snapped, stepping closer. It doesn't matter how tough they are. They're not you. Her fingers jabbed the elevator button, and the gears groaned as it climbed toward us. She rose onto her toes, hands pressing against my chest as she kissed me, hard, desperate, like she was trying to memorize the feel of my mouth. My grip tightened on her waist, the thin fabric of her shirt straining under my fingers. The curve of her back, the way her body fit against mine, it was all too damn perfect. And then it hit me. I was kissing a woman goodbye. Not some quick, meaningless hookup, not a transaction with a stranger. This was different. I barely kissed women at all. Hell, most of the time it was straight to business. But her, every damn day it seemed. The underground was alive with low chatter and the clink of glasses when I walked in. Brutus fell into step beside me. Hunter's replacement just paid up not just his cut, but all the back payments Hunter skipped. I smirked, heading for the bar. I like this guy already. Solid choice. Should have been him from the start. Long as he values his skull, we won't have problems. Then I spotted Heath. Of course. Slouched at a table with Denise, the bartender, straddling his lap, his scotch forgotten as his hands roamed under her skirt. Classic. We'll talk later, I muttered to Brutus before striding over. Let her work, Heath. He didn't even look up. She is working on me. I shot Denise a look. Scotch, now, smart woman. She didn't argue, just slid off Heath's lap and vanished toward the bar. He scowled. Seriously, you're gonna cockblock your own brother. Bartenders are off limits. I dropped into the chair across from him. And you're embarrassing yourself. He rolled his eyes, but the smirk didn't reach them. Something was off more than usual. Maybe it was the way his fingers drummed the table, restless, or the fact that he hadn't even glanced at the new girl serving drinks. But that was a problem for later. Right now, I had a drink to finish and a night to get through, without thinking about her. You know the rules, I snapped, watching Heath's gaze linger on Denise a little too long. Why the hell are they off limits? He barely glanced at her before turning back to me, irritation sharp in his voice. She's dressed like she wants attention, short skirt, top barely holding it together. You really think the Skull Kings are gonna keep their hands to themselves with booze and temptation everywhere? Save it for after her shift, I warned, my voice low. If she's rubbing up against you now, we've got a problem. Consider this your only heads up. My brother had changed since getting out of jail, less guarded, more like the cocky bastard he used to be. I was glad he was back to himself, but rules were rules. This was my place, my crew. Favoritism would cost me respect, and once that was gone, it didn't come back. Denise returned, sliding a fresh drink in front of me. Need anything else, Balto? Leaning forward, elbows on the table, I met her eyes. Yeah, cut the games or find another job. I expected defiance. Cassini always gave me hell, but Denise just pressed her lips together and walked away. Heath shot me a glare but kept his mouth shut. Plenty of women out there, man. You'll survive. He downed half his drink in one go. Big spenders coming tonight. Too bad they're expecting fresh meat. Some clients had a taste for the underaged, but I shut that down months ago. No matter how much money they threw around, that line wasn't getting crossed. Not happening. I wasn't a saint. I'd done plenty I wasn't proud of, but trafficking kids, that was a different kind of filth. They'll have to settle for disappointment. You think I care? Truth was, I didn't even know why we still ran the auction. We had cleaner ways to make cash, guns, drugs, hits. Selling people felt cheap, but tradition was a hard thing to kill. The crew expected it. If I scrapped it now, I'd have a mutiny on my hands. Just giving you a heads up, Heath muttered, hands raised like he was backing off. Then I felt it, that prickling sense of being watched. My eyes cut across the room, locking onto Vox. The guy was built like a tank, all muscle and menace, with a beard dark enough to match his glare. He never said much, just let his eyes do the talking. Strongest fighter in the crew, but he hated my guts, wanted my spot. Had his own little faction backing him, just not enough to take me down. What? Heath caught my shift in focus. Nothing, I muttered, but it wasn't nothing. Vox's stare was a challenge, one I'd have to answer sooner or later. I looked away from Vox, not out of weakness, but because my mind was already racing with bigger problems. Why the hell did you feed Cassini all that crap? My grip tightened around my drink as I glared at him. What crap? He played dumb, but I wasn't buying it. Don't even try. You're terrible at acting. About you actually keeping it in your pants for once. Yeah, that. Because it's the truth. And why did she need to hear it? His smirk was infuriating. She didn't get why I was so hung up on us starting clean, so I told her maybe she actually matters to you. My fingers dug into the glass, the pressure threatening to crack it. Only sheer willpower kept it intact. What the hell is wrong with you? Nothing, she already knew. Like hell she did. Cassini's just leverage. A pawn to bring Lucian down. Don't fill her head with delusions about making it out alive. She's disposable, sold, kept, or cut loose. That's it. Vox scoffed. You think she'd believe me if I told her you were secretly a family man, or that you're actually a woman in disguise? No, she believes this because she's seen it herself. So go ahead, blame me, but this is on you. He jabbed a finger into my arm. And what's so bad about caring? She's sharp, gorgeous, and has a mouth like a viper. I don't do false hope. Then stop giving her reasons to hope. I down the rest of my drink. Even if I give a damn, the second Lucian makes the right offer, she's gone. She needs to know I'm still the enemy. I don't sugarcoat things, no fake rescues, no lies. So keep your fairy tales to yourself. Vox leaned back, swirling his drink. If that's the case, then I'm not the problem. You are. You're the one playing the hero when you're supposed to be the villain. Either commit to the role or stop pretending. Right now, all I see is a guy who's in way too deep and loving every second of it. The dim light barely touched the figures seated in the shadows, their polished shoes and tailored suits the only signs of wealth in the room. Paddles rested beside them, silent but ready. Each one was a different kind of predator, but they all had the same hunger. The Skull King's auction wasn't just business, it was a reminder. A room full of powerful men, all here for the same reason: to buy, to own, to control. And I sat at the head of it all, watching the wolves circle their next meal. The dim glow of the streetlights barely cut through the early morning fog as Heath and I slumped in the truck outside the apartment complex. 7 a.m., rush hour for the 9-to-5 crowd. Yet here we were, parked like a couple of idiots with no real plan. Heath dragged a hand through his messy hair, stifling a yawn that sounded more like a groan. Seriously, man, what's the point of this? He muttered, rubbing his tired eyes. Meanwhile, back in the underground auction hall, the air was thick with greed and desperation. Naked women stood trembling on the stage, chains clinking with every nervous shift. Call me traditional, but forcing someone into submission. That's not power, it's weakness. A real man doesn't need chains to get what he wants. Either he's got the charm or the cash to make it happen fair and square. And yet, here these so-called clients were, whining because the merchandise wasn't young enough for their twisted tastes. Vox stormed up, his usual scowl deeper than usual, like he'd just bitten into a lemon and found it extra sour. The guy had ambition, sure, but mostly he just had a death wish. "They're complaining," he growled, like that was supposed to mean something. I took a slow sip of my drink, barely glancing at him. "About what? The free booze, the view?" His jaw tightened. "They want younger girls." I scoffed. "They're in their 20s. What, do they need a daycare next?" Vox didn't back down, but he wasn't stupid enough to push further. The tension between us crackled like a live wire. One wrong move, and I'd happily introduce his face to my glass. He knew it too. With a stiff nod, he retreated, leaving me to watch the auction unfold. Back in the truck, Heath slumped further in his seat. "We could be sleeping right now." I smirked. "Where's the fun in that? You've got a drop-dead gorgeous woman back at your place, yet here we are, parked on some random street like a couple of creeps. What's the deal?" "There's someone I need to see." My eyes stayed locked on the apartment building across the street, specifically the second-floor window where a certain family lived. The lobby door held my attention, waiting for movement. Heath rolled up his sleeve, checking his watch with a groan. "Dude, I could be in bed right now, either sleeping or doing something way more fun. Patience, you'll get your beauty rest or whatever else when we're done." He slumped deeper into the seat, rubbing his temples. "Worst decision ever getting in this truck with you. Worst decision ever letting you crash at my place. Come on, I'm a great roommate. Great at being annoying, maybe." My truck was nothing special, just a plain pickup that blended in. If I rolled up in some flashy sports car, people would notice. And remembering me, that'd be bad news. After a long silence, Heath finally spoke. "So you and Vox got history, huh? You could say that. What's his problem?" "He wants my spot. The power, the control, the kind that lets a man trade lives like poker chips." "Then why hasn't he made a move?" My fingers tapped against my lips, eyes still fixed on the building. The guy I wanted to see, the one I'd happily leave bruised and broken, was taking his sweet time. Only reason I hadn't already. Cassini's rules. Otherwise, this would have ended very differently. First, he'd lose. Second, the guys aren't looking for a new boss. Vox tries anything, he'll just piss everyone off. Ambition like that, he'll come for you eventually. I shrugged. Maybe. So who's the unlucky guy we're stalking? Heath turned toward the window just as the man stepped out, dressed like some corporate drone in a button-up and slacks, shiny watch glinting in the sunlight. Wedding ring on his finger, face like he belonged in a magazine. Grip tightened on the wheel. "That him?" Heath asked, catching my glare. "Yeah." The guy climbed into his car, clueless as ever, not even glancing our way as he drove past. "Looks harmless," Heath muttered. "Harmless to me, but not to her. He'd wrecked her life, left scars no one could see, and he was living like nothing happened. Evan Alfonsi. Should I know that name?" I turned the key, engine growling to life. "That's the guy Cassini sold her soul to save. Married Lucian to keep him breathing. And now he's got a wife, a kid, living like he didn't ruin her." Heath whistled low. "Damn, so what's the play?" I smirked, pulling into traffic. "Patience, brother. Payback's a dish best served cold." New detail, added the line about the truck being a plain pickup for better us relatability. Tone shift, switched from brooding to darkly sarcastic when discussing Evan's obliviousness. He barely waited 3 months before jumping into marriage. The realization slowly dawned in his eyes. So now it's payback time. I gave a firm nod. He doesn't get to walk away from this. My brother studied me, hesitating like he wanted to argue but decided against it. I knew exactly what he was thinking. I care about her. She's been through hell because of him. I won't let her go, but that doesn't mean she doesn't deserve more, way more than what he ever gave her. "You're not seriously planning to kill him, are you?" "Nah." I hit the gas, merging into traffic. "Just gonna scare the living hell out of him." Evan worked as a loan officer at First National, tucked away in a private office at the end of the hall, perfect for an ambush. Heath and I waited in the lobby like any other customers, playing the part until our names were called. As we walked down the hallway, Heath muttered, "What's the move?" I smirked. "Improvise." Stepping inside, I took in Evan behind his desk, unimpressed. Up close, I couldn't fathom what Cassini had ever seen in him. Sure, he had a clean-cut look, but he lacked presence, no fire in his eyes, no edge. I doubted he had half the nerve I did in or out of the bedroom. He finished typing, then stood with a practiced smile. "Evan, Chief Loan Officer. How can I help you?" He extended a hand. I ignored it, dropping into the chair across from him. Heath followed my lead. Evan's smile faltered as he slowly lowered his hand and sat back down. "All right. What brings you in today?" He adjusted his tie, his cheerful act crumbling under our cold stares. My fingers tapped the armrest, slow and deliberate. This guy was nothing, just some paper pusher who'd let Cassini down when she needed him most. "Cassini Cardello," I said. "That's why we're here." His whole body tensed at her name. He leaned back, uneasy, eyes darting between me and Heath like a cornered animal. Smart enough to stay quiet, anything he said would only dig his grave deeper. Heath smirked. "Should we check his pants?" Pretty sure he just messed himself. Evan's gaze flickered between us. "Get out, or I'm calling the cops." I laughed, shaking my head. Real men handle their own problems. They don't hide behind badges. Leaning forward, I locked eyes with him. "Honestly, I still can't figure out what she ever saw in you." Evan's face went pale as he clutched the phone, his fingers trembling. "You're a damn coward," I muttered, watching him fumble with the call. He finally got through, his voice shaky as he spoke. "There are 2 men in my office threatening me." He started describing me, tall, brown hair, but I cut him off. "Name's Balto," I said, smirking. Heath chuckled beside me, clearly enjoying the show. Evan repeated it into the phone, but his expression dropped when the line went dead. "Hello." He held the receiver like a lifeline, even though he knew no one was listening. I leaned forward, my hands clasped. "I own the cops. I own this town. And now, I own you." Evan slowly set the phone down, his hand unsteady. "Man S about to pass out," Heath joked, nudging me. "Look at him, he's barely breathing." The fear in Evan's eyes was nothing compared to what Cassini had endured. She'd given up everything for this spineless excuse of a man, her freedom, her dignity. And for what? Evan swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice level. "What do you want?" I spread my arms. "This." His terror was exactly what I craved. Just like Cassini had been trapped, now he was too. No backup, no escape. I could pull the trigger right here, and no one would lift a finger to stop me. Cassini's mine now, and as her man, I make sure anyone who hurt her pays, starting with you. His chest rose and fell rapidly, sweat beading on his forehead. He was staring down a predator with no way out. "Why'd you do it?" I pressed. "Cassini's flawless. Only reason I can think you'd walk away is if you were into guys, but then you married someone else 3 months later. So explain that." Evan stayed silent, his jaw tight. "What Lucian have on you?" I demanded. He wasn't some high-rolling crime boss, just a banker. So why was he tangled up with monsters like us? Evan finally cracked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Don't hurt my family." I leaned back, feigning consideration. "Cooperate, and I won't." Truth was, I had no intention of touching them, but fear was a powerful motivator, and right now, Evan was drowning in it. "You really think my word means anything?" I smirked, watching the fear flicker in his eyes like a dying light bulb. "Relax, I keep my promises, your wife and kid are safe. But you're about to have a real bad day. What you did to Cassini, that wasn't just cruel, it was pathetic, and now you're gonna pay for it." Evan's voice cracked. "Please, my son." Yeah, the kid needs a dad. Lucky for you, I'm not in the business of making orphans. But don't mistake mercy for weakness. Start talking." The silence stretched as Evan weighed his options, his family spared, his own fate sealed. Finally, he caved. "Lucian had nothing on me. He saw me with Cassini, wanted her, and cut me a deal." My grip tightened. This wasn't some grand conspiracy, just greed and obsession. "Go on." "He paid me to play along," Evan muttered, eyes glued to the floor. 100,000 euros to help break her. Lucian had been stalking her, knew she'd never submit if he just took her. Oh, he staged it, made her think she was choosing it. The truth hit like a sucker punch. Cassini hadn't just been trapped, she'd been played, and this spineless worm had handed her over for pocket change. You sold her for that. She's worth more than you'll ever be. Evan flinched. Lucian threatened to kill me if I refused. Heath scoffed. Should have taken the bullet. You're worthless. Worse than worthless, I growled, pulling my Glock from my waistband and slamming it onto the table. The metallic clank made Evan jump. You don't get to call what you felt love. Say it again, and I'll redecorate this room with your skull. Evan's breath came in shallow gasps. I told you everything. What else do you want? What I wanted was to dig 2 graves and dance on them. Lucian wasn't just a coward, he was a puppeteer. He'd twisted Cassini's bravery into a leash, made her think she was saving someone. And this sniveling traitor had helped. Funny how life works. Some people, they don't deserve the air they breathe. You just walked away like it meant nothing. I could see the guilt weighing him down as he avoided my stare. What choice did I have? Step up, I shot back, my voice icy. A real man stands by his woman, even if it costs him everything. That's the whole damn point of us being here. I stood, gripping my pistol before tucking it into my waistband. The only reason you're breathing right now is because Cassini wouldn't want your blood on my hands. Count yourself lucky. His eyes flicked to the framed photo on his desk, his wife and kids smiling back at him. When he looked up again, his expression was weak, pleading. Does she know any of this? No, I leaned over his desk, my knuckles pressing into the wood. But I'll be waiting for you when your shift ends. His voice cracked. What are you planning to do? I smirked. Take you somewhere quiet, push you until you're begging for death. At first, you'll be terrified. Then the pain will hit, and you'll pray for it to end. And that's when I'll walk away, when you're screaming for me to finish you. The truck rolled to a stop in the compound, engine cutting out. Heath sat silent for a moment before asking, You gonna tell her? I hadn't planned to. But now, with everything out in the open, did Cassini deserve the truth, or would it just twist the knife deeper? Not sure yet. Heath shrugged. Maybe knowing he's gonna get what's coming to him will give her peace. I scoffed. She's too good for that. She'd never want this. Then why do it? Because I need to. My grip tightened on the wheel. I'm the Skull King. Justice is mine to deliver. The sun blazed overhead, forcing Heath to slide on his shades. Winter was creeping in, but days like this still burned like July. What about Lucian? Oh, he'll pay. More than he could imagine. I'd already taken my first shot, letting him find out I'd been with his wife every time he left town. She was mine long before he ever had her. He knows about us. Heath's eyebrows shot up. Since when? Last week, Cassini left her phone behind and he went digging. A slow grin spread across his face. Damn, that's one hell of a challenge. Exactly, I smirked. Nothing better than watching an enemy lose his mind over something he can't control. Sounds like you're doing just fine, then. We stepped into the elevator. Heath yawned. Need backup tonight? Nah, this one's personal. The doors opened on his floor. All right, I'm crashing. Enjoy your playdate with Evan. Count on it. Upstairs, the penthouse was quiet. No Cassini curled up on the couch like usual, probably because I wasn't supposed to be home until dawn. But today wasn't about keeping schedules. Today was about settling scores. Cassini leaned against the doorway, her dark curls perfectly styled and makeup flawless, but she'd clearly raided my closet, my old band tee and boxer shorts hanging loose on her frame. You took your sweet time, she muttered, arms crossed, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. Work doesn't clock out, I said, stepping closer. What kind of work? She challenged, tilting her chin up. Collecting debts, settling scores, the usual. My fingers brushed her jawline, tracing the stubborn set of her lips. Evan had been a fool to trade her for cash and some forgettable woman. The guy had clearly lost his mind. You miss me. Too busy being pissed, she shot back. Pissed? 16 hours, Dante, seriously. That's the gig, sweetheart." She scoffed, rolling her eyes so hard I half expected them to get stuck. "Well, your gig sucks. Get comfortable with it," I said, catching her wrist before she could pull away. "It's not going anywhere." "Neither am I," she countered, slipping free, but not before I caught the way her breath hitched. "Sleep well," she turned, and damn if those boxers didn't cling to her curves just right. "Like a baby," I lied. She grabbed a beer from the fridge, popping the cap off with practiced ease. "You coming to the underground or what?" "Doubt it." She took a long swig, lips wrapped around the bottle. Same fight, different night. She hated when I disappeared, always side-eyeing my business. But as the Skull King, suspicion was pointless. My crimes weren't exactly subtle. Door always open if you change your mind. She drank in silence, her usual warmth replaced with icy indifference. One minute she was wrapped around me, the next she was freezing me out. A woman like Cassini. Her moods shifted faster than a New York minute. "And do what exactly?" "Keep me company," she arched a brow. "Like some lapdog." "No," I said, stepping into her space. "Like mine." Exhaustion faded fast with her this close, wearing my clothes, smelling like my soap. I wanted to wipe every memory of Evan, that spineless waste of space, and Lucian's lingering shadow from her mind. No more ghosts, just us. I snatched the beer from her hand, setting it aside before backing her into the dining table. Her hips met the edge as I stripped off my shirt, jeans hitting the floor seconds later. Anger still simmered in her eyes, but her body betrayed her, fingers hooking into her waistband, shoving the fabric down. The thin camisole stayed, barely hiding a thing. I lifted her onto the table, my weight pressing her into the wood. Her legs parted, welcoming me in, and for the first time all night, she didn't argue the thought of another man breaking this woman's heart for something as shallow as money made my stomach turn. Worse yet, he'd twisted her kindness into a weapon to control her. Sure, I wasn't any better. Hell, I probably deserved her anger more than they did. But that didn't stop me from craving her, from believing she should be mine. The moment I touched her, she melted against me, her breath hitching as her body betrayed any lingering resentment. Her fingers tangled in my hair, her lips trembling as she whispered, "I missed you." I didn't need the words to know she meant them. Yeah, she'd been furious when I walked in, but that didn't matter. This woman could be spitting mad, yet her body never lied. She wanted me here, wanted me close, wanted me to be the one who claimed her. "Missed you too, baby," I murmured back, because what else was there to say? Cassini 2 months under the Skull King's roof, and I still hadn't seen him crack a skull, not that I doubted he could. I'd never watched him work, but I knew the rumors weren't just talk. Funny how life works. I'd traded one cage for another, yet somehow, being with Balto started to feel like home. With Lucian, I never lost sleep waiting for him to return. Honestly, I'd hoped he wouldn't come back some nights. But with Balto, I caught myself checking the clock, counting down until I knew he was safe. My mind played cruel tricks, imagining him surrounded by women who'd throw themselves at him without a second thought. I didn't even know what we were anymore. Was I just a temporary guest? Would he hand me back to Lucian once he got what he wanted? The uncertainty gnawed at me. When Balto finally stepped out of the elevator at 7, his gray shirt speckled with blood, clearly not his own, I didn't flinch. "Torture someone?" I asked casually, straining pasta at the counter. Cooking wasn't my thing, but Balto's idea of a meal was depressing. "Yes," he answered like it was nothing, breezing past me toward the shower. By the time he returned, I'd already cleaned my plate, leaving nothing but streaks of Cardello sauce behind. He reappeared in just sweatpants, his body a damn masterpiece, completely unfazed by whatever violence he'd just committed. Like it was just another Tuesday, he whipped up food and sat across from me. "What did he do?" I pressed. Balto chewed slowly, his gaze locked on me, waiting for me to dig deeper. "The man you murdered." "I didn't murder him." "Then what did you do?" "Made him regret not being dead." He took another slow bite, his sharp jawline making even eating fish look like some kind of dark, seductive performance. What was his crime? He speared a stalk of asparagus with his fork. Betrayed someone close to me. You play avenger for other people now. Only when it's personal. Must be someone important. He set his fork down, his icy blue eyes locking onto me with unnerving intensity. The silence between us thickened, heavy with unspoken threats. I knew this look, the way the air stilled when he zeroed in, turning everything else into background noise. It never failed to make my skin prickle, like I was something small and breakable under his gaze. We weren't lovers. We weren't equals, just predator and prey circling each other in this twisted game. I've held up my end, I said. Now it's your turn. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, his stare cutting right through me. And what exactly do you think that entails? You promised me freedom. I wanted to feel normal again, drive with the windows down, see my family, wander through a store without armed men shadowing me. I haven't stepped outside in weeks. At least with Lucian, I could sit by the damn pool. His grip tightened around his glass. Don't. I'm just saying, you'd rather go back to him. No, but then stop. He took a slow sip of whiskey, the ice clinking like a warning. You want out, fine, but you're not walking around this city alone. I've survived this long. Before you got tangled up with us. His smirk was infuriating. You think those old rules still apply? Lucian and I don't forget, neither do our enemies. I wasn't scared of him, not like that. But freedom. That was a different story. I've done everything you asked, played nice with your brother, let you into my bed, now you hold up your end. That arrogant grin curled his lips. Let's be honest, you don't let me into your bed out of obligation. You want me there, start with that. God, I wanted to slap the smug right off his face. But the way he looked at me, like he could see every thought, every flicker of hesitation, left me frozen. The deal stands. Are you going to keep your word or not? He leaned back, swirling his drink, the ice catching the dim light. The pause stretched, deliberate. Taunting, he tilted his head slightly, studying me with an intensity that made it clear he was weighing every word before speaking. No, the answer hit me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't seen that coming. No, you're joking, right? Not even a little. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. But you promised. I know what I said. His glass slammed against the table, whiskey sloshing over the edge. He didn't bother wiping it up. There's stuff you don't understand, okay? What stuff? My voice came out hollow, like I was already bracing for bad news. He took a slow sip, his gaze sharp with annoyance. Lucian called me last week. He hacked your phone, found out about us. The room spun. I hadn't even thought about my phone when I left, just grabbed my keys and ran. Now, that oversight felt like a grenade with the pin pulled. He didn't take it well, huh? Balto smirked, but there was no humor in it. Not exactly. His ego took a nosedive, then he tried to threaten me, which was honestly pathetic. What kind of threat? Said he'd never deal with me. Swore he'd keep the diamond and come for you himself. My pulse spiked. Lucian was dangerous, but Balto, he was a different kind of threat. That's why I can't let you go. I don't fear him, but I'm not stupid either. The thought of being dragged back to Lucian made my skin crawl. At least here, I wasn't treated like property. I can't live like this forever, locked up like some. I told you I'd take you to see your brothers. That's not enough. My voice cracked. I need to feel human again, a dinner, a walk, anything. He exhaled, rubbing his temple like I was giving him a migraine. You want me to play chaperone now? Take you out like some damn date? If that's what it takes, yes. For a long moment, he just stared, his expression unreadable. Then something shifted, his shoulders relaxed just slightly. Fine, but it's not a free pass, you stick close. A flicker of hope sparked in my chest. You're really willing to risk it. Sitting here forever isn't a plan. I met his gaze, and I know you won't let anything happen to me. His jaw tightened, but his eyes softened just for a second. You really think he'd come after you? Oh, he'll send his guys. Balto scoffed. Coward wouldn't get his own hands dirty. Typical Lucian. All bark, no bite, unless someone else was holding the leash. He's not thinking straight. I embarrassed him, and now he's throwing a tantrum. Balto leaned back, arms crossed. Yeah, well, tantrums from men like him, they tend to end in blood. A chill ran down my spine. But for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel trapped. I felt like I had a shot. He's going to fail again, and then he'll crawl back, humbled and ready to talk terms. And you'll actually listen. He took a slow sip from his glass, the ice clinking softly. Depends on whether he brings something worth my time. You're not going out tonight. It was pushing 9, and if he had plans, he'd be gone by now. Curled under a blanket on the couch, I half-watched the game while he lounged in sweatpants, looking like he had zero intention of moving. Nope. Just knowing he was staying sent a warm rush through me, not just safety, but something deeper. Nights with him meant the kind of sleep I never got alone. Without him, I'd stare at the ceiling for hours. He set his empty glass down, turning to study me. Did you feel like this when Lucian was gone? I almost scoffed. No, I slept better when he wasn't around. Never worried about being unprotected. His men were never loyal. If they'd wanted to hurt me, they could have. But back then, I wouldn't have cared. Guess I didn't have much to lose. And now? I shrugged because what else was there to say? He held my gaze a beat too long before killing the TV. Bed. He left the glass where it was, remote tossed aside, and stood. The couch sighed under the shift of his weight. Even in the dim light, his body looked like something carved from stone, smooth, unmarked, no trace of the violence he dealt in. It was almost unsettling. By the time I snapped out of it, he was already gone. I followed, finding him propped against the headboard, bare and waiting. His gaze tracked me as I stripped, clothes pooling on the floor. Predictable, I muttered, climbing in. And you're not complaining. His hands locked onto my hips, dragging me over him. No teasing, no build-up, just the slow, deliberate push inside, my body already welcoming him. Always ready for me. The smirk in his voice was barely there, but I felt it. Lucian would have argued otherwise. His grip tightened, thumbs brushing the undersides of my breasts as he guided me up, then down, testing. When I didn't move, his brow arched. Not in the mood. Added detail, the quiet hum of the AC, the way his fingers flexed against my skin like he was holding back. A shift in tone, less detached, more deliberate. Hey, what's wrong? The future with Lucian was uncertain, but one thing was clear. I never wanted to be his again. His name on my license, his ring on my finger, none of it mattered anymore. If I could, I'd sign those divorce papers in a heartbeat. Balto, though. He was something else entirely. Rough around the edges, nothing like the men I'd known, yet somehow he was the only one I trusted. Please, don't send me back to him. Maybe I was trapped here, but even if the door swung open, I wasn't sure I'd walk through it. He never raised a hand to me, never left me wanting. There was something about him, a quiet strength I couldn't ignore. His grip tightened on my hips, his gaze locked onto mine. I don't want to go back. I want to stay with you. He was the only shield I had in this mess, and if that meant sticking by him forever, so be it. Sure, I hated when he disappeared for hours, but only because I'd started to care. A gilded cage, maybe, but I wasn't looking for an escape. His expression stayed unreadable, those icy eyes giving nothing away. Balto, I pressed my forehead to his, arms looping around his neck. I don't know what to do. In one smooth motion, he rolled me beneath him, never breaking contact. Yeah, well, he muttered, voice rough, join the damn club. The ride to the factory was dead silent. We hadn't spoken since last night, just lost ourselves in each other instead. He'd said he'd keep me if I proved my worth, but let's be real. How was I supposed to compete with a diamond worth more than some nations? No amount of late-night passion was gonna tip those scales. The truck rolled to a stop, and we walked inside without a word. I spotted Case buried in paperwork at the back. You ever take a break? He glanced up, smirk tugging at his lips despite the irritation in his eyes. Not if I can help it. Maybe you should try dating, could loosen you up. I dropped into the chair beside him, scanning the documents. Case snatched them away, stuffing them into a folder. Women are distractions. From what? Your thrilling spreadsheet career? I shot back. Sounds like you need one. Balto settled at the head of the table, scanning the room like he expected an ambush. Dark blue shirt, black jeans, all muscle and quiet intensity. No greeting for my brother, just that same guarded silence, like a statue carved from stone. Case leaned back in his chair, swirling his scotch with a smirk. 30 isn't old, he said. Besides, the dating pool doesn't dry up, it just gets deeper if you know where to look. Balto chuckled under his breath while I groaned. Live a little, Case. Seriously, so what's keeping you busy these days? Same old spreadsheets, he shrugged. Nothing exciting. I raised an eyebrow. How's the family business holding up? The Cardello name had carried weight for decades, with loyal customers trusting our pasta like it was their own grandmother's recipe. But Case's sudden silence set off alarms. His fingers tapped the edge of a folder like it held a secret, and Case never kept secrets. Not well, anyway. Spill it, I demanded. Balto exhaled sharply. Just tell her already. She's tougher than you think. I shot him a look, wondering how deep his involvement ran. Case, what's going on? The tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. Balto's expression stayed unreadable as he poured himself another drink, the amber liquid catching the dim light. Case finally caved, downing his scotch in one go before wiping his mouth. Fine, Dirk and we've been running something else out of the factory. I braced for something wild, maybe embezzlement, maybe worse. Another business. Balto's gaze locked onto me. Yeah, Case admitted. It's been smooth sailing for months. Profits are insane, we're not stopping. Sounds great, I said slowly. So what's the catch? Case hesitated. Let's just say it's not exactly legal. My stomach dropped. Balto's involvement meant nothing good. Case, I warned. What kind of business? Drugs, he said flatly. Dirk handles production, our products top tier, nationwide distribution. Balto caught wind and gave me an ultimatum, pay up or get buried. Balto sipped his drink, unfazed. The man had shown me the darkest corners of the world, but this, my own brother's. The pasta business is thriving, why throw it all away? Because this pays 10 times more, Case shot back. I scoffed. You're already loaded. Not like this, he insisted. A single month outturns a whole year of pasta. They had sprawling estates, luxury cars, everything. Was greed really worth the risk? Money's just paper, Case, I muttered, shaking my head. And this, it's a death wish. The truth stung like a slap, none of this would last. You think you're untouchable, but trust me, you won't see the end coming, I warned, watching Case down another drink like it was water. Our parents built that company for us, he muttered, swirling the ice in his glass. A legacy, security, but no, that wasn't enough for you and Dirk, was it? The bitterness in my voice surprised even me. They had everything handed to them, yet here they were, gambling it all for some twisted thrill. Cassini, enough. I cut him off before he could spin another excuse. This ends today, or I'll make sure Balto pulls the plug himself. Case scoffed, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Balto, he's the one cashing in on this. Why would he stop me? Because I'll make him. The words came out sharper than I intended. Balto leaned against the bar, his expression unreadable, but the way his fingers tightened around his glass told me everything. He wasn't here to play referee. You don't get it, I snapped, turning back to Case. I've seen what happens when you dance with monsters. Lucian, he broke people for fun, and Balto, he doesn't just step on toes, he crushes them. Literally. And you think you're just some harmless middleman. Case rolled his eyes like I was overreacting. We're not in the trenches, Cassini. We supply, that's it. Oh, please, I let out a bitter laugh. You really believe that? You think the wolves won't turn on you the second it's convenient? My chest tightened at the thought, my brothers, tangled in the same nightmare I'd barely escaped. Life's risky no matter what, Case shot back, shrugging. You of all people should know that. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd been naive once too, thinking I could outrun the darkness. But Lucian had shattered that illusion, and Balto, he just reinforced it. Balto finally spoke, his voice low. "I protect what's mine." "Until you can't," I whispered. His jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. I couldn't stay here another second. The air felt thick with betrayal, with stupidity. Pushing back from the table, I stood. "I'm done. Let's go, Balto," Case called after me, but I didn't turn around. Behind me, Balto's footsteps were steady, deliberate, like he'd expected this all along. And maybe he had his fingers tightened around my waist, pulling me against him with a force that made my breath catch. I shoved him back, my palms pressing hard against his chest. "Keep your hands off me." His grip shifted to my arm, rough and unyielding. I twisted free, surprised when his hold loosened too easily, like he was letting me win. My eyes locked onto his, tracing the sharp angles of his face, cold as stone. "You knew," I hissed, "and you said nothing." "Not my place to tell." I jerked my arm back and struck him hard. The crack of my palm against his cheek echoed in the hallway. "We've been sleeping together for weeks, and it wasn't your place." He turned his head with the impact, eyes shutting briefly. When he faced me again, his cheek was flushed, anger simmering beneath the surface, but his voice stayed eerily calm. "You want me to tell them the truth, that we were sneaking around before I claimed you, that you were mine long before they even suspected. Is that what you want me to say?" I raised my hand again, but this time he caught my wrist and slammed me against the wall, his body caging me in. "First one was free," he growled. "Try it again and you'll regret it." He let go and stepped back, his expression unreadable. "Your brothers made their choice, money, power, control. That's all men care about. Be mad at them, not me. You will stop them. I don't control their decisions. Bullshit, you own them." He shook his head. "They're good at what they do. Fast. Efficient. That's why I keep them." My jaw clenched. "I don't care about their damn efficiency. They're my family. And under me, they're safe. The only thing they have to fear is crossing me, and trust me, that's the worst mistake they could make." I exhaled sharply, frustration boiling over. "Then do this for me, please." His gaze flickered, searching mine. "And then what? They listen, and everything's fine. If I cut them loose, they'll just find someone else, someone worse. At least with me, they're protected. The only way this ends is if they walk away completely, and we both know that's not happening." Helplessness coiled in my chest. How could I save them when every path led deeper into danger? "You want the truth." His voice dropped, almost mocking. "The closer you are to the fire, the less it burns. You're brothers. They're safer now than they've ever been. Every player in this game knows who I am, and anyone under my watch is off limits." Back at his penthouse, I retreated to my room, burying myself under the sheets. The weight of it all pressed down, my brother's recklessness, my own tangled loyalties. I'd spent every night in Balto's bed, but tonight, I needed distance. The irony wasn't lost on me. The two men who controlled my life had known each other long before I'd ever stepped into this mess. New detail. As I lay there, the hum of the city outside the window felt suffocating, a reminder of how trapped I really was. The neon glow of downtown flickered against the curtains, casting shadows that seemed to whisper too late. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I felt like an idiot, completely lost. My gaze drifted to the blank wall, my thoughts slipping back to simpler days when my parents were still alive. Back then, I never needed a protector. Now. My family was falling apart, my brothers tangled in the drug trade, and me trapped under the control of a man who'd sell me back to Lucian without a second thought. What would Lucian even do with me? A quick bullet to the head? Or would he drag it out, savoring my pain? The bedroom door creaked open behind me, but I didn't bother turning. Balto's heavy footsteps crossed the room, deliberate, knowing I wasn't asleep. The sheets were ripped off me in one sharp tug before his grip clamped around my ankle, dragging me to the edge of the bed. "What the hell are you doing?" I lashed out, but he caught my hips effortlessly, his fingers already working at my jeans. That's when I saw him, completely bare, towering over me, every inch of him carved from muscle. And despite my anger, my body betrayed me, slick with unwelcome desire. I don't want this. He didn't listen. My jeans and panties were gone in seconds, his hands pinning my thighs apart as he pushed inside. My breath hitched, my nails digging into the mattress as he filled me, deep and unrelenting. He pulled me closer, burying himself completely. "You always need this when you're pissed," he murmured, his voice rough. "That's bullsh." The protest died as his thrusts stole my words, each one hitting a spot that made my back arch. His hands hooked behind my knees, forcing me open wider as he watched me unravel. His blue eyes locked onto mine, drinking in every gasp, every bite of my lip. "I know exactly what you need," he growled, "and I'll give it to you." Later, I sat in the living room, the TV flickering silently. Cassini had been holed up in the bedroom for nearly an hour, sulking, probably. My phone buzzed against my ear as Brutus's voice crackled through. "They call her Miss Lightning." I smirked. "Cute nickname. She says she's earned it, whatever that means." "So what's her deal?" "Wants a meeting. Says her girls are getting roughed up, scars hurt business. Clients aren't paying, she's looking for protection." I scoffed. "I'm not running a brothel." Prostitution was small time. I dealt in guns, drugs, power plays, not petty street drama. "Tell her no." Brutus hesitated. "She's persistent." "Not my problem." But something in his tone made me pause. She wasn't backing down. And that was interesting. The way she spoke made it sound like she had something worthwhile to offer. Honestly, my plate was already overflowing with projects. I wasn't about to add another unless it was seriously worth my time. "I'll think about it," I muttered before hanging up. Cassini had vanished somewhere in the apartment, and I had no clue where. We hadn't talked about her brother's new gig since I barged into her room and derailed her thoughts, but I knew it was still eating at her. When I stepped into the bedroom, there she was, dressed to kill in a sleek black number. The single shoulder strap and thigh-high slit screamed high fashion, like she was ready for a magazine shoot. Her hair was curled just enough, swept back to show off her smooth neck and collarbone. The smoky eye makeup, damn near hypnotic. I raked my gaze over her, debating my next move. Should I grab her by the hair and kiss her senseless, or flip up that dress and take her right there against the bed? She turned, towering over me in those heels, hands planted on her hips like she owned the moment. That smirk said she thought she was in control, but we both knew better. "If you're trying to impress me, lingerie would have done the trick," I said. She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, because spaghetti and lingerie go so well together." "Spaghetti?" I closed the distance, my fingers itching to tug that zipper down. "What restaurant?" "The one you're taking me to tonight." "Funny, I don't remember signing up for that." "You didn't. I don't need your permission." She tossed her hair. "Now put on something decent so we can go." She just ordered me around, and normally that'd earn her a lesson in who's really in charge. But hell if I wasn't entertained. Cassini laying down the law, hot as hell. "Fine, where are we going?" "This upscale Italian spot I've been dying to revisit." I shrugged. "All right." Her eyebrow arched like my easy agreement was suspicious. "Dinner S on you, but when we get back you're going down on me." She scoffed. Like I wasn't going to anyway. I smirked, adjusting myself in my sweatpants. "Yeah, but now you'll make it unforgettable." "Suits, not my thing. A real man doesn't need fabric to prove he's got power." I could stroll into a room but naked and still command respect. Only guys with something to hide bother with ties. So I threw on a black blazer over a gray V-neck, paired with dark jeans. My Glock was tucked at my back, and a switchblade sat snug in my pocket, though honestly, I'd rather throw hands or boots than pull a weapon. The drive to the restaurant was a struggle. Every time I glanced over, that slit in her dress teased me with a glimpse of thigh. Cassini was stunning even in a t-shirt and no makeup, but dressed like this. She was lethal. I parked along the curb, already counting down the minutes until I could get her alone again. She couldn't hide the way her eyes kept flickering toward me, like I was the only thing worth looking at in the room. The host led us to a secluded corner table, tucked away from the main dining area. The place had a familiar vibe, dark wood, low lighting, the hum of quiet conversations blending with soft jazz. I'd held meetings here before, and the manager gave me a knowing nod as we passed. In my world, even the cleanest hands had dirt under their nails. Everyone knew who pulled the strings, and I was the one holding them all. Our table was set with a single red rose in a slender vase, a flickering candle casting shadows across Cassini's face. The clatter of silverware and murmured conversations from the other room faded into the background. She was mesmerizing, more than any woman I'd ever paid to keep me company. The high-end escorts I'd entertained couldn't hold a candle to her, not even close. Her green eyes were hypnotic, shifting with every emotion, fear, defiance, desire, all without a word. Most women I slept with never saw my face, but with her, I couldn't look away. Every reaction, every subtle shift in her expression was intoxicating. And those lips, full, soft, painted a deep crimson. I couldn't decide if I wanted to taste them or feel them wrapped around me. She skimmed the menu while I just watched her. Lucien must have been just as obsessed when he first saw her. Probably imagined the same things I did, but he'd never have her, not the real her. Should we get wine? She asked, still scanning the options. I don't do wine. She glanced up, amused. Ever. I'm a whiskey man or gin, maybe a martini if I'm feeling fancy, she smirked. Wine pairs better with Italian. At that moment, she could have asked for the moon, and I'd have found a way to give it to her. Lucky for me, she had no idea. Pick whatever you like. You'll actually drink it with me. For you, sure. Her fingers traced the wine list. They have Barsetti, my favorite. The name rang a bell, but I'd never bothered with it. The waiter appeared, and she ordered a bottle, then added bruschetta to start. I stuck with grilled chicken. Food was the last thing on my mind. Dining out wasn't my thing. Too much grease, too many empty calories. Years ago, I'd decided carbs and fats were expendable if it meant I could drink without restraint. Food was survival for most. For me, it was liquor. The waiter reappeared with the wine, poured 2 glasses, and set down the bruschetta before vanishing. She lifted her glass, leaving a perfect lipstick stain on the rim. My mind immediately wandered. What if those lips left their mark somewhere else? It's good. She picked up a slice, taking a slow bite while I sat frozen, hypnotized. The way her mouth moved, the way that sleek black dress clung to her curves, every detail was intoxicating. Her skin glowed under the dim lighting, smooth and golden, begging to be touched. My imagination ran wild, picturing my hands, my mouth, my body claiming every inch of her. Just watching her sip wine felt indecent, like a private show meant only for me. She finished her bite, eyeing me. Aren't you going to try one? I'd rather devour her. No. I grabbed my wine instead, the bold, fruity notes doing nothing to distract me. If I didn't care about an audience, I'd have her on this table right now. Hell, we might not even make it back. The truck would do just fine. She smirked, taking another deliberate bite. What? You're staring. I like to stare. I set my glass down, savoring the lingering taste, especially at what's mine. Oh, so you just admire your truck for hours, she shot back, that sharp wit making my pulse spike. No, I admire beautiful things, and you're the crown jewel. Her fingers traced the stem of her glass, expression softening. Let's go home. Dinner was just a formality, an obstacle between me and what I really wanted. My jeans were uncomfortably tight, and I knew she wasn't faring much better. Why waste time? We can leave now. After dinner. She arched a brow, posture flawless, shoulders begging to be kissed. That damn hair clip taunted me. I wanted it gone, her hair spilling free. Is my company that unbearable? The opposite. She took another sip, smudging more lipstick on the glass. The sight sent a jolt straight through me. Damn her for making even defiance look irresistible. I wasn't the type to take orders. I gave them. Control was everything, and anyone who crossed me paid the price. But this woman, she didn't flinch. Instead, she put me in my place with a smirk, and damn if that didn't turn me on. There was something about the way she stood her ground, like she knew I wouldn't hurt her, like she trusted me in a way no one else did. "Try the bruschetta," she said, pushing the plate toward me. I scoffed. "Not happening." She rolled her eyes, popping another piece into her mouth. "You keep saying you'll die young. Might as well enjoy the little things while you can." "I enjoy whiskey. That's enough for me." She licked a crumb from the corner of her lips, slow and deliberate, like she knew exactly what she was doing to me. "By the time I'm done with you, your tongue won't be the only thing raw." A smirk tugged at her mouth as she sipped her wine, eyes dancing with mischief. "After dinner, I'll drop to my knees right there on the hardwood. Take you so deep you'll see stars. My mouth will be dripping, my eyes watering, all because of how much you stretch me." My chest tightened, blood rushing south. She was playing me, but hell if I didn't love every second of it. I could already picture her, hair tangled from my grip, clothes half off, completely wrecked. She leaned in, voice low. "But for now, let's just eat." I clenched my jaw. "You're enjoying this." "Immensely." She refilled her glass, completely at ease. Somehow this woman, who had no real power, had me wrapped around her finger. She was driving, and I was just along for the ride. The waiter finally brought our food, and I nearly groaned in relief. Small talk wasn't my thing, and Cassini didn't seem to mind the silence. A glance, a smirk, that was enough. She twirled her pasta. "This looks amazing." I stabbed my chicken, my mind still stuck on the image of her on her knees. I wanted her in every way, choking on me, legs locked around my waist, those sharp eyes locked on mine as she came undone. Then movement outside caught my attention. Black SUVs rolled up in sync, windows tinted, doors swinging open. Men in dark clothes poured out, no visible weapons, but I knew better. Lucian's men here for Cassini. She was still eating, blissfully unaware. "Baby," I said, my voice low. "We've got company." The gravity in my voice made her freeze mid-bite, her fork clattering onto the plate. "Lucian's guys are storming this place in less than a minute." Her eyes widened. 12 of them, that's nothing. Nothing," she screamed, catching sight of the armored SUVs lining the street through the window. "Oh my God, what now?" I stood, gripping her arm. "You're getting out through the back now." I dragged her toward the emergency exit, my pulse steady despite the chaos. "What about you?" "I'll handle it," I said, flashing her a grin. "Just move." The second I shoved the door open, the fire alarm blared. "Go!" I gave her a playful swat and sent her stumbling into the alley. The gunfire erupted as I turned the corner, deafening, like the sky was splitting open. My stupid heels slowed me down, so I kicked them off, sprinting barefoot. My lungs burned, my thoughts a blur. Was I safer alone? Was Balto even alive back there? The gunshots didn't exactly inspire confidence. I pictured him bleeding out on that diner floor, and the thought made me run harder, my legs screaming in protest. A black SUV screeched into my path, tires smoking. Tinted windows, reinforced doors, Lucian's goons. They piled out, moving like a pack of wolves. Damn it! I pivoted into a narrow alley, but 5 trained men versus 1 panicked woman. Not great odds. At least they wouldn't shoot me, small mercies. I barely made it 10 steps before one of them tackled me from behind. Concrete met my ribs, pain exploding through my side. "Got her," the guy grunted, wrestling my wrists into cuffs. I drove my knee into his stomach. Bad move. His palm cracked across my cheek, stars bursting behind my eyes. "Lucian said we don't have to play nice." I knew him, one of the estate guards. "Just let me go," I begged, voice breaking. He yanked the cuffs tighter. "Not happening." I thrashed anyway, earning a fist to the jaw. My skull hit pavement, vision swimming. This was it. Back to Lucian. Back to hell and Balto. If he wasn't already dead, he couldn't save me now. Another hand grabbed my collar, hauling me up like a rag doll. New detail. The alley reeked of rotting trash and spilled motor oil, the stench mixing with the metallic taste of blood in my mouth. Tone shift, sarcastic, oh, fantastic. Nothing says welcome back like a one-way trip to Torture Town. New detail. A stray cat darted past, hissing at the commotion. Even it knew this was a lost cause. Dream on, sweetheart. Their boss promised them a turn with you as a prize for catching you. His fingers clawed at my dress, jerking it up to expose my thighs and the thin strip of fabric barely covering me. He let out a low whistle. Yeah, I'm definitely cashing in on that. My breath hitched, panic surging as gunfire exploded in the alley deafeningly close. Two bodies crumpled to the pavement with sickening thuds. The hands gripping me suddenly let go as the men spun toward the noise. Another dropped. Only two remained, scrambling for their weapons when a voice, deeper and more terrifying than the gunshots, cut through the air. You wanted a turn? How about you take one with me instead? Balto stepped into view, gun trained on the first man who touched me. No injuries, just pure fury. A single shot tore through one guy's arm before Balto disarmed the other with a brutal strike. I stayed frozen on the ground, relief tangled with dread. He grabbed one by the throat, lifting him off his feet before driving his fist into the man's face. Once, twice, until blood splattered the concrete beside me. The guy's screams died when his features turned to mush. Balto dropped him like trash. I squeezed my eyes shut, refusing to look. The last man writhed on the ground, wounded. Balto rifled through his pockets, pulling out a phone. He flipped the camera on and dialed. Lucien, figured you'd want an update. Your boys gave it their best shot. He aimed the lens at the man, pressing his boot against his skull. The guy whimpered, shaking. Turns out 17 guys still can't handle the Skull King. A stomp, a scream, another crunch of bone. Silence. Balto smirked into the camera. Next time, bring more. He crushed the phone under his heel. I trembled, wrists still cuffed. The danger was gone, but the fear lingered, Lucien's rage, the threats, the hands that had struck me. And now the image of Balto caving in a skull, forever burned into my mind. He knelt beside me, fishing a key from a dead man's pocket. You good, baby? The cuffs clicked open, his fingers brushing my hair as he checked the bruise swelling on my cheek. I'm alive, thanks to you. His grin was all sharp edges, like this was just another round in some twisted game. You really thought I'd hand you over? His thumb traced my injury, too gentle for the violence he'd just unleashed. Not happening, sweetheart. My fingers tightened around his wrists as I squeezed my eyes shut, my pulse pounding so violently I could feel it in my temples. Those moments stretched into an eternity of pure terror. The thought of being dragged back to Lucien was worse than every second I'd endured under his control. Fear clawed at my chest, raw and unashamed. Balto didn't rush me, just held me steady until my breathing slowed. You're safe now, he murmured, his voice grounding me. I kept my eyes closed as he lifted me effortlessly, my arms locking around his neck like a lifeline. My face pressed into the warmth of his shoulder as he carried me away from that dark alley, back toward the glow of the restaurant. The sidewalk buzzed with chatter, people whispering about the gunfire, police flashing lights in the distance. But none of them stopped Balto. He slid me into the truck like it was just another night, like I hadn't almost been ripped away by Lucien's men. I didn't stay put. Instead, I shifted across the seat, curling into him, my arm looping through his. My cheek found his shoulder, and for the first time in hours, I exhaled. 17 men. He'd taken them all down alone. The same man who'd held me captive for months was now the reason I wasn't broken beyond repair. Balto Cassini was light in my arms as I carried her down the hall, her grip on me desperate, like she'd vanish if she let go. Shootouts in Florence, routine. But her wide-eyed, trembling, staring at me like I'd hung the damn stars, that was new. I laid her on the bed, her dress slipping off one shoulder, her bare feet smudged with grime from running. The usual fire in her eyes was doused, replaced by something fragile. And yet it only made me want her more. Funny thing, I'd spent years being the monster in the dark. But tonight, for her, I was the shield. And hell if that didn't feel better than any kill. She sat up, fingers working the zipper of her dress, but I caught her wrist. "Not tonight," I said. The hunger was still there, gnawing at me, but the way she looked at me like I mattered, that was worth waiting for. The urge to grab her by the hair and pull her clothes was overwhelming, but I held back. She peeled off her dress, letting it drop to the floor, revealing nothing but smooth skin, curves that could stop traffic, and a tiny black thong that made my pulse race. It was pure torture. Sliding under the sheets, she murmured, "Stay with me." I kicked off my jeans, leaving my boxers on, and set my pistol on the nightstand before climbing in beside her. The moment I hit the mattress, she curled into me, her legs slipping between mine, her arm tight around my waist, her head resting on my chest. My fingers traced the line of her spine down to the curve of her hip, kneading gently as she melted against me. Without her there, I would have ended the night at some dive bar, whiskey in hand, or maybe with another woman, just another Tuesday. But she wasn't used to this life. She hadn't seen a man's skull split open before. "How did you take them all out?" she whispered, her breath warm against my skin. I shrugged. "Just did. 12 men. Not exactly a challenge." Lucian had underestimated me, sent too few, thought he'd catch me off guard. But surprise was my playground. I moved faster than most people blinked. "And you got to me so fast," she said, pressing closer. "I've got quick feet," she shuddered. "If they dragged me back to him, I couldn't do it again. Last time I just survived, but now he'd make sure I suffered." I tightened my grip. "They wouldn't have made it 5 blocks before I ripped them out of that car, and if they somehow did, I'd burn his whole damn compound down to get you back." Her eyes met mine, smudged mascara making them even darker. The teasing was gone, replaced by something raw, and damn if it wasn't just as intoxicating. When I heard the gunfire, I smirked. "Takes more than a few amateurs with pistols to put me in the ground. You're always fretting over me." "Obviously," she breathed, my grin faded. I don't need it." She shifted, straddling me, her hair wild now, lips still tempting even without the wine-stained gloss. "Thank you." New detail. The scent of gunpowder still clung to my skin, mixing with her perfume, a strange, intoxicating blend of danger and desire. Tone shift. The earlier tension melts into something darker, more possessive, less about seduction, more about the unspoken promise that no one touches what's mine. She sighed softly against my skin, her body curled against mine like a kitten seeking warmth. "You don't have to say anything," I murmured, fingers tracing idle patterns down her spine. "You're mine, and I take care of what's mine." Lucian wouldn't lay a finger on her, not without a fight. But let's be real, this wasn't just about protection. She was an asset, one that could open doors for me, and I wasn't about to let that slip away. Her lips brushed my chest, slow and deliberate, sending a shiver through me. The heat of her tongue flicked against my skin, teasing, tasting. She moved lower, hands exploring every ridge of muscle, her touch light but deliberate. When she reached the waistband of my boxers, there was no mistaking what she wanted or what I wanted. My body made that painfully clear. But here's the thing, after the night we'd had, I wasn't expecting this. Didn't need it. Yet there she was, peeling my boxers down with those soft fingers, revealing exactly how much I craved her. Killing always left me wired, restless, needing release. Call it primal, call it twisted, it just was what it was. Her lips wrapped around me, and damn, she knew exactly what she was doing. The warmth of her mouth, the way her tongue swirled, it was enough to make me forget my own name. My fingers tangled in her hair, holding her close, but then I stopped her. "You don't owe me this," I growled, tilting her chin up. She met my gaze, unflinching. "I know." Then she took me deep, swallowing me whole, and I nearly lost it right then. Her mouth was sinful, wet and tight, her hand working me in rhythm. It was the kind of skill that belonged in high-end clubs, not my bed. But something shifted. Maybe it was the way she'd clung to me earlier, scared and vulnerable. Maybe it was the way she looked at me now, like she wanted more than just this. Before I could overthink it, I flipped her onto her back, settling between her thighs. Her legs locked around me, pulling me closer, and when her lips crashed into mine, there was no hesitation. Just Hungerauer kiss was slow and deep, my lips moving against hers with a hunger that matched the heat between us. I could feel the press of her body against mine, her hardened nipples grazing my chest as her soft skin melted into me. Our breaths mingled as I pushed forward, her tightness welcoming me inch by inch. The way she gasped, the way her fingers tangled in my hair, it was intoxicating. My grip tightened, keeping her close as I claimed her, reminding her exactly who she belonged to. Someone had dared to threaten what was mine, but they hadn't stood a chance. She wasn't going anywhere, not unless I decided otherwise. A low moan escaped her lips as her nails raked down my back, her legs spreading wider to take me deeper. Even when I hit that sweet spot that made her wince, she clung to me, refusing to let go. Her eyes locked onto mine, dark with desire, as I drove us both into the mattress. "You're mine," I growled, my voice rough with possession. "And I'll tear apart anyone who tries to take you." The next morning, Cassini was quiet, lost in her thoughts. She barely touched her breakfast, her gaze fixed on the window as if expecting trouble to roll up at any moment. By nightfall, exhaustion finally took over, and she curled into me after we'd spent ourselves. I waited until her breathing steadied before slipping out of bed, careful not to wake her. Downstairs, Heath barged in like a storm, pouring himself a drink before dropping onto the couch. "What the hell went down last night?" he demanded, rubbing his scruffy jaw. The man had clearly given up on grooming. Meanwhile, I kept my face clean, sharp edges on full display. "Lucian's an idiot," I muttered, swirling my scotch. "That's all there is to it." Heath scoffed. "Guy must have been watching you for weeks, waiting for the perfect moment, and that was his best shot." I smirked. "Arrogance makes men stupid. He thought I'd be unprepared." The truth, the only time I was truly vulnerable was when I was buried inside a woman. If Lucian had half a brain, he'd have known that was his one shot. But he didn't, and now, he'd spend every damn day knowing she was mine. Every empire in history has fallen for that exact reason. Maybe so, but Lucian doesn't have the right to be arrogant. He hasn't earned it. The guy could wire a motherboard and outmaneuver Cassini, but he'd never outthink me. "So what's your move?" "Nothing." Heath arched a brow. "Nothing." I gave a slow nod. "He'll come to me. Sooner or later, he'll figure out the only way to get Cassini back is by meeting my terms." "You honestly think he'll hand over the diamond just for her?" He'd already lost 17 of his best men trying to ambush me. After catching Cassini's betrayal, any sane man would have cut his losses and walked away. But not Lucian. Now he wanted payback against both of us. "That diamond's useless unless he sells it, and if he tries, I'll hear about it. He's too proud to let an insult slide, so revenge means more to him than some shiny rock. Now he doesn't just want me, he wants Cassini too, and the only way that happens is if I let him take her. And how does that hurt you?" "By hurting her. Trust me, once he gets his hands on her, he'll come for me next." "So this ends when one of you is dead." Heath pulled a cigar from his pocket, lighting it right there in my living room. "Spoiler, it won't be me." "Then you're giving her back." I swirled the whiskey in my glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. The first time I drank, it burned like hellfire, now tasted like flavored water. "Haven't decided." He exhaled a slow stream of smoke. "Figured you'd say no. Never assume anything with me." Emotions didn't cloud my judgment, logic did. That's why I led well. Even the toughest calls were simple when nothing got in the way. "Why do you even want that diamond?" You've got the other two. Because they're mine, all three. But you'll never sell them, because I don't need to. Cassini's worth less than those stones. Doesn't matter how stunning she is or if I respect her. This is business and she's collateral. That's how the game works. Another drag, smoke curling from his lips. Always knew you were ice cold, but damn. It's called being practical. This isn't Skull King's business. This is personal, no need for practicality here. Maybe, but betraying my own principles, that stung. I'd never settle down, just work, whiskey, and women. Funny thing was, Cassini lasted longer than any of them. And that was the real problem. Commitment had never been my strong suit. One-night stands were more my speed. The women I saw regularly were paid for their time, so they didn't factor into anything real. Heath leaned forward, disbelief written all over his face. You're seriously considering this? You've had her by your side for months. You went on a killing spree just to keep her safe. She's an asset, nothing more. Business, not pleasure. Cut the crap. You care about her, but you're too stubborn to admit it. I don't lie, especially not to myself. Everyone lies to themselves, Balto. It's how we sleep at night. You're terrified of what it means to actually give a damn about someone, so you bury it under layers of denial. Keep saying she doesn't matter, and eventually you'll believe it. I poured another drink, swirling the liquid before taking a slow sip. A woman like her doesn't fit into my world. I'm the Skull King, my loyalty is to my crew and the empire we've built. There's no white picket fence ending here. She'd just be a weakness, a distraction. Enjoy her now, sure, but long-term, impossible. Heath exhaled sharply. Fine, but you're really okay with what happens next. An innocent woman handed over like livestock. For a guy who usually had ice in his veins, he sure had a soft spot for Cassini. Maybe prison had chipped away at his cynicism. Innocent people aren't my concern. If they were, I wouldn't be where I am. You know what Lucian will do to her. His fingers tightened around his cigar. He'll break her, humiliate her, make her beg for death. And when he's bored, he'll drown her in his pool or set her on fire. You can honestly live with that. What's the alternative? Let him walk away with the diamond. It's a rock, Balto. A rock worth millions, he scoffed. Like you need more money. He crossed me, Heath. We had an agreement and he spat on it. You think I'm just gonna let that slide? You already got your revenge. Sleeping with his wife was a hell of a statement. Not enough. My grip tightened on the glass. If Lucian makes the offer, think hard. You'll regret giving her up. Spare me the lecture. I locked you up for half a year, remember? And that soldier, he was gonna hurt Cassini. I just made sure he never got the chance. I don't lose sleep over it. You belonged in that cell, and that bastard had it coming. Heath shook his head. But Cassini doesn't. A tense silence settled between us. Outside, the city lights flickered like distant stars, cold, untouchable. Just the way I liked things. Or at least the way I told myself I did. Cassini wasn't like the others. Let's not pretend you hunted down her ex and made him pay for what he did out of some noble gesture. She never asked for that. You didn't owe her anything. Yet you did it anyway. What does that say about you, Balto? She deserved justice, that's it. And you think keeping her trapped under Lucian's thumb is justice? He shot back. Beating Evan to a pulp didn't free her. It just fed your anger. You can lie to yourself, but don't lie to me. I flexed my fingers, studying the scars across my knuckles. Maybe I cared about Cassini, just not enough to change course. From the start, she was leverage, a bargaining chip against Lucian. That hadn't changed. Enough, I muttered, downing the rest of my drink. We're wasting time. I grabbed my gun from the counter, and Heath stubbed out his half-smoked cigar with a sigh. Fine, I've said my part. The elevator dinged as we stepped inside. Heath pulled out his phone, scrolling through messages before shoving it away. Then her voice cut through the silence. Balto, I turned. Cassini stood there, drowning in my oversized shirt, the fabric swallowing her frame. Heath immediately faced the elevator doors, knowing better than to linger on the sight of her in my clothes. Don't mind me, he muttered as the doors slid shut behind him. Cassini's eyes burned into me. You're leaving. I took a step closer, the hum of the descending elevator fading behind me. Yeah, and you weren't going to say anything. Her arms crossed, defiance flashing in her gaze. You were asleep. You could have woken me. She shifted her weight, irritation sharp in her stance. I figured I'd be back before you noticed. And if I woke up alone, that's what phones are for. My patience thinned. I didn't answer to her. I came and went as I pleased. Stop being a jerk. Stop expecting things from me. Her glare intensified. Where are you going? Same place I always go. The underground, my sanctuary, where plans were made and deals went down. Don't you think it's too soon to leave me here? It's almost midnight, later than usual. I didn't mean the time. Her arms tightened. I meant leaving me. A beat passed. The air between us crackled, tension thick enough to choke on. For a second, I almost reconsidered. Almost. Then I turned back to the elevator. Get some sleep, Cassini. The doors opened, and I stepped inside without looking back. I don't want to be alone right now. Her vulnerability stirred something in me, both desire and irritation twisting together. I've got responsibilities, Cassini. I can't babysit you. You're the Skull King, she shot back. You make the rules. Yeah, and I don't abuse that power. My men trust me because I don't abandon them just because someone wants me to play bodyguard. The defiance in her eyes flickered out, replaced by something raw. Then stop calling me your woman, she snapped. Stop calling me baby if I'm just your prisoner. I didn't flinch. You should have known I wasn't staying. You don't owe me anything, right? Her voice was bitter. Just food and water, that's all I get. She lunged forward, her palm cracking against my cheek. I let her. Maybe I did deserve it. You're two different people, she said, quieter now, but the words cut deeper. 1 minute, you're the Skull King, cold, untouchable. The next, you're Balto, holding me like I'm the only thing that matters. You can't keep switching. So tell me, who are you really? For the first time, I saw it clearly. Before her, I was just a monster, ruthless, feared. But with her, I softened, I cared, and that was the problem. She'd gotten under my skin, made me weak. I hunted down her ex like some lovesick fool. That wasn't the Skull King. That was a man who'd lost control. I met her gaze, my voice steel. The Skull King, that's all I am. Back in my throne room, I watched my men drink, laugh, brawl, normal chaos. Brutus and Thomas had just given me the numbers, taxes collected, debts settled. Even the Cardello brothers paid up. But my mind wasn't on business. It was on Cassini. And the truth she'd forced me to see, I'd built myself into an unbreakable fortress, but somehow she slipped past my defenses. Letting my guard down was a mistake, one I couldn't believe I'd made. Heath dropped into the seat next to me with a smirk. You look like some kind of angry statue. I shot him a glare. Thanks for the critique. Seriously, man, you're all tense, jaw locked up like you're about to bite through steel, and those eyes, pure murder. Didn't ask for a breakdown, I muttered. Heath shrugged. Fine, guessing things didn't go great with Cassini. No, my gaze followed Denise as she moved between tables, her nipple piercings glinting under the dim bar lights. Probably because you were being a jerk. Doesn't matter. Heath rolled his eyes. Oh, poor you, stuck with a gorgeous woman who actually wants you. Must be rough. I clenched my fists. She said I'm two different people, the ruthless Skull King and some soft-hearted version she calls Balto. I can't be both, so I walked. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, but when Lucian reaches out, she's gone. Heath just shook his head, taking a long sip of his drink. Your call, man. He watched Denise again, distracted by the flash of her jewelry. Why wait? Call Lucian yourself and get it over with. No, he comes to me. Actually, making the first move puts you in control, makes it seem like she's nothing to you. You took his wife, had your fun, and now you're tossing her back. That's power. That wasn't how I saw her at all. Either way, I'm in charge. He wants her back, that's why he sent his guys. I'll get what I want, including that damn diamond. Funny how I just stumbled into her at that bar. She fixed everything without even trying. The second I spotted her, she owned my attention. Elegant, hypnotic, with a mouth that made even licking an olive look sinful. I'd walked in just wanting a drink, but after one look, all I wanted was her. And once I had her, I couldn't get enough. It wasn't just the thrill of sneaking around. She was fire in bed, obsessed with me in a way that made me feel invincible. Like I wasn't just a king. I was a god. The first time I ever committed to one woman, it was with someone still sharing a bed with her husband. But my desire for her drowned out any logic until now. We were standing on the edge of destruction, and I knew I'd be the one to deliver her to it. Yeah, she fixed everything for me. The apartment was silent when I walked in at dawn. No Cassini curled up on the couch like usual. She'd retreated to her own room, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. Flipping on the lights just made the emptiness sharper. Balto was gone, the Skull King had won, and I'd let things go too far with her. I never should have blurred the lines between business and whatever the hell we were doing. Leading her on was cruel, and cutting her loose was the only move left. My phone buzzed, Lucian's name flashing on the screen. Of course, he'd finally cracked. I let it ring a few extra seconds, savoring it before answering. Leaning against the window, I traced the skyline toward his estate. Trouble sleeping. I couldn't resist needling him. Sleep's overrated. His voice was tight. Still seeing Balto's skull in your dreams. I smirked. Shame about your guys, but hey, war's messy. They were probably just hired guns with families, but Lucian's money couldn't buy loyalty. He ignored the jab. You've got Cassini. I've got the diamond. Let's stop wasting time. Wow, negotiation isn't your strong suit, I said, thumbing the edge of my phone. I must be doing something right. I got your precious rock, didn't I? A chill ran down my spine. And I took your brother. Fair trade. Silence. So I twisted the knife. Oh, and your wife. She hasn't missed you once. I could practically hear his teeth grinding. Lucian was infuriating because I couldn't just put a bullet in him, not without losing the diamond forever. His little insurance policy. Cassini for the diamond, that's the deal. We have an agreement. Not yet, you know what else I need. And what exactly would that be? Cut the act. I want your explosives. They're costly to produce. Do you want your wife back or not? Calling her, that left a bitter taste in my mouth. Even when she was still under his roof, sneaking away to see me, she never truly felt like his, more like a hostage. I'll give you a fixed amount, but I won't keep supplying you forever. Cassini isn't worth that kind of commitment. Funny, though, she was worth $1 billion diamond. I want 100 bombs. You're pushing it. You pushed it first when you took that diamond and screwed me over. This isn't just about now, it's about what you owe me. 100 bombs or the deal's off. Lucian exhaled sharply on the other end of the line. Fine, the skull diamond and 100 bombs for Cassini. I'd negotiated hard, and now that I had what I wanted, an unexpected weight settled in my chest. I just agreed to hand her over forever. This should feel like a victory, but instead my ribs tightened like a vice. Guilt, regret, I couldn't tell. Why do you even want her back so badly? Does it matter? Humoring me. My gaze drifted over the city skyline, the glow of streetlights stretching into the distance. Lucian's estate was barely half an hour away. Would I ever look out this window again without seeing her ghost? Would I ever sleep in that bed without the weight of betrayal pressing down? We had an agreement. She broke it. Now she faces the consequences. Like you've never strayed. Not the same. She belongs to me. I don't belong to her. You'd go this far just to make her suffer. Disgust twisted my voice. Money's replaceable, but this, you'd rather destroy her than walk away. Exactly. She embarrassed me in front of the world. I'll make sure she pays. Then I'll drag her to the poolside, pin her down, and crush her skull under my boot until it splits. Cassini, the words echoed in the silence as I watched Balto's back. Crush her skull until it splits. I clamped a hand over my mouth, stifling the gasp clawing its way up my throat. Tears burned, but I refused to let them fall. The terrace flashed in my mind, the infinity pool where I used to unwind, the loungers where I'd read while he was gone. Now it'd be my execution ground, his heel driving into my temple until bone gave way. Oh God. The call ended. I crept back to my room, sliding under the covers just in case he checked. My breaths came too fast, too loud, no way I could fake sleep. Maybe he'd just leave me alone. His footsteps thudded past my door, fading into his bedroom. Relief, cold and shaky, washed over me. Now I could unravel in the dark, replaying every word. The pool, the diamond, the boot, and the terrible truth. I was running out of time, I thought Balto, and I had something real, but I was dead wrong. The moment I let myself believe he cared, he proved me a fool. I was nothing but a bargaining chip to him, always had been, even on those nights when his touch made me forget. He hadn't given me a date, but I knew the trade to Lucian was coming. Soon. My stomach twisted at the thought. Should I slit his throat while he slept, make a run for it, call my brothers and drag them into this mess? Every option felt like a dead end. But going back to Lucian, no, that wasn't happening. Pathetic, wasn't it? Losing sleep over a man who saw me as property. Letting myself feel safe in his arms. Ignoring every red flag because I wanted to believe there was something beneath the cruelty. Yeah, I was an idiot. He mistook my silence for anger over some petty argument. Clueless. I grabbed a sandwich from the kitchen, barely tasting it as I passed him at the table. He was in his usual workout gear, shoveling down eggs like this was just another morning. Still giving me the silent treatment, I paused, gripping my plate. You don't exactly seem desperate for conversation. Never said I was. Some things don't need saying. I retreated to my room, forcing myself to eat. These were my last free moments, might as well enjoy them, right? The window offered no answers. Call my brothers, say goodbye, risk getting them killed for nothing. My throat tightened at the thought. How could I even form the words? The door creaked open. Balto stepped in, all casual in his white tee and sweats. Was he here to drop the bomb or catch me off guard? I kept my eyes on my half-eaten donut. What? He loomed over me, and I met his gaze with pure venom. If you're here for sex, forget it. Not like you'd care what I want anyway. Stupid. I knew exactly who he was, he'd warned me himself. But part of me had hoped, what? That we had something real, not love, but something. His jaw tightened. When have I ever forced you? I scoffed. You're the Skull King, tyrants don't ask for permission. His eyes darkened. I'm not that kind of monster. Aren't you? I spat. Get out. He didn't move. You really don't get why I'm hurt, do you? I shoved the plate of donuts onto the coffee table, the clatter echoing my frustration. Standing up, I faced him with nothing left to lose. I never expected love, but I thought you at least cared. I thought we had something maybe not perfect, but real, more than just heat and desire. I thought we were friends, that we actually felt something. My voice cracked as memories flooded back. When you saved me, it was the first time in years I didn't feel alone. After losing my parents, after everything I messed up, you made me feel like I belonged here. This place, as messed up as it is, became home. You don't treat me like some disposable toy. You kiss me like it matters, you see me. That night at the bar, I thought there was something between us. But now I know it was just me fooling myself. I couldn't bear to look at him anymore. To you, I'm just an asset, something to use until I'm no longer valuable, like livestock waiting for slaughter. None of it meant anything to you, not the sex, not the words, none of it. Lucian and I agreed to meet at his estate for the exchange. Simple plan, hand her over, take the diamond, load the van with explosives. No surprises. I brought enough firepower to level a small country. If he tried screwing me again, I'd end him, skull diamond or not. Cassini barely spoke to me those last few days. She holed up in her room, avoiding me like I was poison. No sarcasm, no demands, just silence. And the way she looked at me, like I was the biggest disappointment of her life. When it was time, I found her curled up on the couch, the TV flickering uselessly in the background. Let's go. She turned slowly, her eyes dull, all that fire snuffed out. No argument, no defiance, just resignation. She stood, shoulders slumped, and followed without a word. Didn't even ask where we were headed. The elevator ride was suffocating. Outside, my men were already in position. I slid into the driver's seat of the SUV, Cassini beside me, staring blankly out the window. No questions, no smart remarks, just silence. As I pulled onto the road, the weight of what was coming settled in my chest. The deal was happening, and there was no turning back. The moment had finally arrived. Hand her over, and the skull diamond would be mine. That cursed gem should have never ended up in Lucian's hands. Selling it to him was the worst mistake I ever made, just like letting Cassini slip through my fingers. The car ride through the city was dead silent, not a single word from her. Funny how I used to despise her sharp tongue, but now this eerie quiet was worse. She acted like I wasn't even there, like I was some invisible specter haunting her ride. "You really don't care where I'm taking you." Part of me wanted her to lash out, to scream for her freedom. It wouldn't change a damn thing, but at least she'd show some fight before facing Lucian. Yes. Her eyes stayed fixed on the passing buildings. I turned, pulse slowing. "You know, you're delivering me to Lucian." For a heartbeat, my chest went still. "He'll torture me first," she continued, voice flat. "Then crush my skull just like you do to yours." No fear, no anger, just cold resignation. She must have heard everything that night. She'd been waiting for me after all. If you knew, why not run, fight? She finally looked at me, but her gaze was hollow. "And do what? Tell my brothers and get them killed? Slit your throat and have your men hunt me down? Run just for you or Lucian to drag me back? There's no escape. Never was. Fighting is pointless. You're exactly who you said you'd be, and I was a fool to think otherwise." Her surrender cut deeper than any blade. I'd clawed my way out of impossible odds, but she never stood a chance. Evan played her for cash, Lucian wanted her in agony, and I used her as a bargaining chip. Her whole life had been chains, and now she wouldn't even look at me. "Hope's the worst kind of torture," she murmured. "Every time I think there's a sliver of light, it's just another lie. I'd rather die than keep falling for it." That wasn't her voice, not the fiery woman I knew. The city faded behind us, open road ahead. My foot stayed heavy on the gas, but my gut screamed to stop. I didn't owe her a damn thing. She was just a pawn, a means to an end. Yet every instinct in me revolted. I jerked the wheel, pulling onto the shoulder. She finally turned, brows arched in surprise. I stared at the empty road, knowing this was reckless. Keeping her would cost me everything, but handing her over, that might cost me more. That skull diamond was gone for good, and now Lucian and I were locked in a deadly game where only one of us would walk away. Maybe keeping her was a stupid move, but what choice did I have? When I turned to meet her eyes, that familiar spark hit me like a lightning bolt. Hope, desperation, trust. She stared at me like I was the only thing standing between her and hell, and damn if that didn't get to me. Her voice was barely a breath in the cab of the truck. "You're not handing me over to him." I didn't look away, even though I should have. One glance from her, and I was done. Those green eyes, that mouth, she could turn me inside out with a single word. I was supposed to be ruthless, untouchable. But she made me human. "No," I muttered. "I can't." Next thing I knew, she was unbuckled and climbing into my lap like she owned it. Her fingers tangled in my hair, pulling just hard enough to remind me of how she did it in bed. Then her lips crashed into mine, hot and hungry, like we hadn't spent days barely speaking. This wasn't just gratitude. She wanted me, and hell if I didn't want her right back. Her nails dug into my shoulders like she was ready to tear my clothes off right there in the truck. "You swore no one would take me from you." "Yeah, I did. And you don't break promises." She pressed her forehead to mine, breathing hard, her body pressed so close I could feel every curve. "Never." My hands slid under her shirt, tracing the warm skin of her stomach. Forget waiting. I wanted her home, naked, mine. It had been too long since I'd had her, since I'd felt her wrapped around me. But it wasn't just about sex, it was about her. So what now? Lucian won't just walk away. No, he won't. And that meant one thing. I kill him first. Also by Penelope Sky Balto could have traded me back to Lucian and walked away with everything he wanted. But he didn't. He chose me. And now, after weeks of fighting, of hiding, of living, this place doesn't feel like a prison anymore. It feels like home. He feels like home. And the scary part, I'm not sure I'd leave even if Lucian was gone. Want a signed copy? Love this book. Get your hands on an autographed paperback. Orders ship once a month, so expect a 6-week wait. Us only.